Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 84, North American Myth War, E Pluribus Unum. In the end, a fight was just an OX game. It was nothing but a series of choices, dodge or fail to dodge. Like a tree that starts from a single trunk and branches into many paths, it only gets more complicated, but the road is the same in the end. When you reach the end, there are only two choices left, victory or defeat. In the end, the final moment was what mattered. When that moment came, the odds were 50-50. That alone was enough. All I had to do was choose there. It was the great, amazing, incredible heroes who created that 50% chance. Compared to their achievements, all I had done was the equivalent of setting a spoon on the table. It was such a small achievement that even after everything was over, I'd probably have to wonder whether I could really call it an achievement with a straight face. But what I had done was enough to be called an achievement. Then all I had to do was keep doing this with confidence. Even if Med doesn't use the Holy Grail's power, she's still a lot stronger than someone like me. Even without being strengthened by the Holy Grail, Med was still a servant. Her physical ability was on a completely different level from mine. Thud. Thud. The whip striking the ground threatened me. Still, it was fine. As long as they didn't hit me, I knew I wouldn't die. And my abilities were outstanding when it came to nothing but running away, to nothing but buying time. I had even bought time against Heracles. I couldn't lose to someone like Meb. No, even if I did lose, I would challenge her again and again. If I failed, I would try again. After throwing myself at it over and over, I had finally reached the starting line. I didn't want to use my own body like a prop. A lot of people were trying to stop me from doing that. But this Queen Meb, I would definitely kill her. I'd stake everything on it. Efficiency, restoring the human order, victory, none of that mattered right now. Burn, burn. Burn while keeping your head cold. Don't mistake what I have to do. I can't kill the enemy. I don't have that kind of power. Everything moves according to plan. I am worthless if I abandon reason. There is nothing I can do if I surrender myself to emotion. I must never forget that. The blazing flame was carrying out its role slowly, in blue. It wasn't devouring me, it was burning my will. No. Maybe I was already being burned, and I just hadn't noticed my own hands and feet turning to ash. I'm not taking out the Calidbalg I used last time. It was definitely Fergus, my love. Back then, she had included a servant in the attack, so it had been a threat even to Meb, which was why she had tried to kill me with everything she had. But now I was alone, and because of that, Meb had come to regard going all out as beneath her. She felt no fondness for me, no affection, and no value in me at all. Maybe because Siyu Chulayan, whom she truly loved, was obsessed with me, she wanted to tear me down even more out of spite. That was why she didn't use it. That was why she didn't go all out until the moment she killed me. Meb was trying to kill me with whips alone so she could report to Siyu Chulayan that I was a frail man not even worth going all out against. TCH. Meb clicked her tongue and kept swinging the whip. She must have had a strangely frustrated look on her face. So I backed away and said to her, "Isn't it weird? This is the first time we've met. What are you? How did you dodge that attack just now?" No, dodge isn't the right word. I should say, knew. There's no way a commoner like you has the power to see the future, so did you use some special tool? Or magecraft? Meb was probably full of questions right now. By simple calculation, she had probably already spent more than enough time to kill me. It must have been absurd that I, a man who looked like he'd die any second, was still eating up her time. In truth, I had no chance of beating Meb. No matter how much time I bought, I had Northwest power to drive Meb away. Still, that was fine. This wasn't a plan to beat Meb. It was a plan to kill Meb. That was enough. I felt my mind going strangely numb. The pressure was so intense that I was starting to feel like my sanity was crumbling. I had to finish this soon. You won't understand, so die without understanding it. This is already the 5th time. Every time, I've been fighting with my life on the line. Just to survive with my teeth clenched. Every time, I fought believing this would be the last time. I'm a little used to it by now. Though it's really just the kind of dodge that comes from a miracle-level stroke of luck. What nonsense are you spouting? My throat itched. I wanted to scratch at it. I had been strangled to death by those whips more than once. Meb might not remember it, but I had found her there, and driven by a spur-of-the-moment plan and my emotions, I had charged at her. This was the result. In the end, without a servant, I was doomed to end up like this. If this had been another time, I would have made a different choice. I would have made a different choice without needing to die over and over. But something sticky and clinging to my chest was ordering me to fight. It was pulling me back up and telling me not to give up. It wasn't overwhelming. It was only painful. Not hopeless. Compared to that Night King, Artoria Pendragon, it lacked far too much force. Compared to that Mad King, Siyu Chulian, it lacked far too much pressure. My mind, which had nearly collapsed countless times, told me so. Ah, this isn't enough to break me, is it? It was saying that. I had already forced my way through far harder roads. Med wasn't enough. Med wouldn't do. This small a gap was within expectations. Don't think that this much despair, this much difference, this much despair is enough to break me. My heart, shattered into pieces over and over again, had actually become harder to break because it had already been broken into pieces like that. If you were going to break it, you should have done it thoroughly, until not even dust remained. Instead, because you kept leaving half-open gaps, I kept getting back up. I was standing back up. In this battle where victory seemed impossible, there was only one ray of light. If that one thing succeeded, even Med would have no choice but to retreat. If I failed, that was fine too. Because the next me will succeed. This was my stubbornness. My selfishness. I knew this wasn't the right way. By now, my mind had reached its limit. Even if I didn't despair, I was still wearing down. Even if I lacked enough, the pain kept piling up. So this time for sure. Pack every emotion I've felt through all my deaths into this. I'll win here. I'll definitely win. I'll beat Med. I placed my hand on the ground and looked at Med. When Med met my eyes, she frowned and gripped her whip tighter. I gave her a twisted smile. I won't forgive you. Only you. Only you, I'll definitely. Even if I have to burn through my life again and again. Even if I have to be torn apart again and again. You. Someone's tear-streaked face flashed through my mind. What was that? Something felt off. Something was very different. Something is different. I don't know. I'm going to win. I'm going to kill Med. For now, let's not think about anything complicated. As if soothing my own mind, I focused on a single, simple goal. That was enough. For now, that was enough. The path to killing you has opened. Med. Metamorphose on. What a joke. I am Queen Med. Queen of Connaught. A woman who has been betrothed to and married countless kings and heroes, and taken their bodies and hearts into her hands. Even the greatest war in Ulster legend happened because of me. And you think I'd die to you? If your delusions go any further, I might even feel sorry for you. A commoner should die like a commoner. Leave nothing behind. Thud. Thud. Rocks surged up around Med. Clang. Clang. Med smashed them apart with her whip and charged. That was her habit. When she charged, she always aimed for the neck. No matter how many times I regressed, that never changed. Whoosh. Even if I couldn't see the attack, if I knew that tiny habit, my movements would naturally become faster. I could move as if I had seen the future. So this was why clairvoyance was called such a broken skill. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd kill me without me being worth anything? This won't work. You said you married countless kings and heroes. So what? The amazing ones are those kings and heroes. Not you. And you started the greatest war in Ulster. So what am I supposed to do with that? In the end, the moment you won that war, you got hit by cheese and died. You couldn't even manage your own evil deeds, and you ended up dying stupidly without even realizing it. What gives you the right to brag? Me, restoring the human order with the power of servants. You, doing whatever you want with the power of heroes. Maybe the direction is different, but it's all the same. You're no different from me. At least I won't die from cheese, so I'll probably live a better life than you. Med's expression turned vicious. She shattered the rocks charging at her in one sweep and lunged forward. You commoner dare to judge me. Judge you. Go ask anyone on the street. Between me and you, who's living the more constructive life? If you want, should we ask Siyu Chulin? I wonder what kind of answer he'd give. Queen Med. Med lunged at me with a look that said she wanted to kill me on the spot. More than being insulted by me, she was probably worried about what Siyu Chulin would choose right now. Because she had even modified him with the Holy Grail. If they fought, Siyu Chulin would side with Med. But if Siyu Chulin were given an absolute choice, who would he pick? Med couldn't be sure. That was why she was agitated. That was why she charged. From all the conversations and situations I had experienced through 5 deaths, I had realized that Meb was extremely anxious. I just had to dig into that. Thump, I pulled a bomb from my inner pocket and threw it. Whoosh. Smoke spread around us and blocked my vision. Meb was a queen. Not a warrior. She didn't have the skill, including clairvoyance, to see through this smoke and pinpoint my position. I created a puppet of Cu Chulayan behind Meb. Meb frowned. She knew my magecraft through Cu Chulayan, and she had already predicted enough of it by now. Meb. Stop. Cu-chan. Sorry, this is a loop. I used voice alteration magecraft to mimic Cu Chulayan's voice. Meb was briefly fooled, but immediately realized the trick and smashed the puppet flying toward her before charging at me. Still, as a king standing above others, she recovered faster than I expected. I took a mystic code from my pocket and activated it. Meb, having pierced through the smoke and reached me, lunged without hesitation. And the moment she did, she noticed something was off. Thud. Seeing my puppet break apart, Meb's eyes widened. Crash. The instant Meb smashed my puppet, I sprang up from the ground. Meb grit her teeth and swung her whip. And the moment it hit me, it went. Crack. And shattered again. What? This too is fake. Our eyes met through the smoke. Thud. The ground beneath Meb's feet shifted. One side of the ground suddenly rose while the other dropped, and Meb staggered. That moment of staggering, less than a second in time. But it was enough. I had come this far for this chance, this one and only chance. I recreated Gi-Balg through projection magecraft. The curse's effect might be weaker since it was a projected mystic code, but if I could definitely pierce Meb's vital point, I could kill her. Gi-Balg. TCH. Slash. Meb's whip tore past, ripping my ear as it went by. GRRK. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not losing here again. I don't want to lose here again. I will. Kill you. Kill you. I'll kill you. I'll think about the hard stuff later. For now, I'll give everything to this feeling. Throw away hesitation. Right now. Even as blood poured from my torn ear, I set my stance and hurled Gi-Balg. Whoosh. Meb shouted as she watched Gi-Balg fly. Don't look down on the Queen of Connaught. Slash. Thud. What? I was shocked before I could even think. She caught Gi-Balg with one hand. It had pierced her chest a little, but it still stopped. Since it was a projected magecraft mystic code, the effect was minimal. It was nothing more than a spear that left a curse in the heart when it pierced you. It was barely even something that could be called Gi-Balg. Haha, Meb looked at her blood-stained hand and then threw Gi-Balg far away before saying. I'll admit I got a little chill down my spine. But you're still a commoner. A weakling who can't do anything. There's no way you could ever become a hero. Cu-chan's eyes were wrong. But you can be proud of the fact that you wounded me. Good job for a weakling's body. So then. Whoosh, a sword began to form in Meb's hand. That was the result of her acknowledging me as even the slightest threat. She had never brought it out once through all my regressions. From the start, she had crushed me so completely that I never even got a chance to counterattack. On the first chance I'd ever had to retaliate, I had made a mistake. I should have thrown it from a different angle, not straight on. Or I should have thrown one more decoy to draw Meb's attention elsewhere. I had messed up. Ah, I'm dead again. Fergus, my love. Compared to Fergus's noble phantasm, Calidbalg, the pressure was far weaker, but it was enough to tear my body apart. If anything, it was excessive. She could have killed me with whips alone without needing that. She could have killed me just by casually swinging a bare hand at a vital point. By contrast, no matter what I did, it was hard to land a proper hit on Meb. Even the opportunity one had struggled to obtain was turned into her opportunity without a care. But I wasn't panicking. The emotion of panic was disappearing from me. No choice. Next time I'll prepare one more decoy, and then I can definitely kill her. Meb doesn't have a skill like clairvoyance, after all. It's definitely possible. KRRT, something felt wrong. I felt like I was walking down the wrong path. I had abandoned complicated thoughts and given my body over to a single emotion. I had thought of nothing but how to kill Meb. As a result, I had died over and over again. And yet something was strange. Something was going wrong. Something inside me was grabbing my arm and crying. It was sobbing for me not to keep walking. It was wailing for me not to go any farther. Why was it crying? Next time, I really can kill Meb. Then all that's left is Cu Chulayan. If that happens, then, I'm dying. Me. Again. CHZZZT, something crackling with noise flashed through my mind. Something I had chosen to forget was passing by. No, that's not wrong. This isn't wrong. After all, my defeat means the collapse of the human order. No matter how hard the director tries, that body has its limits. Even if he's stronger than me, I didn't think he could keep holding out long in a body that breaks even more easily than mine. Then I just have to win. I just have to win by any means necessary. My heart is at ease. It has never been this calm. So it's fine. Because look, I'm this peaceful. It's okay to die. There's a next time. I'm fine. Let's not think too hard. I just need to think about killing her. Isn't it my way to use any means necessary for the sake of my goal? I'm just carrying out that method exactly as before. Nothing is strange. Nothing at all is strange. Fergus, my love. Cutting through the air, Khalid Balg's attack flew toward me. I just had to die. I just had to move on to the next one. The next. It felt like someone was covering my eyes with their hand. Like they were trying to keep me from seeing something. They were tempting me to keep going without hesitation, to keep walking. But another someone was gripping my hand and crying for me not to go. CHZZZT, the attack that struck my brain made my body tremble. You can't die. Someone said it. They said it clearly. Before this fight, the director had said something like that. Holding my hand, he told me never to die. I smiled and said I'd be back soon. I told him to take care of Cu Chulayan until then. What am I doing right now? Cu Chulayan hasn't come here. Which means the other servants are still buying time. By now, the director has probably arrived too and is buying time with them. Everyone is carrying out my plan with their lives on the line. They're moving, trusting in a strategy from someone like me, with their overwhelmingly strong power. They're doing their best to keep their promise. And yet, what am I doing? Going to die again. I was told not to die. And yet I'm trying to move on to the next one as if it were natural. I abandoned complicated thoughts and gave my body over only to my anger toward Meb. I was trying to stake everything on something simple. Keep thinking, keep agonizing, keep considering. Nero's words came back to me. If I were to run away from complicated problems with no right answer and start walking toward simple ones, maybe I'd feel better. The burden on my heart might be lighter. But that would be a path where I could no longer call myself me. Damn it all. I shook off the tempting voice covering my eyes. And I embraced the one who was crying. The emotion rising in my chest surged toward my brain. Everything that had been ending was coming back. I thought I heard someone click their tongue. And maybe someone was laughing at the edge of my mind. I can't die. What was I doing? Die. Again. Move on to the next one. What kind of insane nonsense is that? Of course I don't want to die. You told me to fight Arjuna, and now you're just running away so naturally. These are my emotions. My heart. Even if I end up a wreck and get thrown away, I have to face this. Don't hand the baton to someone else when this is the path I chose. I want to live. I was fighting for that alone. Don't count my death into the equation. Don't use death as a tool. Protect me. Protect myself. I'm not the person everyone said they believed in. I'm not the person everyone said they trusted. Don't hand it over. Not the achievements. Not the sins. Everything is mine alone. As my revived emotions took over my brain, fear spread through my body. In a place like this, the Khalid Balg blade split the ground and lunged at me. It was too late. My body wouldn't move properly. I couldn't dodge. But so what? I can't die. I don't want to die. I don't want to accept death. I don't want to use death. Whoosh, the rune letters engraved on the necklace I received from Scathach began to glow. They stimulated my brain, and a heat like molten metal ran through my whole body. CHZZZT, my consciousness began to fade. What? Like hell I'm dying. CHZZZT, the world began to rebuild itself around me. Whoosh, a world different from the one that had been here until now, like a shadow, tried to cover everything. Meb's eyes widened as she failed to grasp the situation. I didn't understand the situation either. No, I didn't even try to. I was ruled by a single purpose. I want to live. I don't want to die. That simple, clear emotion, something that could even be called my origin. Or maybe a dream, if you wanted to call it that. I wanted to be happy. That was why I was restoring the human order. Because I wanted to take it back, because I wanted even dangerous things like this to become something I could laugh about later and say, that happened, didn't it? I was fighting so that all of this would one day become something from the past. But if I gave up on myself, I could never dream that dream again. That dream would never come true. Before the world could fully be covered over, a jet black slash appeared in front of me. What the? No, even so, it's weaker than my attack. Kugugugum. Meb's attack struck the ground and passed by instead of hitting me. The jet black slash was far weaker in power. But for some reason, that slash stood out to me. It felt familiar, like I'd seen it somewhere before. No, that couldn't be. It was too weak. So weak that comparing it at all would be disrespectful. It could never be a slash from that holy sword. At the very least, comparisons had to be between things of the same level. There was no way. That was something else. Kagagia gang. Meb lost her balance and fell as the ground split beneath her. Whoosh. Kalidbog's trajectory changed upward with it and flew away. Guck, I spat up blood. Whoosh, the rune letters on the necklace were still glowing. For some reason, I understood that this necklace was supporting the current phenomenon. And my magic circuits were responding. Even while coughing up blood, my body, which should have collapsed, moved. The magic circuit scat-hack had altered in me were heating up. The runes engraved in those circuits made it possible for me to move. I charged at Meb as she staggered and fell. Whoosh. I burst through the cloud of dust and appeared before her, and Meb gasped in shock. Blood was flowing from her eyes. Blood came from her nose. It came from her mouth, and it ran from her ears. Blood was coming from every place it could. Meb. YNGH. Pow. I swung my fist straight into her face. I hit her with my prosthetic arm, and Meb was sent flying in spectacular fashion. GHK, Meb stopped herself with one hand as she flew back. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth as if the inside of her mouth had burst. She looked at me with a face full of humiliation. Thud thud thud, and just as my excitement cut off, I collapsed to my knees. Cough, I spat out blood. Mana. This is bad. Whatever that was just now, it took most of my mana. Looking at both hands, the ordinary one was rotting from mana depletion. I had barely gotten it restored to normal at Chaldea, and now it was for nothing. Seeing me like that, Meb got back up. Wiping the blood from her mouth, she said. So this is how it ends after all. No matter how hard you try, a commoner is still a commoner. You can't become a hero. You're powerless. Still, I somehow get it. Siyuchan's expectations are low, after all. If it were the kind Siyuchan, maybe he would have acknowledged a powerless fool trying this hard. But I'm different. Even seeing this effort, I have no intention of acknowledging you. It's like a stupid bug biting a hand by accident, meaningless. Are you trembling? Have you realized you're about to die? But no, I'm not letting you live. I'll kill you here. Ha, ha. What are you laughing at? Did you finally lose your mind? That was as far as it went. I'd landed one good hit, and that was enough. I had already reached the place. If I got greedy any further, it wouldn't work properly. If Meb had been the final enemy, I would have struggled more, but right now I didn't need to. I lifted my blood-soaked face and said to Meb, I'm done. I'll yield this to someone more fitting than me. What are you standing there for, you idiot? You've already lost. Following me all the way here was your mistake. Isn't that right? This was a declaration of victory. The battle was already over. It was a declaration I should have made a long time ago, but my stupidity had dragged me all the way here. Still, thanks to that, the success rate had risen dramatically. Because Meb could no longer simply ignore my words. At that point, all the pieces of the plan were already in place. Asterisk. What nonsense. Meb muttered in a rough voice before she could stop herself. She didn't like this. She didn't like it at all. No matter how hard he tried, he was still weak. Even that black slash he used at the end was at a level Meb could have blocked with her bare body. He was that weak. He used a slash like that and then, with his mana running dry, he was coughing up blood all over and watching his hands rot away. It made her feel like talent that didn't exist was being paid for with life itself. His ugly state was so absurd she couldn't even speak. There was nothing special about him. Not a single thing she liked. In fact, she was surprised that there was nothing she liked about him at all. Powerless. Incompetent. Weak. Fragile. Stupid. Foolish. Those were the only evaluations piling up inside Meb. And yet, something was strange. No matter how much of a queen Meb was, she was still a servant. No matter how she looked at it, the man named Loop in front of her should have already died several times over. The men who should have died kept surviving. He survived with absurd tenacity. In a fight with no survival rate, he somehow stayed alive and stood before Meb. His body was so close to death it could already be called a corpse. And yet he was alive. Why was he alive? Why was he still alive with a body that should have died? He was an ordinary human with no special talent. Even the special power he did have lost its shine when compared to servants. That was the extent of his talent. He was not the kind of existence that would stand out on a battlefield like this. And yet why wasn't he dead? Why was he alive? Why was she so irritated? Those eyes, she remembered those eyes. That gaze, saying he would do anything for what he believed in, had been getting on Meb's nerves to death for a while now. Loop, with a body on the verge of death, laughed with a mocking ha-ha. Don't get it. You've already lost. The moment you can't ignore me anymore, that's defeat. Now then, turn around and you'll see him. The Reaper who wants your neck is right there. You think I'd fall for such bluffing? You really are looking down on me. She couldn't sense any presence. It must be a bluff. But Meb looked at the blood flowing from her hand after the pain on her cheek. Loop had shocked her again and again. There was a difference between them so vast it was almost pitiful to compare them. And yet Loop had landed a valid hit on Meb. Especially the last one. If he had possessed proper power, Meb would have been forced to retreat right there. Only because he lacked power was Meb still alive. That fact made Meb wary of the frail Loop. But Loop had said it. The moment she could no longer ignore him, that was defeat. Then was that line also a bluff? No, or maybe he was aiming for exactly that. Truth or bluff, which was it? As Meb stood tense and motionless, whoosh, a familiar presence rode the wind. It was killing intent. She could feel clear killing intent from behind her. She couldn't sense a presence, but hostile killing intent was reaching her. This killing intent was definitely aimed only at Meb. Cold sweat ran down her back, and her thoughts became tangled. Turning around was easy, but she felt caution and resistance toward taking her eyes off Loop in front of her. If she let this man go free, he might somehow pull off something strange yet effective again. That caution made Meb hesitate. Perhaps noticing that hesitation, Loop laughed. Really? Then die for nothing. The Reaper will kill you whether you look or not. At that taunting remark, Meb bound Loop with her whip and yanked him toward her. GHK, Loop couldn't move and was dragged along helplessly. She couldn't understand why she should still be wary of him when he had no strength left to move properly. Humph. If I do this, you can't do anything. No matter who comes behind me, if you're stuck this close, then no matter how much, huh? When she turned around, for an instant she registered nothing there. But that was only for a very short time. Far away, way off in the distance, something came into view. A flame as if burning red flashed into sight for an instant. At the same time, the bound Loop struggled and placed his hand on Meb's thigh. There was no way he had suddenly become enamored with her. What is he doing? She thought, and in that instant Loop shouted. I told you. I'd kill you here. Gander. Crack crack crack. Her body stiffened as if struck by lightning. She was going numb. GHK, she couldn't move completely, but she wasn't fully free either. Loop fell forward as if collapsing, then smiled. But more than that, something burning seemed to be flying toward Meb. Meb understood the situation completely before even confirming what that burning thing was. I can't dodge this. The feeling of certain defeat took over her brain. Asterisk. Quietly, in response to the signal, I deployed my noble phantasm. No matter how many times he opposed it, he always made the same choice. He survived again and again in situations where he should have died, and truly created the chance according to the plan. Even though Meb had already been wary of him halfway through, the fact that he still fought was surely due to his stubbornness. That stubbornness was definitely not the right thing. It was emotional, foolish, and stupid. And yet, at the same time, it was joyful. Yes, Sita was happy. The Rama's mana left in Sita seemed to be saying it was foolish while still happy. His actions, from a human perspective, were idiotic. There was no need to go this far. There were any number of ways to do it. And yet he had done it this way because he wanted to create a situation where Sita kills Meb. That was why he did it. At that fact, Sita smiled faintly. As a person, it was far too happy a thing. But as a servant, it made her smile bitterly that she had no choice but to wait for the signal from far away until her master was in such a state. Still, Loop had surely intended to ask Sita even if he had to use a command spell. That was both embarrassing and, as a servant, absurdly exasperating, and yet it made her happy. She was happy that the one fighting for the human order understood righteousness, understood anger, and was a proper human being. At the final moment, he looked as though he had given up on his own life. And yet he showed a magnificent struggle. Loop did not let hatred consume him and abandon himself. No, perhaps he had given up and let go once. Maybe he had done so in the middle of the fight. But at that final moment, he grabbed hold again. That was something anyone could do, but it was a path no one wanted to walk. To abandon the easy path by his own will. And he had even begun walking it unconsciously. Master, you have my respect. You are still human. Closing the eyes that looked as if they might be swallowed by that hatred, she opened the eyes of a human once more. That was an incredible thing. It was something even gods found difficult. Sita had no memory of being summoned as a servant. She simply had no memory. Somewhere, she may have been summoned to a Holy Grail war. But at least for the Sita here, Loop was her first master. She was grateful for that. She was simply grateful that her first master was Loop. She was happy to be the servant of a master more human than anyone else. He was more devoted than anyone else, and more human than anyone else, and she liked that. He did not spare his own body, but she did not deny the heart that came from a strong sense of duty. He did not have a heart of steel, but he had a flexible heart that adapted to the situation. Even if he looked uneasy, he was surely overcoming it. Even if he overcame it this time, there was no guarantee he would win next time too. The countless trials ahead would drive Loop even harder. She could only hope that Road would be even a little comfortable. At the very least, that was what Sita hoped. Someone like that had to be happy. Someone who empathized with others' feelings, truly understood them, and trusted them with their heart had to be happy. If someone like that didn't become happy, then who would? As a heroic spirit who had become a shadow of the human order, she was proud. She smiled at the human order, whose traces she had left behind, and at the person living in its present. Lord Rama, your eyes were not wrong. You trusted the right person. Because Lord Rama trusted him, I wanted to trust my master too. But not anymore. It is simply my will, my heart, that believes in my master. Watching Loop, who was clutching at someone he could no longer call Rama and crying, she became certain. This person could be trusted. At the same time, she thought he had to be happy. If this was a world where that did not happen, then the world itself was wrong. She did not want to leave it that way. That was why she aimed without hesitation. She thanked Loop from the heart. In return, she would fulfill Loop's request. She would complete the picture Loop wanted. She would make the plan he had laid out succeed. 2 in 1, a curse placed upon only one person transforms two into the same. She poured Rama's origin into this arrow. She poured Sita's anger into this arrow. No, perhaps it would be fine to call it hatred. She would not say only pretty things. This was also Sita's wish. It was something Sita had wanted too. It might have been a wish a servant summoned as Sita should not have wanted. Even so, she had wanted it. And Loop had burned his body, literally, to make it happen. Sita would definitely kill Meb. The same feeling as Loop's was burning inside her. She drew the bowstring, putting gratitude and hatred together as one. And she aimed precisely. Brahma Haradanu Janaka. The noble phantasm carrying every origin flew toward Meb. Asterisk. GHK. Meb was pierced straight through the chest. At the same time, flames erupted from where the arrow had pierced her and began burning her. The huge hole was impossible to believe came from an arrow wound. Meb staggered and coughed up blood. She could not hold on and fell backward. Breathing hard, she looked up. The recovered Loop was looking down at her. Why had Meb lost? No matter how she thought about it, it was strange. There had been something unusual. At the final moment, when he used an attack borrowing Fergus's noble phantasm, there had definitely been something strange. As a servant, she could vaguely tell what it was. It had been a reality marble. But he lacked the mana to even erode the world itself. Its power had been miserable. His body had been left in tatters because of a reality marble that had lasted less than a second. And yet why was Meb losing? No matter how she calculated it, there had been no chance of Meb losing. It was a battle she could not have lost. The fact that Loop had won was absurd. Again, that gaze. She wanted to deny those eyes. She wanted to beat them down completely. Though they had only just met, those familiar eyes, those eyes that did not see any value in Meb, were unbearable. Meb, scattering particles of light as she looked down at him, said to Loop. Why, no. There's no way I lost. To a commoner like you. This is, GHK, impossible. It could have been called a nightmare. It would have been better to lose to another servant. But she had lost to this commoner. That was absurd. In the end, another servant had intervened at the last moment, but the actual battle had been between Loop and Meb alone. And if she could not kill him, then it was Meb's defeat. Because she could not kill him, the result had become Meb's death. Looking down at the shouting Meb, Loop said in a cold voice. I don't care. Hurry up and die, you damn bitch. She stared blankly at those eyes full of hostility. For a split second, that face overlapped with Siyu Chulin's from when he was alive. He had not directly hated Medb, but as an enemy, Siyu Chulin sometimes made that face at her cruel actions. No. There was no way. It couldn't be. To think that such a weakling, with such a filthy and rough face, would remind her of Siyu Chulin. That was unacceptable. What? Medb stood up with a hole still blown through her chest. Loop was shocked by that and fell backward. Just as Loop had no power to kill Medb, Medb had no power to kill Loop. Even knowing that, to be startled by Medb and fall over, to think he resembled such a fragile man. It was nonsense. He didn't resemble him. He didn't resemble him. He absolutely did not resemble him. Her head must have been messed up from the injury. So, she would test it. If Medb's eyes were not mistaken, if he truly had the right to be called a hero by Loop, then he would be able to surpass this. Kugagung, as Medb spread both hands, strange sounds began to ring out around her. What is that? Demon pillars. Demon pillars began appearing all over the landscape. There were many of them. Medb smiled at Loop. Seeing his startled face made her feel quite pleased. To only be able to see that face after losing made her mood strangely better. As she faded away, Medb shouted at Loop. Now then. If you're really the hero, Siyu-chan acknowledged. Surpass this. I've transformed all my remaining Celtic soldiers into demon pillars. Ha 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 ha. If you're truly a hero. If you're a hero who will save the human order, then you can do it, right? Win somehow. Work a miracle. Stack luck upon luck. If you survive even after all this, I'll acknowledge you. Maybe Medb had known from the very first moment they met. That Loop was looking at her with the same eyes as Siyu Chulin. A man who would not become hers, who would appear before her as though it were only natural. And once again, he would not become hers. That was exactly the same. Ah, so that was why it was unpleasant. Even Siyu Chulin, after being heavily modified, never fully became Medb's, and now this Loop that Siyu Chulin was obsessed with was looking at Medb with Siyu Chulin's eyes. That was what Medb could not stand. The moment she saw it, she had realized it unconsciously. Medb spat blood as she vanished and shouted at the bewildered Loop. That you're a hero, I mean. That you're not the kind of man who ends as some mere commoner. This is Queen Medb's challenge to a man who might become a hero. Beat the Queen of Ulster. Rudolph Hawkeye. Whoosh, and with those words, Medb completely retreated. Looking at the place where Medb had vanished, Loop fully grasped the situation and frowned. Medb. You crazy cheese bitch. Chapter 85, North American Myth War, E Pluribus Unum, 24. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You bitch. Come back here. Let me hit you in the head with a block of cheese at least once. Ag. I screamed because my rage wouldn't subside. That woman screwed me over until the very end. What brave warrior. What Queen Medb's challenge. She's practically holding a ritual for my funeral. Siyu Chulin alone is a pain in the ass, but now demon pillars too. Damn it. This is my first time seeing them. Come to think of it, back in Orleans, Marie didn't transform into a demon pillar. In the first place, Gillis de Rice was the one who held the Holy Grail, and Marie only used that grail as a mana resource. Thinking back, if she had transformed into a demon pillar right then and there, it would have been an instant retry. That's because, at that point, Jean, Kyoheim, and I had all reached our limits. And it's not just one or two. Naturally, since the quality of the core is different, they should be weaker than a servant becoming a demon pillar. Even so, they aren't the kind of bastards you can beat easily. There were so many of those crazy things that they dominated the surrounding landscape. Master. Oh, you're here. I feel like popping a bottle of commemorative wine for your revenge, but we don't have a second to spare. I want to jump straight at Siyu Chulin, but if he cooperates with the demon pillars, it's checkmate. A way. There has to be a way. They are numerous, but not overwhelming. Unlike the game, most of the Grail's power is likely being used on Siyu Chulin, and since Medb proceeded by separating her skills, the manifestation speed was probably slow. Furthermore, because we killed all the troops Arjuna had, the numbers weren't that massive, but they weren't at a level we could ignore either. It's not like a demon pillar is some common mob. I have to devise a plan somehow. When the communicator beeped, I hurriedly raised my hand to answer. Master. This is President Edison. Edison. Right. You had the mechanical soldiers, didn't you? Can you see the demon pillars right now? Can't you do something about those things? Humph, the mana readings have far exceeded normal levels. We might be able to buy time using the mechanical soldiers, but to actually defeat them, we need the power of a servant. It might be a bit much for just Madame Helena and me. Can you send a few servants from your side? We don't have any leeway here either. We've been holding out against Cu Chulainn for hours. It's turned into a war of attrition, and since Medb has retired, Cu Chulainn might start moving as a warrior rather than a king. If so, we can't afford to split our forces. No matter how many demon pillars we defeat, if we lose to Cu Chulainn in the end, it's over. But if we can't defeat the demon pillars, that's also the end. I'll curse you for this, Medb. Then how on earth? No, you. Look who it is. Is it not the mediocre man who clings only to direct current? Quum. I heard Edison's roar. Wait, that voice just now. Since it wasn't a direct line to Chaldea, there was no video, but it's him. Alternating current. It's Nikola Tesla. Right, he was here. I had completely forgotten. Can I somehow get him to cooperate? However, the reason cooperation was possible in the game's 5th chapter was solely because a connection had been made in the 4th chapter. I didn't have a shred of connection with him, so I doubted he would help so easily. Well, then I'll just have to make him help. Even if he has no intention of helping, I just need to create a situation where he ends up helping as a result. I'll do what I always do. I'll just flap my gums like usual. That's the only thing I can do right now. Humph. What are you doing showing your face here? I simply happened to cross your path while passing by. It seemed Tesla was right there on the path where Edison and Helena were moving. This situation is more than enough. When I grinned, Sita's eyebrows furrowed. Master, your eyes look like a villain's. Or rather, your expression is that of a villain. No, every time you make that face, you do end up performing some great feat, but honestly, how should I put it? You act in a way that makes the title, Grand Tongue, seem appropriate. Don't give me such weirdly grand nicknames. Besides, what even is a Grand Tongue? I'm just stating the facts. I'm just adding a bit of seasoning called bluffing to it. There's no problem at all. Sita lowered her head with an expression that said, if you say so, I guess that's how it is. Don't make that face. Anyway, meeting Tesla in this situation is a stroke of luck. With Tesla's help, it might be impossible to completely wipe out the demon pillars, but they should be able to block them while we deal with Cu Chulainn. If we're lucky, they might even defeat them all. As I said before, a significant number of troops died when Arjuna's forces were wiped out. Since we also smashed the hideout that produced soldiers on our way here, their numbers won't increase anymore. The dots of my past actions were connecting into a line, creating a possibility for survival. It's not over yet. I must do my best in everything I can. I shouted toward the communicator, where the sounds of bickering could still be heard. Shut up. This isn't the time to fight. Edison. Hurry up and block the demon pillars' advance. If they start cooperating with Cu Chulainn, we're doomed. You have to stop them. Tesla. Since we've met, I'll ask, do you have any intention of cooperating? The master who protects the human order, I have no intention of cooperating with a fool who blindly believes in direct current. Edison, it seems Tesla lacks courage compared to you. He must be afraid to fight the demon pillars. As expected, direct current is the best. Ha ha ha. Master. You certainly know your stuff. Compared to this self-proclaimed genius who doesn't know his place, the master is truly wise. Wait. Who is lacking compared to whom? I cannot let that comment slide. Are you middle schoolers? I retorted inwardly. But I suppose that's what arch-rivals are like. Though, just between us, Mr. Edison. To be honest, to be called an arch-rival, well, aren't you falling behind in many ways? Frankly, I think alternating current is better than direct current. But I won't say that here. That wasn't what was important right now. I deliberately spoke with feigned innocence. Oh. Was I wrong? I just thought you were running away because you were scared that fighting alongside Edison would expose the inferiority of alternating current. Well, fine. You must have your reasons. It can't be helped. It can't be helped. Edison is confident in taking down the demon pillars, but it seems Tesla isn't. Oh well. Then please, be on your way. Wait. You're saying I am weaker than this mediocre man. Is that what you're saying right now? Ha ha ha. Don't you understand it well? The master has literally spoken the truth. Those were words worthy of being called a sage. Ha ha ha. How foolish. You are foolish, human of the modern era from Chaldea. That thought is wrong. I am stronger, wiser, and more magnificent than such a fellow. You only say that because you have yet to see me. But it's not very convincing coming from someone who won't even fight because they're scared of demon pillars. No. You said you had your reasons, right? Sure. It can't be helped. Our Edison will work hard even without you. So, Mr. Alternating Current, you can leave now. Ah, were you actually scared of losing to Edison rather than the demon pillars? Fine. I, Nikola Tesla, shall cooperate. And I shall make you acknowledge it. Human of the modern era. That alternating current is superior to direct current. That Nikola Tesla is greater than a sham like Edison. You mediocre fool. Lead the way. I shall slay more of those demon pillars to prove the value of alternating current to this modern human. Is that a challenge? Fine. I am someone who is expected of by the master, a human of the modern era. I cannot lose. I shall supplement your lacking techniques. Then, the sound of them growling at each other came through. Good. That completes the set. Static after a bit of noise from the communicator, a woman's voice was heard. It was Helena. Helena laughed a bit playfully and spoke. You have a good grasp of a person's value, heart, and priorities, don't you? Well done, master. I'd want to stroke your head if I were next to you. I'd appreciate it if you did that after this is over. More importantly, it'll be tough for you too, but please hold out somehow. It would be best if you could wipe out the demon pillars, but that might be asking too much. So just hold them off no matter what. Got it. What are you talking about? You're about to jump into a place far worse than ours. Dragging that fragile body that isn't even a servant. You're going to create a miracle. So, we servants must create a miracle as the shadows of the human order. Helena said so in a gentle voice. Oh, that's pretty cool. This is why I can't stop being a heroic spirit geek. Still, it's true that our combat power is lacking. If only Li Shuwen were here, but I have no idea where he is or what he's doing. In the first place, the singularity I'm in isn't necessarily the same as the one in the game. If so, there was a possibility that Li Shuwen, who should have been summoned, wasn't summoned due to a butterfly effect caused by my actions. After all, Finn Mac Cumhale, who should have been summoned, wasn't there either, right? But I don't think D'Armwood would have stayed quiet if he had just been dismissed. Whatever, let's not think about complicated things right now. What mattered was the meaning of Helena's words. Trust us. Or rather, there was a phrase more suited for this situation, wasn't there? Leave this to us and go on ahead. Is that what I should say, Master? Honestly, every single heroic spirit is just so cool. Then, as a master, I'll give a cruel, difficult, Magus-like order. Let's see each other alive after the victory. Haha, seriously. What a difficult order, I wish you luck. Click. The communication cut off. Now, I leave the demon pillars to them. No, I trust them. I trust that those three will manage somehow. If they fail, it's not their fault. It's my fault for making an easy judgment. That's what it means to be a master. They are all great and wonderful servants, people who have run through their own stories with everything they had. People like that can even create miracles. But if they lose even with the power to create miracles, then it's just a fool who can't create miracles grandly trolling them. I fiddled with my hair and checked the distance. It's quite far. I don't know when Siyu Chulin might activate his noble phantasm and annihilate the other side. I wasted too much time on Medb. The director is holding out, but against Siyu Chulin who has become a warrior, she might be in danger. If you ask if it's not dangerous for me to go, that wasn't it either, but at least the aggro would be pulled toward me. My very existence was practically an aggro button for Siyu Chulin. It's finally the end. You damn old hag. Thump. She grabbed me just like that and gave me another shoulder throw. Gah. This damn woman. She's doing this knowing my physical condition, right? I realized the horror of getting used to this and immediately straightened my body. Then I approached Scathack and held up the necklace. What is this? Suddenly a black slash-like thing went whoosh. What is it? What the hell is it? It is a fragment of a reality marble. Your reality marble is particularly susceptible to psychological and mental states, so I carved a rune for that purpose. With that, your reality marble, which is heavily layered mentally, should have been particularly easy to deploy, or so it was supposed to be, but to think you would fail. You have even less talent than I imagined. To think you merely have the aptitude for a reality marble. The phrase, pearls before swine, must have been coined for moments like this. Hey, why are you trying to finish off someone who's already half dead? Come to think of it, the director had said something similar. That having the aptitude for a reality marble doesn't necessarily mean one has talent. Simply put, even a great magus often cannot use a reality marble because it requires an innate aptitude. In particular, the type that infiltrates an alien world often depends on innate aptitude. They say the environment one lived in sometimes determines the mental landscape, but even if one changes and determines that landscape, it's meaningless if they don't have the aptitude for a reality marble in the end. But conversely, there were cases where a truly mediocre magus like me was born with the aptitude for a reality marble. In an extreme example, even if Fujimaru Ritsuka from the game had the aptitude for a reality marble, he wouldn't be able to use it. Because he's an ordinary person with no mana and absolutely no magecraft talent. I, at least, was a borderline magus who could use magecraft, and it was possible because I was receiving various forms of support. Even that was only possible because there was a basic foundation to start with. That's why StatHack evaluated me as merely having the aptitude. I lacked the actual talent that mattered. To put it in FGO gacha terms, it was like having a reality marble aptitude rate up banner always active, but having no Saint Quartz called talent and no way to obtain it. So, what will you do? Do you intend to go to CU Chulin? I have said I would help, so I intend to participate in the battle. StatHack, you watch from behind. If you and I participate at the same time, CU Chulin's alertness will skyrocket. No matter how much his memories were modified by Medb, his wariness toward you will be immense. He'll probably be more wary of you than any other servant summoned in this America. Even more than the great Indian hero duo. I have a plan, let's see. I quietly conveyed the plan to StatHack. StatHack, listening to the plan, gave a dry, reaction. But Sita, who was listening beside us, gave a violent reaction. What? She quickly approached me and shouted. You can't. It's too dangerous. Your life, master. That's already meaningless the moment we fight CU Chulin. Are you worried about me? Isn't that obvious? If you die, it's over. No, I'm not worried because you're the master. I'm worried because it's you. Master, your body is not a tool. Please keep that fact in mind. Sita told me so with a face that looked like she was about to cry. I'm loved by many people. That's how it felt. It wasn't a bad feeling. But what I had to do didn't change. What I do is always the same. It's changing the path. Everyone is walking into a path toward victory. I will deny any path toward defeat. I will crush any path toward failure. If it's a fate that forces us to go there, I'll file a complaint against that fate as many times as it takes. If that is your thought, I shall follow it. However, the success rate is low. Will you still do it? I wonder if there was ever a time my plan had a high success rate while clearing singularities. Don't worry, I'm not going there to die. I'm not going there to turn my body into a rag either. I'm going to grasp victory. I'm going to grasp the star that holds the light of victory. Then let's head out. First, we have to go fast. Sizzle. I used transmutation magecraft to create something from my memory. Huh. Sita watched blankly. I think it looked something like this, but I don't remember the details. Then I grabbed the end and adjusted the direction. If we fly like this, we'll get there properly. There's no mana boost, but we have StatHack here. It'll work out somehow. I climbed onto what I had made and said. Sita. Come on. Wait a minute. What is this? This. A bow, no, is it a crossbow? It's quite large and similar to my noble phantasm. Why are you climbing onto it so naturally? There's no time. This is the GOL den way of moving. It's a method a certain servant taught me. Isn't it golden? Go, golden. Sita climbed on, looking dumbfounded. How do we land? I didn't think about that, but it'll work out. If all else fails, I trust Sita to land us safely. StatHack stood behind the golden crossbow with interest and said. This is quite splendid. I like it. Very well. I, StatHack, shall launch you to where CU Chulin is. Wait a minute. This is strange no matter how I think about it. This won't do. You're going to fly through the sky. And with such a primitive tool. This is foolish. Even if it takes a bit of time, let's go with the Master's mystic code. So she says. It certainly lacks stability. What will you do? It doesn't matter, do it. StatHack smiled with a heh and exhaled magical energy. Sita's expression crumpled. I was like that at first too. How nostalgic. The problem is that I'm still like that now. Ah, this is terrifyingly nerve-wracking. I'm scared. Snap. At the same time StatHack cut the string, twang. We flew into the void. Aowag. A scream flowed from my mouth. Come to think of it, this time we're just flying through the sky without even a board. Back then, it was relatively comfortable because there was also the magical beast Golden Kentoki brought. Master. I've thought about it some more, and no matter how I look at it, this is something only an eccentric would do. What are you saying? This is the finishing golden move. Now that I think about it, the master was something like an eccentric. Hey, why is the conversation going that way? By the time I thought the flow of consciousness was strange, human silhouettes began to appear. Good. Sita. Yes. Landing, please. Wait a minute, don't tell me. You didn't think about the landing. Ah, back then, the magical beast landed for me. Haha. When I laughed as if I'd lost my mind, Sita shouted. I stand corrected. You're not something like an eccentric, master, you are an eccentric. You don't have to correct yourself. More importantly, the landing. Landy thawing. Olga Marie found it difficult to breathe. Her physical condition wasn't that bad yet. It might be wrong for Olga Marie, who joined halfway, to say such things. Olga Marie had underestimated the battlefield. Even though she had lived as a magus, Olga Marie was not used to this kind of murderous slaughter. Killing intent burned hotly, and hostility vibrated in the air. Okita and Kyoheim, who used to exchange banter with Rudolph in Chaldea, were currently bloodied and barely clinging to life. One could say they were doing well just by maintaining themselves without being dismissed in the situation. Surely, the promise they made with Rudolph was keeping them fighting. Rudolph will definitely return. He will return to this place and bring victory. He will show such a miracle. They believed that and held out. It was the same for Olga Marie. She hated herself for leaning on him, who was so fragile. He seemed magnificent to her, moving forward while ruining his own body even though his conditions were worse than hers. Rudolph says that Olga Marie, who runs forward endlessly, is magnificent. But that's not it. She hesitates with every step and wants to cry every time she moves forward. That's why, seeing Rudolph now, it felt like Olga Marie should be the one saying those words. With every step he takes, a bloody footprint remains. He walks alone on a dark, invisible, painful path. I don't want to let him go alone. I must not let him go alone. That's why I fight alongside him. I'm bored. Siyu Chulian said as he corrected his posture. Everyone was panting and covered in blood. Their stamina, mental strength, and mana were no longer normal. As if to prove it, the sun was setting. It had only been 2 days since they arrived at the singularity, but it felt like countless things had happened in that time. Bizarre pillar-like things were floating around, but now was not the time to worry about them. She would surely receive a plausible explanation later. What Olga Marie could do now was hold out somehow until Rudolph arrived without letting anyone be dismissed. Olga Marie's body might have higher master aptitude, but as a master, Rudolph was more competent. Experience could not be ignored either. There was no meaning once Med was dismissed. However, I fought with the intention of waiting for the brat, and I have waited long enough. Now, I shall kill you all. Until the commander arrives, not a single servant here will die. No one will be dismissed. Even if it means killing you, I will keep those words. I cannot let the words of someone who staked their life be turned into a lie. Is there any reason for me to care about such circumstances? Now, welcome the brat with the remnants of your mana. Boom. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. Thick smoke rose in the vicinity. Siyu Chulian wore a blank expression for a moment, then let out a laugh he hadn't shown even once until now. That laugh, which looked almost pleasant, was closer to the Siyu Chulian who manifested as a caster in Fuyuki than the Mad King. Whoosh. Flames flickered within the smoke. The bloodied servants also laughed as if they understood what had come. He, who had no power, who could not land a single effective hit, who was half dead, seemed like a miracle. He always shone with hope. It was as if just by arriving here, he would change the atmosphere. Ah. Olga Marie etched that slowly appearing back into her eyes. Hope has arrived here. Such a thought was etched inside Olga Marie. And she realized. I see. To the point where she couldn't even deny it, she had no choice but to affirm it the moment she realized. That back was a hero, a miracle, and hope. She thought that Rudolph, who could do nothing, was the most suitable person for this situation where nothing could be done. Fire. Brahma Haradanu Janaka, the unparalleled bow that pierces and reminisces. Boom. As soon as they arrived, she fired, making a direct hit on Siyu Chulian. Crash. Siyu Chulian was sent flying far away, then he caught the arrow, crushed it with force, and stopped. However, he was pierced quite deeply, and it seemed the landscape on the other side was visible through the hole. It was pierced almost to the point of penetration, but it was being restored immediately. However, the impact was definitely there, and he bled. Haha, Siyu Chulian stood up pleasantly and spoke. You've come. Brat. You arrived at a miraculous timing. Don't you think so? Haha. I have someone like a god of timing attached to me. In both a good and bad sense, that god works quite hard. Killing Med first was a mistake. I thought you would have known that, but was I mistaken? Was I expecting too much? Normally, he should have killed Siyu Chulin first. He should have killed him while Siyu Chulin was fighting as a king. If he had, things might have been solved easily. Even that was highly difficult, but at least the difficulty was lower than it was now. Killing Medb as a priority was purely an impulsive emotion. He just happened to see Medb on his way to Siyu Chulin. If he hadn't seen her, he might have tried to deal with Siyu Chulin first. According to efficiency and reason, he might have done so. Therefore, that emotional choice ended up strangling Rudolph's neck. Nevertheless, Rudolph stood and smiled as he looked Siyu Chulin straight in the eye. I lost once, to you, Caster bro. I was completely broken and tried to throw away my heart. No, I did throw it away. Even if it's a heart I picked back up, my heart still has the memory of being overwhelmed. I have the memory of defeat. I have the memory of yielding and despairing. That's right. I've come to defeat you as a warrior. If I can't defeat you here, I'll just despair again at a similar wall. I must win here. Against you, who isn't a king, but a warrior. Against you, who made me yield. I will win here. Rudolph took a deep breath and said with a smile. Here I come, Mad King. I hope you're ready to lose. Ha, ha ha ha. That's more like it. That's the man who was my master. Don't be bound by things like win rates. Don't yield to the enemy's strength. Don't look away, look forward. Endure your trembling body and charge. That is the man Rudolph Hawkeye, who was my master and whom I acknowledged as a comrade in arms. Surpass me with that incompetence and powerlessness. Gripping his demonic spear tightly, Siyu Chulin spoke even louder. Come. Guardian of the human order. I, Mad King Siyu Chulin, shall become the enemy of the human order in your trial here. Defeat me, use me as a stepping stone, and move forward. If you can, that is. That's why. I've come this far. Chapter 86, North American Myth War, E Pluribus Unum, 25. No matter how cool the entrance, nothing changes. The situation didn't change. Even if they hadn't been forced out, that only meant they hadn't been forced out yet. Everyone was still exhausted. They were panting, bleeding, and even invisible wounds were forming inside them. From here on, Siyu Chulin would be fighting as a warrior, and every strike he made was heavy enough to end things in one blow. For a servant, that meant being forced out. For me, it meant death. Either way, by the time we'd made it this far, our stamina was already overwhelmingly against us. It was nothing like Siyu Chulin, who always received magical energy support from the Holy Grail. So I had to somehow force a quick conclusion and carry out a plan that put everything on the line. The fact that Okita hadn't been forced out was a real blessing. Scatter in all directions. And charge in. At your own timing. When I shouted that, everyone moved. Siyu Chulin looked at me with a sly smile. He was looking at me with the heroes who had overcome hardship again and again behind him. Then that was fine. Even if I didn't need to move my mouth and say a damn thing, if my mere existence made him look at me instead, that was better. My stamina, magical energy, and mental strength were all at their limit. In a short time, with a single move, I would gamble everything I had prepared so far. I would surpass the short time I'd spent in America, the time while my soul had been wearing away. I would win here. Here. Right here, I would win against Siyu Chulin. Commander. The vice commander came over to me. He was badly wounded too. Everyone had suffered because of my incompetence. They believed I would come, believed I would assemble the pieces and seize victory, and to keep their promise, none of them had been forced out. They had held on. Then I had to carve out a path to victory. I had to do it now, here, myself. I looked at the vice commander and gave a faint smile. Seeing that smile, he said, I have obeyed your orders. Now then, let us see the light you have brought. Don't expect too much. It's not that impressive. It's just my usual self, with a ton of gambling involved. As we charged in, Siyu Chulin rolled his eyes and checked the servants. As Karna closed in, arrows flew at the same time. He knocked the arrows away with his tail and clashed weapons with Karna. Boom. Karna was forced back. Damn it. Swish. 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 I tied threads around Siyu Chulin's arms and legs like I was binding him down. Then the vice commander beside me immediately grabbed those threads and pulled. With servant-level strength pulling on them, Siyu Chulin grimaced and tore the threads apart. The legs were still bound, though. But that only slowed him a little. No matter how long that might be in the realm of masters, it was still far too short. I needed more time. Loop. Director. D, don't come closer. If you stay by my side, you might really die. You think I'm scared of that now? Move. Ha. The director placed a hand on the threads I had used. With a hum, light rippled, and that light reached Siyu Chulin's legs. TSSSK, Siyu Chulin grimaced and staggered. As if he'd been hit by Gander, Siyu Chulin turned his gaze and looked at the director. The director, who had only been standing there, was now being recognized by Siyu Chulin. How did she do that? Siyu Chulin's movements had slowed. You must have forgotten because the design is different, but this is a Chaldea mystic code too. Anything you can do with a mystic code, I can do too. No, but how? Ah, I realized it then. My threads were ultimately made of magical energy. So she had grabbed them and, from a distance, flowed magical energy through them to activate Gander. Ah. How did she do that? I can't do that. My threads could be used like that. They could carry magical energy. Why was she using a method even the original user couldn't pull off so naturally? Damn it, was this the difference in talent? No. Well. I already knew that. As long as we won, that was enough. A beastly cry rang out. Geronimo, already missing one arm, charged in. Chaco Desenaria, one who creates the earth. If I remembered correctly, Geronimo's noble phantasm also had the effect of amplifying our side's strength. Siyu Chulin clenched his teeth and moved. He'd been hit by Gander and still moved. Even if it was a ranged Gander, if the director fired it, the effect should have been close to the original. He really was insane. Crack. He threw his spear and, together with Coyote, pierced Geronimo. Guh. Geronimo coughed blood and looked at me. He looked like he had finished what he came to do. He had used his noble phantasm to raise our strength, even if only a little. That was the duty Geronimo had accepted as his own. There is no hope. I will not give it to you. I will crush everything with overwhelming power. Not a single thing left standing. Thwack. Without hesitation, I hurled the spear straight at Arjuna. Arjuna had been aiming at Siyu Chulin with his arrows, and he seemed startled when the spear suddenly came flying toward him. Whoosh. Before it could reach Arjuna, someone stepped in and blocked it with their own body. Guh. It was Billy the Kid. With the extremely realistic, efficient logic that saving Arjuna had a higher chance of keeping him alive than saving himself, he threw himself in the way. Siyu Chulin clicked his tongue at the sight. I couldn't let the servants keep drawing his aggro. 2 of them were forced out in an instant. I charged straight in. Seeing me rush at him, Siyu Chulin made his spear shine. Wickerman. Fake out. He made the spear shine, then suddenly used Wickerman rumble. A huge wooden effigy appeared in front of me as I charged. It reached out to grab me. This was a real surprise. Should I use a command spell? If things went as planned, I'd still have one left over. I had to use it now. I had considered the possibility of him going straight for a noble phantasm, but I never expected him to come with Wickerman instead of Guy Balg. Thud. Someone grabbed my body as I was being pushed back. Slash. 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 The thorns that burst out from Wickerman pierced that servant. For the finger you broke. I'll do my job properly before I go. Beowulf. Debts. Favors. They all have to be repaid with interest. Use Beowulf's corpse as your road, master. Grendel Buster, primal struggle. Crash. He punched away the Wickerman that had put a hole through his own body. As he fell back, he smashed down on the Wickerman's head, which was wreathed in flames, and charged at Siyu Chulin. A body that was bleeding out, a body that was already dying, had to be forced out. I watched his back. He was charging in without hesitation, even destroying his own weapon. He was running for a promise that didn't need to be kept, for a story that could be over with a simple "I forgot." Then I'd better do everything I can. You bow of origin. The arrow embedded in the ground created a green tree. Siyu Chulin frowned the moment he saw it. After Robin, Nero stepped forward next. Regnum Celorum et Gehenna, my stacked heaven. Reveal the supreme light here. Estis Domus Aurea, golden theater of the dazzling night. With the simultaneous debuffs from you bow of origin, and Estis Domus Aurea, golden theater of the dazzling night, Siyu Chulin grimaced. Nero didn't stop there, she drew her sword and charged from a different angle than Beowulf. And in the fading light of the sun, a starlight glimmer flashed. There was a woman riding something like a horse in midair. Bellerophon, reins of the heavenly horse. She dove down at Siyu Chulin like a vertical plunge. Beowulf from the front, Nero from behind, Medusa from above. All 3 charged at once. But Siyu Chulin was suspiciously calm. Suspiciously quiet, and eerily composed. Even while clashing with 3 noble phantasms that could never be underestimated, he wore a face that showed no fear. Even with every kind of debuff piled on him, he was silent. He aimed his spear first at Medusa, who was descending with Bellerophon reins of the heavenly horse. Stir, demonic spear of the battlefield. Gibalg, barbed spear that pierces with death. With complete indifference, as if he were simply throwing a spear, he hurled his noble phantasm. Boom. After colliding in midair, Medusa was torn apart and flung away. TCH, Nero grit her teeth and charged in. Pax Caelestis, Rose of the Star Riding finale. Beautiful, and splendid. That is all. Slash. Before Nero's sword could land, Nero herself was pierced by the spear first. Without hesitation, Cu Chulainn swung the spear through Nero's impaled body and hurled her toward Beowulf. What the? Beowulf was thrown off by the sudden sight of Nero flying at him while still impaled, and his movement slowed for an instant. Slash. Without hesitation, Cu Chulainn drove the spear into Beowulf's heart. Thud. Even as he was being pierced, Beowulf swung a fist into Cu Chulainn's face. Oh. Cu Chulainn looked a little surprised, then used his tail to finish piercing Beowulf's abdomen. He tossed Beowulf aside as if he were worthless. Not yet. Not yet. It wasn't finished yet. Damn it. What do I do? Even if I charge in, I can't do anything. What should I? Thud. Nero and Beowulf, both impaled, grabbed Cu Chulainn's arms almost at the same time. Beowulf didn't stop there, he also locked Cu Chulainn's tail against his abdomen. As he was shoved forward like that, Cu Chulainn looked puzzled. He couldn't understand what they were doing. I was the only one who could. Nero shouted, "Do it. Master. Show this Rose Emperor your struggle to survive. Okita. Leave it to me." Whoosh. Breaking through the smoke, Okita, who had been waiting until now, charged in. Stab him. I can stab him. Right now. The moment Cu Chulainn saw Okita, he frowned. He'd seen the form that had stabbed Arjuna, and from fighting Okita he would have figured out that it was Okita who had done that to Arjuna. He'd probably concluded that it wasn't possible with Okita's normal attacks, and that she must have used something like a noble phantasm. He would understand that Okita was now trying to use the same noble phantasm she had used on Arjuna. Cu Chulainn frowned and shouted, "Even if weaklings join forces, they still won't reach me. Do you think you can win just by wounding me? Kid. You can't possibly not know my strength." I know, and that's why I chose this path. And weaklings. You're the one who's going to lose to those weak servants. They're not weak. They're strong. Stronger than anyone. The servants who made a contract with me, who made promises with me, who believe in me, I believe in them too. I believe they're the best servants. No matter what enemy they face. Even if it's a great hero who has gained every possible chance through the power of the Holy Grail. I'll believe they're the best servants who can win. Forever. The one who will bring you down is the weak servants you're talking about right here and now. Okita charged in, her eyes widening for a moment before she smiled. She tightened her grip on her sword and ran. Wickerman. She pierced through the tree rising from the ground and kept charging. She didn't care as the thorns stabbed into her body, or as the flames burned her. She kept charging. She accelerated more and more, becoming sharper and sharper. With a speed that didn't seem possible for a body that was already dying, a body that should have been forced out by now, Okita charged in. Just as Wickerman moved to block her directly, Kyoheim transformed into a dragon and charged, binding Wickerman in place. Even if the fire couldn't deal much damage to Kyoheim, it didn't mean it dealt none at all, and the thorns would pierce her skin. Cu Chulainn saw that and shouted with all his strength, "You think you can stop me with this?" Karuid Koinchin crushing fangs of the beast of death. His exoskeleton materialized and fitted onto his body like armor. Slash. Slash. At the same time, Nero and Beowulf were deeply cut. Wearing that offensive bone armor, Cu Chulainn instead charged at Okita. He knew where she was charging to. Even if he couldn't read her speed, he would think it didn't matter. Cu Chulainn grabbed his spear and threw it at the still charging Okita. Gibalg, spear that pierces and slays death. What? The moment he threw it, the vice commander cut in. It was time for the next move, the puzzle was coming together. 2 steps left until checkmate. I wouldn't let everyone's sacrifices go to waste. Everyone had thrown their lives onto my plan. I wasn't going to spout nonsense about how I hadn't built this plan on the assumption that they would die. If they survived, that would have been amazing, but fundamentally I had expected them to be forced out, retired, in other words. Even so, I had made the plan. They had even called me stupid, worrying about me instead. And yet they followed me. And yet they didn't complain. And yet they didn't betray me even after coming this far. I already knew the odds of success were low. I had already left countless people behind. Nightingale pledge, I remove all that is poisonous and harmful. Rumble. The spear was being nullified right there on the spot. And within the vice commander's noble phantasm range, Okita charged in. Mumio Sandanzuki. Slash. Slash. Siyu Chulian would have understood where Okita was stabbing. She stabbed at the heart area, close to the spirit core. That put us one step from checkmate. We were almost there. Okita had done more than enough. I thought her role ended there. I thought it was enough. Spears burst out from all over Okita's body. And in that state, Okita did not let go of her sword, she simply raised it and struck upward. SSHHHHK. A massive spray of blood burst out like a fountain, and Siyu Chulian threw Okita away as if fleeing from her. Okita, scattering particles of light, looked at me with a surprised face. The moment she was pierced, it was over. I know that pain. You can't do anything, can't think of anything. I gave an awkward laugh. To make the plan even more perfect, to improve its efficiency by even a little, Okita moved in that state. Okita calls herself nothing more than a killer, but she is still a heroic spirit. She was incredible. At the same time, an arrow flew in and buried itself in Siyu Chulian's shoulder. Boom. A green explosion erupted from inside Siyu Chulian. TCH. The stone Siyu Chulian kicked flew straight through Robin's abdomen and sent him flying. Maybe that wasn't necessary. But they were trying to make my thoughts, my plan, into something that was right. The heroic spirits believed in modern humans. And modern humans believed in the heroic spirits. That was why we would win. We had to win here. If we lost here, everything would be over. Everything inside me was telling me that it would all end here. Siyu Chulian frowned and looked at me. He judged me as a threat. I was threatening him in sequence. Siyu Chulian decided that next I would use Karna and Arjuna, and he looked at me while gripping his spear. Of course, if he let me use a plan involving Karna and Arjuna as they were, he might lose. So Siyu Chulian chose to kill me for the sake of victory. That was a king of madness's way of acting, focused only on me. If this had been the Lancer or caster Siyu Chulian, he might not have made that choice. But if he was the Mad King, he would definitely target me. The modifications had instead awakened the part that hadn't been modified. No matter how much you wound me, wounds that can't kill me are meaningless. Now then, you two come onto the stage. Kid. Gi-Balg barbed spear that pierces with death. He threw the spear at me, still with my head lowered and no response. You threw it, huh? I thought, smiling, and Siyu Chulian looked puzzled. And at the same time, two heroes stepped in front of me. Ah, I knew it. I knew it. I believed that the moment the servant suddenly became threats, he would absolutely target me. And he'd do it while using a noble phantasm. A noble phantasm is a servant's greatest weapon. You could call it a reversal weapon. But at the same time, there's no moment more full of openings than the instant you use one. But the reason he targeted me so directly was thanks to Okita. Okita had dealt Siyu Chulian damage he couldn't ignore. She had caused bleeding. This situation was made of everyone's blood. This puzzle piece. I'll fit it together no matter what. I won't let it go to waste. I'll win, and win, and win, and win. I never thought I'd face an enemy like you one day. Standing right beside Karna, Arjuna murmured those words. The relationship between those two was hard to put into words. Maybe it was complicated, maybe it was the kind of relationship that couldn't be properly expressed no matter how you tried. Arjuna said that with complicated feelings. Then Karna looked at him and said, "The same goes for me, Arjuna. And yet, I am glad simply to stand here and fight an enemy like this with you. I am so glad to stand here once more as a blessed hero, Arjuna. I am not a blessed hero. I'm just a simple man who wants to settle things with you. That is precisely what I desire as well. Once this battle is over, I will face you whenever you wish. So until then, remain in this America, Arjuna. Don't say something you already know. Come, Karna." Fwoosh. Fwoosh. At the same time, flames burst forth. They were flames that could be called a concept. They seemed as if they would burn away anything and everything. Those two noble phantasms moved for a single enemy, for a single attack. I had recalled this scene the moment I was revived. But making that path was no easy task. We walked on. The final step toward checkmate was taking shape. O Surya, look down upon us. Divine domain expansion. Space fixation. The heroes who were fated never to look in the same direction, that was Karna and Arjuna. If they were summoned to the same place, they would surely fight. It was almost like a psychological chain of curses, like Rama and Sita being unable to meet each other. But right here, right now, they were trying to bring down the same enemy with the same heart. The sense of justice left in their chests was shouting, "Protect the human order." And perhaps more than that, they were thinking about the battle that would come after this one ended. If there was one thing those two opposite people shared, it was the desire to fight again. This time for a true match, this time for a real victory or defeat. This time I won't lose, this time I'll do it properly. Those feelings made Karna and Arjuna stand on the same side. To fight each other, they placed each other on the same side. It was a truly heroic, ridiculous reason. Now that there is no more remorse on the battlefield, my father, forgive me. Basaki Shakti. Divine punishment execution period set. All approved. I will sever your life here with Shiva's wrath. Red light and blue light flickered in my vision at the same time. They shouted toward the spear that was coming almost right up to our faces, tearing apart everything it touched, even space itself. Vasvi Shakti, son, submit to death. Pashupata, hand of the god of destruction. Kuuwan. A violent storm erupted. But no matter how much Cu Chulin's noble phantasm had been strengthened, it still wasn't enough to block both heroes at once. As he began to be pushed back, Cu Chulin grabbed his spear again with the hand that had not yet been restored. That insane bastard again. Gi-Balg, barbed spear that pierces with death. What kind of noble phantasm combo is this, 1+1? With one more attack added to the one that had been pushing us back, the balance held on by a thread. If not now, then when would I use it? I reached out and shouted, by the simultaneous use of two command spells, I order you. Karna. Arjuna. Push Thruff. The light of the Star of Victory was beginning to show. For checkmate, I reached out and took hold of the piece. We had come this far. We had really come this far. Even the servants I had never properly bonded with or spoken to believed in me. They believed until the end. So I will. Thud. Someone grabbed me. When I turned around, it was Medusa. You still don't care about your own life. This is the danger zone. Medusa, with nearly half her upper body blown away, grabbed me and yanked me back. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The place where I had been standing began to burn as well. No, was it being annihilated? I couldn't even find the right word for it. Damn it. I'm still in bad shape. If this drags on too long, the one at a magical energy disadvantage is us. Should I use my last command spell? No. If we get pushed back here, it's game over. Burn. I'll burn everything I have if that's what it takes to win here. Repeat. Gi, pierce and slash. One more. His arm was already a mess, so how? Cu Chulin was holding Gi-Balg with his other arm. Instead of the arm that hadn't been restored yet, he was trying to throw it with the arm that was still intact. I felt like my mind was about to snap. He was throwing with full force, enough to make his body collapse, 3 times in a row. Even if he were a divine spirit instead of a heroic spirit, anyone would say, that guy's insane. Was I worth that much to him? That much? Damn it. What do I do? Even if I use a command spell, 3 times in a row is dangerous. I have to stop that noble phantasm somehow. Crack. Whoosh. Something pierced Cu Chulin's arm and burned it. Cu Chulin and I both turned around. It was Sita. I hadn't prepared this, but perfect timing. Even Cu Chulin couldn't, with that arm. Now then. This is the struggle of the evil, arrogant tyrant king. Rudolph Hawkeye. Bleeding, she moved her burning arm. I went blank. She was moving that arm. Even though it was still burning in real time and the fire was spreading toward her body, she was still moving it. Before Sita could prepare another noble phantasm, Cu Chulin took a javelin throwing stance. He's throwing it. For real. With that arm. That arm looks like it's about to be torn off. He's using a noble phantasm with that arm. I gasped for breath. Karna and Arjuna were already going all out. Another command spell. Who should I use it on? Should I use it on both of them at once? Or only one of them? Even if I do, can it work? Can I stop him? I have to stop him, if I can't stop him here. Whoosh. Blue flames swept over Cu Chulin. Kyoheim, fading away in a shimmer of light, was spewing flames. Cu Chulin looked briefly surprised, but since the impact didn't seem that great, he looked ready to ignore it and attack anyway. Cu Chulin and I should have realized it. We should have understood the meaning of the Golden Theater still standing, still holding on. Make it flashy. Make it extravagant. Shout so loudly that you truly destroy everything. Nero, with nearly half her upper body cut away, charged in while shouting with a blood-filled voice. Pax Caelestis, Rose of the Star Riding Finale. SSHHK. She cut off Cu Chulin's burning arm and, at the same time, collapsed forward. Nero then looked at me. She was telling me to do it. She was telling me not to worry about her. Don't survive in order to win. Win in order to survive. By command spell, I order you again. Smash him to pieces. Ha. Ha. Crack. I heard something break. And then light spread. Kaboom. The explosion dominated that place. My broken consciousness returned. Olga Marie sat up. Then she immediately took in the situation. Ah. Why am I this unharmed? She had been caught in the explosion. She had thought she was going to die. And yet, somehow, she was surprisingly fine. When Olga Marie looked ahead, Nightingale, badly burned, was panting and coughing up blood. Had she protected Olga Marie? At that thought, Olga Marie quickly approached and cast Magecraft to treat her. Why did you save me? It would have been better to save Loop instead. Even with the enormous difference in talent between a genius and a mediocre person, in this battlefield it would have been better for Loop to survive. Olga Marie's body was not normal right now. She had somehow anchored her soul, but because it had been made in such a hurry, it was full of holes. It was a defective body that hurt just to use Magecraft. Da Vinci had told her there would be defects, but even using magical energy caused pain. Even now, both of Olga Marie's arms were throbbing. Nightingale, lying on the ground, said in a somewhat calm tone, I was merely carrying out the commander's orders. To prioritize your life in an emergency. That idiot. In this battlefield, Loop had more value than Olga Marie. Had she not understood that? Olga Marie looked around. The terrain had become a complete mess, the landscape itself transformed. The flat ground had become like a canyon, with rocks around them rising, eroding, falling, and twisting out of shape. The result of the servants' noble phantasms colliding was nothing short of disastrous. No matter how great Siyu Chulin was, he couldn't have come through that explosion unscathed. Even before the explosion, one arm had been a wreck, the other had been slashed off. And then Okita had stabbed him near the spirit core and cut into his shoulder as well. He had taken a lot of damage. He might not have been forced out yet, but there was no way his body was still fit for battle, or so she thought. No way. How? Siyu Chulin stood there, his exoskeleton falling apart. He looked at Olga Marie with glowing red eyes. By chance, they were in a place where they could see each other. The killing intent that froze her to the bone was the same killing intent Loop had been enduring all this time. She felt respect for that, and at the same time breathing became terribly difficult. Right now, Siyu Chulin's killing intent was focused only on Olga Marie. Siyu Chulin let out a deep breath and said, the kid's woman, is it? You may be special to the kid, but to me you're worth nothing. Die. He kicked a stone from the ground, not even a spear. Nightingale tried to rise, but 2/3 of her body was already gone. There was no way she could move. It flew straight toward Olga Marie's head. Before she even thought she needed to activate Magecraft, it was already right in front of her. She would die here. She would die without being able to do anything. But would she at least be acknowledged before she died? Acknowledged by Loop before she died? What a stupid thought. She couldn't die here. She knew her death wouldn't end with her death alone. Loop would definitely blame himself for Olga Marie's death. She knew by now that he was that kind of person. I can't die here. Bang. Crack. Loop cut in. He shoved the stone away with his prosthetic arm. Crack 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 crack. Loop's prosthetic arm, which had already reached its limit, was completely shattered. Blood was pouring from his head, as if it had burst open. His eyes held nothing but excitement he couldn't hide. It wasn't the face of a dog cornered by defeat. It wasn't the face of a mad beast. It was the face of a warrior convinced of victory. He grabbed his broken prosthetic arm and quickly pulled out the nerve lines. Even though pulling them out must have caused pain, Loop yanked them free without hesitation, spun them around, and shouted, now then. The star of victory has shone. At this moment, let us declare checkmate. Ha 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 ha. Wait. Where are you going? Loop charged in without hesitation. Not anywhere else, but straight at Siyu Chulin. Even Siyu Chulin's eyes widened in surprise. Even if Siyu Chulin's wounds were deep, he was still recovering in real time. And even if he wasn't recovering, there was no way Loop could win. But Loop charged in laughing like a madman. Siyu Chulin grabbed his spear with the arm that had not yet been fully restored and shouted, have you gone insane? Or are you overestimating yourself? Or is this some kind of trick? Coming at me head on. That's the sort of thing a warrior or a hero would do. You're the kind of guy who could become a warrior or a hero, but that method doesn't suit you, what? Loop's necklace shone. Crack. And the world began to spread out around Loop. A reality marble. Only then did Siyu Chulin laugh, sounding delighted. That's more like it. So you were hiding your fangs. Ha ha. Fighting you is a blast, whether you're on my side or my enemy. You always go beyond my expectations. If you can beat me, who is the sum of all CU Chillin's possibilities. Me, who has surpassed the realm of the heroic spirit, then go on and try. Kid did. As CU Chulin righted his spear and prepared to attack, Loop stopped just before the range of the strike. He had charged forward, then suddenly halted. The reality marble failed to cover everything and began to disappear. He simply didn't have enough magical energy. He didn't have the magical energy to cover the world right now. Even in normal conditions it would have been hard, and in a situation like this there was no way it could work. Just moments ago, Loop had simultaneously deployed two great heroes' noble phantasms and used up all his command spells. There was no way he could fully utilize it. The reason it had even partially unfolded by chance was thanks to the necklace Scathach had given him. Loop smiled at CU Chulin and said, "Checkmate. Victory declaration. Chaldea Mystic Code, Emergency Evasion." The sound of wind cutting through the air came softly to CU Chulin's ear. And at the same time, Loop's body left a strange afterimage as it moved sideways. And then... slash. The spear pierced Loop's side and, at the same time, pierced straight through CU Chulin's heart. What the? CU Chulin looked down at the spear that had pierced his heart. A red spear, very similar to the Gi Balg he himself wielded. No, it was Gi Balg itself. No way. CU Chulin looked up. Far away, he saw a familiar face. Scathach had thrown Gi Balg and pierced both Loop and CU Chulin at the same time. More precisely, Loop had concealed Scathach. He had hidden the fact that she was there. That was the final Fong. CU Chulin coughed up blood. He dropped to one knee. You are. Ha. Aya. Loop, pierced through the side rather than merely grazed, collapsed to the ground and writhed in pain while healing himself with his mystic code. He had used everything he could to hide Scathach's presence, and with the residue of magical energy and fighting spirit left after his own clash with his noble phantasm, he had completely erased Scathach's attack. Besides, even if the attack was aimed at CU Chulin, if he were within the area, Loop would have no choice but to get hit too. He used a mystic code to avoid a fatal wound even if he was hit. And CU Chulin had focused all his awareness and attention on Loop alone, so in the end he had been blindsided exactly as Loop said. Olga Marie had used magecraft to pull Loop toward her, as if dragging him in. See Commander. With her body in even worse shape, Nightingale crawled toward Loop. Olga Marie stared blankly at Loop's wound, then turned her gaze to CU Chulin. Loop didn't look away from CU Chulin either. The heart-pierced CU Chulin was scattering particles of light. It was over. CU Chulin was dead. CU Chulin would be forced out. No matter how amazing CU Chulin was, with wounds like that, his spirit core had been pierced together with his heart. And with the wound Okita had given him as well, there was no way his heart still had any shape left. When she thought that, CU Chulin created something in the air. It was the Holy Grail. CU Chulin, having created the Holy Grail, looked at Loop lying on the ground and said, "CU Chulin lost here, kid." But the Mad King did not lose. Ha, ha ha. What are you going to show me at the very end? Are you going to fire off another noble phantasm? No. I see. Yes, that's right. CU Chulin smiled at Loop and said, "I'm going to struggle in an ugly way." Rumble. The Holy Grail's light gradually darkened. And CU Chulin's form began to change. Loop's eyes widened. Olga Marie's did too. The transformed, growing CU Chulin could no longer be called CU Chulin. It was the same kind of thing as the things that existed in this landscape, but the pressure it gave off was on a completely different level. That something, growing until it seemed to reach the sky, had countless red eyes embedded in it. It was a pillar-like mass of flesh, standing there with a demonic atmosphere. One of the 72 demon gods. Rank 38. Marcosius. An inorganic voice rang out. Looking up at the demon pillar, Marcosius, Loop said, "That's a very master and servant way to do things, bro. I always fight like this, so it's kind of funny for me to say this, but..." Gasping for breath, Loop continued in a voice full of feeling. "From today on, I hate Ulster, bro." Chapter 87, North American Myth War, E Pluribus Unum, 26. There are just too many of them. Helena panted heavily. She thought they had cleared out a significant number, but plenty still remained. At this rate, she and her allies would be forced to dematerialize from mana exhaustion first. No matter how many mechanical soldiers they used to block the path, it was merely a stalling tactic. To actually defeat a demon pillar, a servant needed to deliver a direct, powerful blow. Naturally, a demon pillar wouldn't die from a simple servant attack. They were forced to unleash high-output attacks like noble phantasms, and the drain was no joke. She was only holding on through sheer grit because she had grandly told her master, Ruchan, that heroic spirits are those who perform miracles. Unless they found a breakthrough, they would simply be crushed by the weight of the demon pillars. Damn it. You mediocre fool who only knows direct current. An opening has appeared. Move, now. You're the one whose firepower has been flagging for a while now. Are you holding back because you're afraid of dematerializing? They continued to pour attacks onto the demon pillars even as they bickered. Both were already pushing themselves far beyond their limits. Helena scanned her surroundings. Even though the numbers had dwindled, quite a few were still standing. Then, she spotted something in the distance. It was a demon pillar, but it was far larger than the ones they were currently facing. And the sensation prickling her skin was ominous in the extreme. Helena frowned, it felt like a true demon. That direction was definitely where Ruchan was fighting Siyu Chulian. The location seemed to match up. For a moment, Helena wondered if they had let a demon pillar slip past them, but she quickly dismissed the thought. That demon pillar was gargantuan. It was safer to assume that something major had happened over there. She was worried, but right now, the best they could do was prevent the demon pillars here from reinforcing the other side. She could only hope Ruchan would pull through. She was running out of options. At this rate, she would vanish before they were all defeated. She didn't want to leave behind the image of a heroic spirit who was a liar. No, this is really dangerous. We're far too short on combat power. Helena activated her communicator. To be honest, she didn't want to make this call, but it was better to deliver bad news than to let him be blindsided by a sudden ambush. She wasn't sure of the details, but if the situation had shifted that drastically, her master, Rudolph Hawkeye, must have performed a miracle to corner Siyu Chulian. To the point where Siyu Chulian had to manifest something like that. That in itself could be called a miracle. Yet, for the servant to be unable to perform a miracle in return. Someone once said that there's no way a human of the past can defeat a human of the modern era. The statement was arrogant, but Helena didn't think it was entirely wrong. Humans of the past, whose stories had already ended, were destined to lose to the humans of the present. With a click, the communication line connected, and Helena spoke. This is Helena. Master. I'm sorry, but it looks like this is as far as we go. We'll take out as many as we can, but we're just too short on power. I'm sorry after promising to perform a miracle. I'll take out as many as possible, even if I have to self-destruct. My heart is heavy, feeling like I'm leaving you with such a burden. She expected Rudolph to reproach her, but instead, his voice came through the communicator with surprising calm. The miracle has already been performed. You all have worked hard enough. There's no need for your heart to be heavy. Leave the rest to us. It's just the usual business. Do your duty, and leave with a smile. Tell yourselves that I, the one standing behind you, will win anyway. Hey. Is that so? She could tell just from his voice. This man is dying right now. Helena knew at the moment she heard him. She understood that things weren't going well on his end either. And yet, Rudolph was bluffing, telling them it was okay. He was telling them it wasn't their fault, that they had worked hard enough, and that what they did was a miracle. He understood and showed consideration for the feelings of servants who would soon dematerialize and disappear, servants who didn't even know if they would take their memories of this America back with them. Helena smiled, thinking that if she were ever in a Holy Grail war, she would want a master like him. Well then, shall we go wild with everything we've got? A set of footsteps approached. A man in a red martial arts uniform was walking toward them, lightly holding a spear. His relaxed demeanor seemed entirely out of place for the situation. But a wind was blowing. A warm wind that felt like hope. The man let out a pleasant, sharp laugh and spoke. What a heartwarming conversation. I had no interest in these monsters, but that brief exchange has moved my heart. Walking among the exhausted servants, the man chuckled. Servant Lancer. My true name is Li Shuwen. This first meeting and this sudden situation must be quite perplexing, but you there, human of the modern era. Will you use me as your spear? After a brief silence over the communicator, Rudolph spoke with a hint of excitement. Yeah, please. I guess this is what they mean by the strength of 1,000 men. I can head to your side if you wish. In terms of importance, I believe your location takes priority. To that, Rudolph replied instantly, unlike before. Be the hope for that side. This over here is our fight. No interference allowed. We'll find our own hope on this end. So that we can say with absolute confidence that we won. Li Shuwen stood dazed for a moment before bursting into a jovial laugh. Helena was also surprised. She knew Rudolph had a reckless streak, but she didn't expect the man who was fundamentally a coward to speak so valiantly. She didn't know if he actually had a plan or if he was just bluffing, but she could at least tell he was gathering his courage. Li Shuwen seemed to like that fact. He spun his spear and said, When an order is given, I simply follow. Contracts are meaningless. Your name? Rudolph Hawkeye. Call me Rudolph, I'm counting on you. I see. I am a servant, but I am not the type of person to bow to anyone. To request me from a position where you could have ordered. I accept that request. On the name of Li Shuwen, I shall become the hope of this battlefield. With that shout, Li Shuwen lunged toward the demon pillars. Helena felt a surge of energy. For some reason, their combat power had just skyrocketed. He looked incredibly strong. However, judging by his appearance, he was likely a physical attacker. He might struggle against demon pillars that required overwhelming firepower. Thus, Helena shouted. Hey, direct current and alternating current. You're not planning to lose to the guy who just arrived, are you? Move. Master is going to perform a miracle and overcome even that giant demon pillar. Are you going to lose here despite being servants? Humph. Of course not. Since we've come this far, it's a battle of grit and pride. Let's go, alternating current. Don't let them get to the master. Don't order me around. I was going to do it anyway. I must convey the greatness of alternating current to that modern human, so I can't let him die. Helena glanced toward the direction of the massive demon pillar. Don't die. Master. I smiled as I cut the communication. With this, I don't have to worry about that side. I didn't expect Li Shuwen to join them. Subduing the demon pillars there is only a matter of time now. They're considerably weaker than a standard demon pillar, and their numbers are few. They should be able to handle it. Even if it's difficult, it's fine. They said they would perform a miracle. They said they would win, and they said they would grant my request. They said they would be the hope on that battlefield. In that case, I believe them. Has there ever been a path for me other than believing? I will believe until the very end. I will believe so intensely it might seem merciless. I will believe in the miracle they will perform. What if they fail? Then it's my fault for making a poor judgment. I'm the fool for failing to set the stage for a miracle. Kitten, isn't this getting really dangerous? Whoa. Ba Bathory. You were here. I was. I even landed some minor hits on that Cu Chulin thing. Though I was ignored. So she was here. Now that I think about it. Because I have memories of Orleans, she feels very familiar to me. After all, back then, she stayed until the very end while the other servants dematerialized. She fought alongside Jean until the finish. Technically, it was Bathory who dealt the fatal blow to Marie, so we might have lost without her. Well, none of the servants present back then were unnecessary. The same was true now. Considering the size of the demon pillar, anti-personnel attacks weren't very efficient. That was why I thought that side would struggle even with a powerful servant like Li Shuwen. If that's the case, we need an anti-fortress, or at least an anti-army level attack. Are there any servants left with strength to spare? Karna and Arjuna had just been blasted into the ground and were struggling to force themselves up. The fact that the shimmering light of dematerialization hadn't appeared yet showed just how incredible they were. What should I do? I felt the mana paths. Karna and Arjuna were still alive, but they weren't in any condition to move. The vice commander was right in front of me, but it was a mystery how she was still even breathing. Okita had dematerialized, and Kyoheim was currently on the verge of vanishing in real time. It was no exaggeration to say that Bathory was the only servant left who could move properly. No, there was one more. Scathach was there. I had no choice but to ask for help. In the meantime, the demon pillar that was once Cu Chulian, no, I should call it Halphas now, spoke in a mechanical voice. War will never vanish from this world. Weapons will never vanish from this world. Mortals are destined to fight eternally, like a spiral. At those words, Nightingale, who had been collapsed, spat out blood and forced herself up. It was as if she couldn't let that one statement go unchallenged. No. No. Even if it takes thousands, tens of thousands of times. Even if the spirit origin crumbles and turns completely to ash, I will shout it. When the lives saved outnumber the lives lost, the spiral of conflict will one day reach its end. No, I will make it reach its end. That is my mission as a servant. Commander, do not give up. Do not live to win. Win to survive. Even if you are wounded 1,000, 10,000 times, never. You must survive. Can you do that for me? The hand of the vice commander, Nightingale, as she gripped my arm and panted, had no strength left. She was such a mess that even I could feel her fading. I took her hand. I wanted to hold it with both hands to show my respect, but my prosthetic leg was completely gone, making that impossible. Instead, I slowly bowed my head and spoke. Of course. I'll win here. To survive, and to laugh at the very end. The vice commander smiled, seemingly satisfied with the answer. That said, How do I beat that thing? I have no means. Other than asking Scat-Hack for help, nothing else comes to mind. It was doubtful if Scat-Hack would even help, and even if she did, it would be difficult. Should I think of a way to revitalize Karna and Arjuna? As I was thinking, a massive boom echoed as a red beam-like attack shot toward us. I clicked my tongue and pulled the vice commander away to dodge the attack. As I ran while carrying her, a beep-beep sound rang out. It was a transmission from Chaldea. Is it the doctor? Co-commander. Don't mind me. You need to live too, don't you? What's this? Telling me to live while you're planning to die. Let's not have double standards, Vice Commander. The Vice Commander looked at me as if she were seeing something strange. Did I say something weird? If you say life is precious, you should value your own life first. It's funny coming from me, but doesn't the Vice Commander lack that perspective as well? Whether it's self-sacrifice or a sense of duty, she keeps moving forward and throwing everything away, doesn't she? The words she says to me apply to her too. It'll hurt quite a bit if she's not careful. I turned on the communication. What? Summarize it briefly. I'm very busy right now. I know. There's a plan. Just listen. The doctor's voice was low. He seriously conveyed the details of the operation to me. After hearing the whole plan, my eyes widened. It was a feasible plan. But is that the plan she suggested? No, I came up with it. I got permission, but whether to do it or not is your choice. I don't feel great about pushing this kind of choice on you. You don't have to say that. I know very well that you're an incredible person, Doctor. Literally the kind of person who would throw everything away to save us. You're overestimating me. It wasn't an overestimation. You truly threw everything away. You gave up your past, present, and future. By doing so, you saved everything. It was a sacrifice that could be called beautiful, but for those saved by that sacrifice, it was a truly miserable story. So, the doctor asked again if I would do it. Honestly, it was a plan I wasn't very fond of. But beggars can't be choosers right now. If she gave her permission directly, I can't say anything more. I'll trust it, that plan. On that note. Scat-Hack. Mentor of Celtic mythology. Save me. Help me. Yo DJ, pump this party. As tentacle-like appendages whipped toward us, Scat-Hack sliced through them all and spoke with exasperation. That is an impressively shameless plea. You seem to have a talent for it. At least, far more than for magecraft. Stop it. You make it sound like I have a talent for being a beggar. Bathory, don't nod along. Whose side are you on? Scat-Hack hummed, contemplating for a moment. Don't contemplate, just help. Our team right now only has a dying vice commander and a useless lizard. No, our servants are the best, but Bathory has no place to be used right now. Ah. Wasn't it my fault for not setting the stage for a miracle? That's true. But anyway, right now, if Scat-Hack isn't here, the stage will blow up before it even gets set. Very well. You have achieved victory over Siyu Chulan. I shall lend you my strength. Great. From now on, the plan is. Whoa. I'll explain. Rudolph. Tell me too. I'll help. What? With a body that's dying if you use magecraft, what, cough. Speak. Yes, I'll explain. I tried to stop the director, but I ended up coughing up blood again. Good grief. I quickly explained what I heard from the doctor as if I were copy-pasting it. Everyone nodded as if they understood. I took out syringes from my inner pocket and jabbed them in. 1, 2, 3. I injected them all at once. The world seemed to slow down. Haha, I felt a bit of a high at the same time. My life was reaching its limit. If I didn't finish this quickly, I would die of blood loss. I had no intention of starting over from the beginning after coming this far. The damn save point was probably inflexible too. It likely wouldn't return me to the moment Siyu Chulian became a demon pillar, but to before I even clashed with him. Whoever gave me this power must have a terrible personality. First, I need to distract Halphas. Ah. Flames flickered on Halphas's body. Blue flames spread in an instant. Master Rudolph. Kyoheim, whose body was disappearing due to dematerialization with only her face and arms remaining, was shouting as she unleashed her flames. Wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Ah, damn it. How can I look into those eyes and say, wait? I'm not ready yet. Do I look crazy? I'm sorry, but I'm going to be a total show-off in front of Kyoheim. And I'm going to work like a madman to make that bluff a reality. I pulled out all the bombs from my inner pocket and threw them. Boom. 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 They exploded simultaneously, trapping the surroundings in smoke. I didn't actually intend to start yet. I wanted to wait and see a bit more. Kyoheim. Ah, damn it. My cute little dragon head. I'll bring back the victory, so just go home. The man you love has never once betrayed you when you look at me with those eyes. And I won't betray you in the future either. Stars, form of the stars, dot. The director slowly chanted. Honestly, I didn't want her to do this. It was extremely dangerous. But I had to do it. And the director had made her choice too. Just as I chose to fight with my life on the line, the director decided to fight with hers. In the darkened sky where the sun had set, stars were twinkling. The cloudless night sky was boosting the director's magecraft to its peak. Cosmos, form of the universe, gods, form of the gods, animus, form of myself, dot. Halphas recognized the director with its eyes. Even if she wasn't a servant, an attack with such a long incantation could be dangerous. Sorry, but you're retiring here. Please, you Ulster bastards. When you dematerialize, just go quietly. First Meb, now you. Is it a racial trait? I'm moving beyond Britain hating and about to develop Ulster hating. Scathach aimed her spear at Halphas, who was engulfed in blue flames. With a SHSHSHSH sound, numerous spears manifested. They all felt like originals, the ones made before the Gi-Bog that Cu Chulainn possessed. But that was enough. What mattered now wasn't a powerful attack concentrated on a single point, but a mass attack that could shock Halphas. Most importantly, it was vital to draw the aggro away from the director. Pierce and transfix. Gi-Bog alternative piercing death flight. The demonic spears, launched simultaneously, were skewering Halphas. Whoa, incredible. No joke, she's turning Halphas into a kebab with spears classified as anti-personnel. But the regeneration is fast. Is it regenerating even though they're cursed? Or is it regenerating because it's using Cu Chulainn as a medium? Either way, it doesn't matter right now. The important thing is to keep Halphas' attention. Antrim, the celestial bodies are hollow, dot. A magic circle began to form around the director. She frowned, looking like she was in considerable pain. I want to stop her even now. But I can't. That would be an insult to the director. So, I decided to focus on what I had to do. Fortunately, Halphas is not Cu Chulainn. Even if it used Cu Chulainn as a medium, none of Cu Chulainn's traits were transplanted. If even a bit had been transplanted, it might have noticed me. But it finds no value in me. Because there was no reason to find value in someone who couldn't even become a third-rate magus. Even if that weren't the case, it was natural for its eyes to go first to Scathach and the director standing before it. Unversed, the hollow is void, dot. With a ping, Halphas' eyes glowed, and a beam-like attack shot toward the director. The vice commander, who it was a miracle was even standing, stepped forward. She panted, looked at the incoming light, and quietly spread both hands. Nightingale pledge, I will exclude all toxic and harmful things. The giant nurse that faintly manifested was barely nullifying the attack. But she was flickering, on the verge of vanishing. Halphas didn't miss that opening. Its eyes glowed simultaneously, and red beams began to pour from the air. Damn it. If I attack now. Just as I thought that, from the left, an arrow imbued with red flames thwacked through the air, knocking all the beams aside. Looking in that direction, it seemed Sita, whose one arm was severed, had fired her noble phantasm again while gasping for breath. That grit was truly something else. However, since it was fired from a state of total exhaustion, it lacked power and couldn't deflect them all. Looking down from above, someone staggered and stood up completely. Our eyes met. After making me expect this much. After using me this much. Do not lose. Rudolph Hawkeye. Arjuna shouted in a fit of rage and pulled out his bow. Whoosh. Blue flames flickered. Weren't you supposed to fight Karna in a bit? And yet, he was fighting as if this were the final battle. As Arjuna drew his bowstring, whoosh. Tentacles lashed out toward him. Arjuna clicked his tongue and tried to target them first, but slash. Karna intervened, cutting through all the tentacles as he passed. With bodies near death, the fact that the light of dematerialization hadn't appeared was enough to show their stature as great heroes. And yet, they were still fighting. They were still moving those bodies. Go. Arjuna. At that shout, Arjuna frowned as if slightly frustrated, but soon shifted his aim back. Agni Gandiva, roar of the fire god. The blue-flamed arrows, fired in rapid succession, deflected all attacks aimed at the director and the vice-commander, while also dealing shocks to the demon pillar, Halphas. Halphas's gaze was burning intensely as it bled. Compared to Cu Chulainn's original body, it was too large and its movements were sluggish. The attacks themselves might be powerful, but that was all. Sita drew her bowstring once more. I thought her grit might even surpass Rama's. Only one arm remained. Even from that one arm, blood was spurting as if her veins had burst. With that, she was drawing the string of a massive bow. With that body, she was doing the same thing as the Mad King Siyu Chulian. Brahma Haradanu Janaka, the unparalleled bow that pierces and recalls. Thwack. It pierced through the demon pillar's main body. The pierced part was burning. The massive pillar itself was on fire. Halfas hesitated for a moment over whom to kill first, then turned its gaze toward Arjuna. And that was the moment. Anima Animosphere, within the hollow, there is God. Whoosh. Stars fell. The stars themselves were falling from the sky. Light like a meteor soon struck Halfas. Boom. 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 Heavy attacks continued to strike the burning Halfas. Cough, the director spat out blood and collapsed as soon as she finished the incantation. Slash. 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 Scathach was passing through the lower part of Halfas, slicing rapidly. This situation was nearing completion. I shouted quickly. Bathory. Bathory Urzas and Ekyut, Bet, Fresh Blood Demonis. Boom. A sonic attack suddenly descended from the air, and only then did Halfas look up. Bathory and I were at a point even higher than the demon pillar. I had used Bathory to climb high. And at the same time Bathory activated her noble phantasm, I dove. Whoosh, my necklace was glowing. I threw the last remaining bomb to create a smoke screen. But I quickly pulled out a craft essence and activated it. Now all preparations were complete. Whoosh. The world was being eroded. Realizing this, Halfas turned its gaze toward me. Its eyes glowed at the fact that I was encroaching on the world like a reality marble. If I was inside the smoke, it would completely blow up the inside of the smoke. And then Halfas's body exploded. Halfas didn't understand. It didn't understand why its own body was exploding. Of course it wouldn't. Another person emerged through the smoke. Honestly, our master is a real slave driver. Marie Antoinette, the one whose spirit origin restoration was incomplete and who was a total mess, was there. It was an operation carried out purely as a hypothesis. Marie had dematerialized because of Siyu Chulian. According to the doctor, she apparently shouted for him to forcibly pull her out during restoration and reshift her. In the end, the doctor came up with a plan. Halfas's medium was Siyu Chulian. If the conditions for Marie's reality marble were met, we could create an opportunity for a reversal. The world that just unfolded was not my reality marble. I can't even deploy it consciously, and no matter how much I struggle with my current mana, I can't create it. The reality marble that began to unfold just now wasn't mine, but Marie's. Unaware of this, Halfas exploded the inside of the smoke screen, and since it hit Marie, she nullified the attack itself and returned it. It wasn't just an attack against Marie, the attack itself was treated as if it never happened. That was why I could survive as well. As a result, Halfas had the attack it used to blow us up with all its might returned exactly as it was, causing it to blow itself up. I watched as Halfas began to crumble. Then, Marie, who was behind me, covered my eyes with her hand. Your eyes have become like those of a bad boy while I wasn't looking, master. Marie murmured in a slightly sad voice. As long as you remain a good boy, I will be by your side as a good avenger forever. If you become a bad boy, it will be sad, but I will still be by your side as a bad avenger. Forever, until the moment your story reaches its conclusion. But even so, please remain a good boy. Do not forget who you are, okay? Marie said that and pushed me. I slowly opened my closed eyes. At this moment, there would be no evil in this action. As Marie said, I would fight as a good boy. Marie was falling backward, her strength gone. She had come here without her spirit origin even being properly restored. Although she reshifted using the ley line craft essence, she used her noble phantasm immediately upon arrival. Naturally, it wouldn't be strange for her body to be overstrained. I dove straight toward Halfas. Rather than diving, I was falling. As the upper part of the completely collapsing Halfas was sliced away, someone appeared. Siyu Chulian. Inside the demon pillar Halfas, Siyu Chulian had revealed himself. He was the core itself. In that case, now was the chance. I gripped the stone I received from Scathach. With a boom and a shimmer of light, it transformed into a red demonic spear. Siyu Chulian just looked up at me quietly. Halfas was already collapsing. Siyu Chulian hadn't come out to fight more. He had come out to be defeated as Siyu Chulian, even in failure. It might be a trap. A trap that was too obvious. Even so, I dove. Believing it wasn't a trap, thinking that Siyu Chulian wouldn't fall that low, I dove with the demonic spear in hand. This is our victory. Siyu Chulian. Squelch. I thrust it straight down from above. Siyu Chulian accepted the attack without any resistance. Looking closely, his limbs weren't even properly formed. It was as if only the image of Cu Chulayan existed. Skewered, Cu Chulayan scattered light particles. With an arm that didn't even have a proper shape, he placed a hand on my head. Spitting out blood, his somewhat hollow eyes weren't even recognizing me properly anymore. And yet, he smiled. It wasn't the face of the Mad King, but the face of the Cu Chulayan I had fought alongside in Fuyuki. Congratulations. You've come this far with a body everyone called weak, with a talent everyone said you lacked. And you beat me. You beat the Cu Chulayan of all possibilities. You've grasped victory over me, who even surpassed the realm of heroic spirits. You won, you seized it, you gained everything. Now. Step over me and move forward. You are the men who defeated the Mad King Cu Chulayan. A mere incineration of the human order. A mere singularity. They're nothing to you. The future is as good as settled. This is something only you can do. Kid. Cu Chulayan quietly leaned down and met my eyes. Move forward, on your own legs. Complete the restoration of the human order with that hand that defeated me. I'm sure you can do it. This Cu Chulayan believes in you. That only you can do it. Saying that it's impossible for everyone else and only possible for me. Those were words far too generous for me. But I was happy. The fading Cu Chulayan smiled as if he had said everything he needed to say. I watched him. With an Cu Chulayan became completely transparent and spoke. Go, brave warrior who defeated Cu Chulayan. With those final words, Cu Chulayan dematerialized. Gasp, I suddenly felt choked up. My body trembled. But it was okay. The Holy Grail appeared before my eyes. I grasped the Holy Grail. This was the end. I had to return to Chaldea as quickly as possible. If I stayed like this, I might die. Just as I thought that, boom, my balance was shaken. I was startled. It wasn't that my body had reached its limit and I collapsed. My foot had slipped through. As the demon pillar halfas collapsed, I fell into a tearing section. Are you kidding me? Thump. I fell in. I fell into the demon pillar, which was filled with blood. If I can just swim out. Damn it. My body won't move. I need to breathe. Gurgle. Is this for real? After coming all this way. After surpassing Medb, surpassing Cu Chulayan, and finally defeating Halfas. Drowning in the remains of a dead demon pillar is my end. This isn't right. I wanted to struggle, but my body didn't move, as if it weren't mine. Gurgle, it felt like my throat was being blocked. Blood blocked my throat, making it impossible to breathe. Whether it's suffocation or drowning, or what they call dry drowning, this looks like a very strong death flag. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I can't die in a place like this. I'm screwed, it's over. My body won't move. I think I'm dying. I can't breathe. Drowning in blood. How ridiculous. I die like this. Then what about the people who shed blood until now? What did they suffer for, what did they bleed for? Do not survive to win. Win to survive. Right. I don't want to die. In a place like this. My consciousness began to fade. This isn't good. I said I'd win here. I swore. Again, like a fool. Whoosh, something wrapped around my body. Thump. I was pulled out rapidly. Just like that, someone who had pulled me out from the outside embraced me. I stayed there, unable to even move. For a moment, I didn't recognize who it was, but then I realized it was the director. In a voice that sounded like she was crying, she said. You idiot. Who just stays still on top of a demon pillar? If you've stabbed it, you should come down quickly. Well, you see, he wasn't the Mad King, but the caster bro I know, and he was giving his last words. I couldn't just ignore that and come down. Thanks to that, I got to hear a lot of heartwarming things. I think it was a huge gain. I looked at the director's face, which was completely tear-stained, and spoke. Are you crying? I didn't know you'd worry about me that much. I know, it's because I'm the last master. You have no choice but to worry, right? I'm worrying because it's you. Chapter 88, North American Myth War, E Pluribus Unum, 27. My head is ringing ever so slightly. With a strange sensation, as if I were hearing hallucinations, I barely managed to move my body. Fortunately, this damn body of mine was still among the living. However, if I didn't return quickly, I might actually die. By the time the battle with Medb ended, no, even before it began, this body had already reached its limit. I was starting to feel a sense of skepticism. I wondered just how far I could go, dragging this pathetic, weakened frame along. But I won. I had seized victory, and I had survived. I walked, leaning on the director for support. Through the mana pass, I could tell who was desummoning and who was still holding on. Stars were shining beneath the sky that had been stained black. Not a single demon god pillar was in sight. I understood then that the servants over there had performed a miracle. I wanted to go to them, give them a hug, and praise their achievements until my throat went dry, but it seemed my body wouldn't hold out that long. Whether it be in the next singularity or back at Chaldea, when I met them again, regardless of whether they remembered, I would laud, compliment, and extol those deeds. Vice Commander. The Vice Commander, lying on the ground, had a body that made me wonder how she was even still alive. In the final moment, she had kept the request I made. She had stubbornly followed my plea to protect the director, throwing her body into the fray. Ultimately, the director was able to remain unscathed within that explosion, but the Vice Commander's body was sacrificed in her stead. Scattering particles of light as he slowly faded away, the Vice Commander looked at me. Her gaze was so strong and upright that it carried an indescribable pressure. Even in those eyes, which seemed gentle enough to melt into, that same fortitude was visible. Commander, you must summon me. You need treatment. For both your mind and your body. Well, you see, I'd always welcome you if you came. But that's not exactly something I can control at will. I wished she could give me a catalyst or something, but the Vice Commander, who had already vanished except for a portion of his upper torso and face, wasn't in a position to give me anything. Besides, I've realized recently that having a catalyst doesn't guarantee a summoning. Back in Fuyuki, Casterbro gave me a pebble engraved with a strengthening rune. I still carry it and find it useful, but he hasn't been summoned yet. Does it depend on the quality of the catalyst? Or is it meaningless if the item was made after the summoning? I don't know the criteria. Apparently, our Okita-san can be summoned even with a light novel that uses her historical background. In moments of crisis, always remember this. It is not that you survive in order to win, but that you win in order to survive. Keep that in mind as if it were an incantation. Say it aloud. It was a short journey, but I was glad to have met you as my master, Commander. I pray that your will, which has yet to decide which path to take, walks the right one. Listen to the words of those around you. When the direction you are walking begins to go astray, those words will surely be your salvation. When I nodded, the Vice Commander finally let out a deep breath with a look of relief. However, I suppose I cannot fully deny you. Looking at you feels like looking at my past self from when I was alive. Now that I think about it, I was also someone who stubbornly refused to listen to others. Heh. Even in the bizarre situation of smiling gently with a blood-stained face, that smile looked beautiful. I simply listened intently to the words of the fading Vice Commander. Since that was the only thing I could do right now, I listened. The director was panicking at the blood flowing from my body and was hurrying the preparations for our departure. The Vice Commander looked at me weakly. Those eyes, which seemed to be confirming my face, reminded me of the way Marie sometimes looked at me. Even if it is shaky, painful, and arduous, even if it is agonizingly bitter, smile at the fact that you feel alive and that you have survived. Ah, you have a face so fragile it's hard to believe you've crossed through such a hell. I hope that, until the very end, until everything is over, that face remains as it is. With those words, the Vice Commander vanished completely. To keep a fragile face. I didn't really understand the meaning. Was it similar to the good child eyes Marie often mentions? Even if the words were different, the sentiment was likely the same. I still believe that failure is not an option. And for that, if I have to sacrifice my body a little, then I believe I must. If Chaldea were a place filled only with bad people, a shady organization that used any means necessary to save the human order, they would have told me to do exactly that. But they aren't. The person at the top of the organization sheds tears just because I almost died. The doctor, who is effectively number 2, blamed himself for giving me such a harsh mission. Even if I were to give up, they would probably all say it couldn't be helped. Because they are such good people, because they are who they are, I want them to live. I want them to survive. I don't want them to die. I wanted to walk alongside them. I felt that if I stayed with good people, perhaps I could become a good person too. Even if everything inside me wears away and disappears, surely that emotion alone will remain and allow me to complete the restoration of the human order. In the end, the restoration might be achieved one way or another. But they were worried about the future after that. They were worried about me after the restoration was over. Wishing that my face would remain the same after everything ended. Truly, I am greedy enough to be called selfless. All right. Preparations are fin. Ah. I'm sorry. It's okay. He was a man of steel until the very end. And this won't be the last time. He might just pop out in the next gotcha. Being a berserker and all. If preparations had finished just a little sooner, we might have been able to take the Vice Commander back with us. Still, this was fine in its own way. The bond was certainly formed, and we would meet again. It seemed the vice commander saw his past self in me. I wasn't such a grand person, nor was I that righteous. I worked hard for myself, ran for myself, and bled for myself. I simply kept running because I hated the idea of my own heart aching, deceiving myself into thinking it was for others. I couldn't compare myself to someone who threw their entire being into righteous madness for the sake of others. I stumbled as I pulled myself up. Swoosh. For a moment, I thought I heard a strange sound. What was that? I tilted my head, but dismissed it as a result of my injuries and looked around. Where are Karna and Arjuna? I don't see them. I guess they went to finish their talk. What about Bathory and Scathack? Miss Elizabeth said that since the job was done, she was going to travel around America a bit more before leaving. As for Miss Scathack, well, I don't know. She left. Don't mess with me. I was going to take her to Chaldea. I have to go find her. Cough. I'm sorry, but taking you back to Chaldea is the top priority. Even if you don't accept that, my own body is at its limit, so let's go. Are you going to just let me die? I groaned and lowered my head. That Bathory brat, leaving without a word. As for Scathack, well, I didn't expect her to come to Chaldea in the first place. Regardless, I could at least be grateful that she helped out here. Still, leaving so pettily without even a goodbye. From now on, I'm just going to call her a damn old hag. Ha. If you don't like it, come to Chaldea and try to hit me. But this isn't going to be another ending where I can't take anyone back to Chaldea, right? Don't joke with me, we've reached the fifth singularity, and it would be a bit much if I couldn't take even one local servant back with me. If there's such a thing as the counterforce, it really needs to do its job here. Yes, exactly. Feeling the mana pass, this side was truly close to total annihilation. Medusa is gone too. I wanted to hear more of her story. It seems everyone on that side except for Li Shuwen is slated for desummoning. Even for Li Shuwen, it would be difficult to break through this distance to reach me. Even if I wanted to call him with a command spell, I don't have a single stroke left, and since I don't have a formal contract with him, it would be difficult anyway. So, who's left? As I looked around, I saw a woman who looked like a girl standing there, one arm missing. Her red hair wasn't tied in pigtails anymore but hung down long. Since it was a dramatic battle, I suppose that's only natural. Master, thank you for your hard work. Your hair looks good down. I appreciate the sentiment, Master, but I have Lord Rama. I am sorry. I got rejected before I even confessed. Sita laughed playfully. It felt like the distance between us had closed significantly compared to when we first met. I forced my body up, approached Sita, and spoke. Come to our Chaldea, Sita. If you want to see Rama, I think you have to come. Chaldea. Even so, meeting Lord Rama is. The curse prevents the two of them from ever meeting. The curse of separation shackled them even in death. If a holy grail war occurred, only one of them would be summoned. The reason Rama, who is originally stronger when summoned as an archer, stubbornly insists on being a saber is that, unlike him, Sita only has aptitude as an archer. Therefore, if he were summoned as an archer, he would never be able to meet Sita. Believing in the miracle where luck and heavenly fortune overlap, he continues to be summoned as a saber instead of an archer. According to some rumors, Archer Rama has already concluded that his feelings for Sita are just a memory and has reached completion as a king. I don't know the details since he's never been implemented, though. I stepped closer to Sita and said. A situation like this is an opportunity. You have to turn this crisis into a chance. Don't talk so weakly. Listen, in a normal Holy Grail war, you two can't even be summoned in the same place, let alone meet. You're under that kind of curse. But look. In this singularity of America, you and Rama existed simultaneously. You've already shown that possibility. If anything, Sita, you should be the one telling me. Tell me to take you to Chaldea. If you ask when and where the highest probability of meeting Rama again is, it's the current Chaldea. Now, when even the counterforce isn't working properly due to the incineration of the human order, is your chance. A chance. Yes. A chance to meet again. In fact, if not now, then when? Without a major event like the incineration of the human order that burns even history itself, you two can't even look at the same sky, let alone meet. If so, then only now, when everything is in an uproar of chaos and nothingness because of the incineration, is your chance to meet. Well, even saying that, you didn't end up meeting in this America. No, even if you did, it wouldn't have been the reunion you both desired. I blamed myself. If I had done things more properly at that first moment, it might not have turned out like this. But no matter how much I regret the past that has already slipped away, it won't change. It had only been a short while, not even 3 days, but it felt like the distant past. Smiling awkwardly, I looked at the dazed Sita. Yes, I made a promise. No, even if I didn't answer, the moment I was saved there, I had already promised. I will definitely carry out the words, I'll leave it to you. If something is entrusted to you, it must be returned eventually. I'll make it happen. What? I'm trying to restore the human order with this body. I'm trying to take back the future from a crazy bastard who wants to burn this world along with its history. With the body of a commoner, with this dying body. It's a dream that truly deserves the word greedy. In that sense, Sita's wish is actually a small one from my perspective. If I'm a man who's going to achieve the restoration of the human order, I should be able to do something about a curse or two. I'll make sure you meet Rama. Definitely. So come to our Chaldea. Lend me your strength. Compared to the restoration of the human order, my wish is a selfish one. You don't need to go out of your way to fulfill it. Even if you hadn't said that, I would have followed you if you simply asked me to help with the restoration. I do not doubt your righteousness now. So, don't push yourself. The wish to meet the person you loved, the desire to reconnect a bond that was severed by people and by a curse. I don't think that's selfish. And pushing myself? I don't know what you're talking about. I told you, compared to the restoration of the human order, that much is an incredibly easy task and a small wish. I can do it with room to spare. It's just a simple act of kindness, like giving directions to someone who's lost. It might get a bit bothersome. I might have to guide you every step of the way. Still, it's a simple matter. Trust me, I will definitely make sure you meet. I won't let it end in tragedy. I won't let the meeting at Meb's hideout be the last. I will turn the worst possible situation, the incineration of the human order, into an opportunity. I will make it lead to a single stroke of good fortune. It's possible, of course it's possible. Who decided it was impossible? Is the nonsensical act of the incineration of the human order possible? Is it possible to aim for the restoration of the human order against such a monster? I can't give a proper answer to any of those. If so, then I will give my own answer. There is nothing impossible in this world. A mere curse placed by an individual is nothing. I was the hero who would save this human order, as acknowledged by Cu Chulian himself. When I reached out my battered hand, Sita stared at it silently. Oh, am I getting rejected from this direction too? Sita carefully shed tears. Both I and the director behind me were flustered at the same time. No. What? This isn't a situation to cry in. Why? Don't do this. To me, who has zero resistance to women, a woman's tears are a critical hit. Actually, I'd probably be flustered by a man's tears too, depending on the situation. Imagine if Casterbro was crying. Is there any moment that would more clearly signal that things were absolutely going to hell? Sita wiped away her tears and knelt before me. No, I thought she had just sat down. She knelt on one knee and looked up at me with an attitude as if she were pledging fealty. Heroic spirit archer, Sita. An incarnation of Lakshmi, the wife of Lord Vishnu, and an incarnation of Lord Vishnu himself, divided in half. That is why, being summoned like this, I am granted another power of Lord Rama. In truth, my skill as an archer is something granted to me by Lord Rama. This power itself is the curse of separation for me, yet even so, you affirm me. I felt a firm resolve in the gaze directed at me. It was just like the vice-commander. To me, who believed my wish was unattainable, you say it can be achieved. You are telling me to have hope. My bow is yours from this moment on. Master, regardless of the direction you choose to go, I will remain your ally forever. Even if that dream on the other side cannot be realized, I trust you, who says you will make it happen. I affirm you. Though it will be a different form for my love for Lord Rama, I offer you my body and soul. I couldn't believe those loyal eyes belonged to someone in the high position of a king's wife. Rather, a loyalty akin to that of a subject was visible. I felt like I might be consumed by that sparkle. I really did like people with such strong eyes. Loyal, stubborn, and perhaps foolish, but those eyes always sparkle. I believe that silently walking a path that someone else might call dull is valuable in itself. I will fulfill the wish of the master who affirms my own wish. With all my heart and soul. Sita spoke those words and took the hand I had extended. I felt deeply moved. I had made it to the fifth singularity. Including Guda Guda, this was my fourth ray shift. And finally, I had a servant to take back to Chaldea. Thinking that she was the first I would bring back made my heart race. It felt as though a bond was being forged, and it was incredibly sublime. There was a thrill, as if I had stepped into the stories of heroes. My admiration was about to explode, and I smiled sincerely. Yeah. I'm counting on you. I look forward to working with you. Watching me from behind, the director muttered softly, as if to herself. I see. So this is the Grand Talker. Don't give me a weird nickname. Besides, that's a derogatory term. At least call me that when I'm doing something trashy to a servant. Cough. Ah. Ah. I saw blood flowing from my mouth. The director and Sita watched with their mouths agape. Oops, I just saw the future. Ugh. My vision twisted, and I collapsed right then and there. Master. Romani. Hurry up. Bring him back to Chaldea. They quietly watched the sky together as the sun set and it grew dark. Come to think of it, had there ever been a day like this? Had they ever spent time together so leisurely? At least, there was no such memory in Arjuna's head. Whenever the two of them happened to be together, there was always an air of awkwardness and tension. He understood the atmosphere around them, since they had been alive and believed they only had one life. In any case, he had thought that even if they were on the same side, Karna's spear and Arjuna's bow would never look upon the same enemy. He believed that even if it happened by chance, they would have completely different thoughts in their heads. However, in this America, that thing that should never have happened did happen, and the event that should never have occurred took place. An ordinary master had achieved it. By devoting his body and soul, persuading, acting, and running about, he had personally performed a miracle. He had made Karna and Arjuna, who could normally never be on the same side, allies at the same time, fighting the same enemy with the same heart. In the end, Karna had saved Arjuna. It was so absurd that he felt an inexplicable sense of trust, an emotion close to partnership, from that action that he found himself frowning involuntarily. In a sense, they were a good match. The image of Karna fighting at the front and Arjuna providing covering fire from the rear could be said to be quite well balanced. He was a strange person. Indeed. No, if I were to be precise, I believe the word peculiar would be more fitting than strange. Dragging their exhausted bodies, they sat ungracefully on the ground and watched the beautiful night sky of the ending world. Though no subject was mentioned, they both understood they were talking about the same person. The man who had been their master, Rudolph Hawkeye, was a strange and peculiar person. Despite having no power, he stepped forward, despite bleeding, he plunged in, and despite trembling with fear, he never took his eyes off the enemy. Since he was a type Arjuna had never met in his lifetime, he had been bewildered. He had heard stories before. Stories of people who are normally a mess but somehow become competent in crisis situations. Since there was no such person around Arjuna, who was close to a perfectionist, it felt like a mysterious experience, and his mood wasn't bad. Defeat evil with your own justice, he told me. But I could see in his eyes that he himself was barely holding on. The fact that he hasn't fallen into evil yet might mean he is stronger than I am. I wonder just how far that master can endure in the face of temptations that I can hardly even compare to. You need not worry, Arjuna. That master is strong. Just as you said. And the talent to be at the center of people is not something easily acquired. The master has that talent. The talent to make others believe. It would be more accurate to say it that way. It's hard to put into words, but for some reason, I found myself wanting to believe in that master. A person with a fragility that cannot easily overcome anything achieves a great feat that is impossible for even those with any kind of talent. I think that would be quite a beautiful sight. Desperate, perhaps, but I don't know about beautiful. If that beauty is about to change to the point of being unpleasant, the people beside him will catch him. Praying that the small light does not disappear. Is that so? A small light. That is certainly true. I found myself wishing it wouldn't disappear. Even as he was falling apart, Arjuna had stood up again to save Rudolph. He might not have needed to go that far. At the point where he clashed his noble phantasm against Cu Chulayan and caused the explosion, Arjuna might have already fulfilled his role. Thinking coldly, he should have saved his strength for the next battle. Yet for some reason, he stood up. For some reason, he took up his bow. For some reason, he had tried to save him. He didn't want the men who spoke of ordinariness to Arjuna, the blessed hero, to die. He wanted him to keep going, no matter where. Yes, it was the same as Karna. He wanted the commoner's body to achieve what no one else could. That was why he saved him. That was why he wanted him to survive. A small light, a light like a candle that couldn't even become a lantern. Yet a certain light existed, and that light was absolutely necessary in this situation. There was no telling how far the light would reach. The fire might go out, or the candle might melt away. It was such a precarious light. They remained silent for a while. It was a silence long enough to be awkward, but for some reason, Arjuna didn't feel any discomfort. He didn't feel any awkwardness either. It felt like being with an old friend. For just once, Karna and Arjuna shared the same heart. Both were already covered in wounds. Karna had released his noble phantasm and had to endure the impact with his body, and it was no different for Arjuna. They were in a state where they would be desummoned if even one more attack hit them directly. It was a mess, a foolish state. Yet, without either being first, they stood up with their battered bodies. Almost simultaneously, and for some reason with eyes that held not a shred of hostility, they looked at each other. The emotion contained within was pure fighting spirit, rather than the obsession or lingering regret bound to their past lives. Will you be all right? It seems you won't even be able to draw your bow with that arm. Because he had used it too recklessly at the end, Arjuna's arm was in a burnt state. It was a foolish mistake, failing to properly master even his own noble phantasm. There were various excuses, such as being in a hurry and the wounds being severe, but Arjuna also realized he was still immature. With trembling hands, Arjuna placed his hand on the bowstring. Do not mind it. It is a good penalty for you, who used Vasvi Shakti, O son, abide to death. Rather, this makes it fair. I see, Karna smiled. Both were in such a mess that even their breathing was ragged. Blood flowed from their wounds, and it must have been painfully agonizing. Even so, they looked at each other with smiles. For some reason, they felt as if their condition was better than it would be normally. Even though they were this battered, they came to think that way. Rudolph Hawkeye had properly kept his promise. He had properly created a stage for Karna and Arjuna to fight. It was the miracle of a man who had not given up until the final moment. Even if it was an unintended fulfillment of a promise, that alone was enough for Arjuna to feel it was fate. They look at each other. They look without taking their eyes off each other. The burning fighting spirit was hard to believe coming from heroic spirits who were on the verge of death. If Rudolph had been here, he probably would have praised Karna and Arjuna with sparkling eyes, saying, as expected of great heroes. Although it was a short acquaintance, they had come to know the human named Rudolph quite well. Even though he didn't have a simple personality, making such an impression on people was a talent in its own right. Or perhaps his desperate efforts had been rewarded. I shall shoot you from the front, Karna. An emotion like ecstasy spread within Arjuna. Finally, this moment had come. He could come here with dignity. After achieving righteousness and carrying out the justice of the restoration of the human order, he could stand in this place with pride. There was no burden in his heart. There was no anxiety. No discomfort arose. It was because he stood here as a blessed hero. It was just as Rudolph had said. Even if there was evil within Arjuna, even if he had lost to the temptation, the Arjuna who was a blessed hero and praised by countless people would not disappear. He wouldn't become a fake. He simply had that side to him. Come, let us fulfill our identical long-cherished wish here. Arjuna. In the ending singularity, they clashed with bodies that seemed ready to vanish. They were certainly a mess, but a final moment of satisfaction for them was here. Chapter 89, North America After Story, 01. I'm standing in a dark space. I couldn't even tell if this was a dream or reality. My senses were too dull for it to be reality, yet my consciousness was too clear for it to be a dream. I felt the sensation of speaking with Merlin, but this was far more unpleasant, a feeling like something was piercing my insides. Nothing was visible, and I felt weightless, as if I were suspended in water. Yet, I wasn't suffocating. I couldn't move, but I wasn't in pain either. I simply drifted like some kind of debris in a vast ocean. It felt like wandering through the depths of the sea. Suddenly, it felt as if something was entering through my fingertips. It crawled through my veins like an insect. The unpleasant sensation spread in an instant. I couldn't even scream, I remained still, not even permitted to struggle. I had no choice but to stay still. It felt as if memories that weren't mine were being played back inside my head. I saw people dying, and it felt like someone was watching it all. The sensation that made my head feel like it was splitting was less like remembering and more like having information forcibly shoved into me. It was a sensation I had never experienced before. If I had to find a similar feeling, it reminded me of when I regained all the memories of my past life. The pain was so identical that I wanted to scream. I wanted to vomit. I wanted to do anything, any physical reaction to make myself aware of my own state. Why do you fight? Someone was standing in the middle of that black-stained space. Even then, foreign memories were being forced into me. Memories of humans, hideous, beyond saving, poured in. And someone who had failed to correct them accepted their own death. Worthless. Worthless, worthless. A voice echoed repeatedly, saying there was no value in existence. It felt as if it were trying to create something inside me by wearing down my humanity. That voice was just that dry, just that despairing. Why do you struggle? The man who did nothing amidst countless sorrows was called a demon. That unforgivable emotion was rage. That record seemed to seep into me. It beckoned to me as if I could become one of its kind if I just reached out and took its hand. It was so revolting I wanted to spit on it. But I still had no freedom of movement, and the figure looking down at me remained faceless. There is no salvation for you. There is no safety for you. There is no peace for you. There is no future for you. There is no present for you. You have nothing. Even so, why do you fight? It shouldn't matter how this battle ends. It only matters to me. You only need to close your eyes. Can you not even do that? Why do you abandon the best choice, the wisest choice available to you right now? My vision gradually stained red. The addition of red to the black landscape made it look like the color of blood. Slowly, my body moved. I raised my hand toward the being looking down at me. You're asking why I keep holding onto something that's already over. You're asking why I struggle when there's no salvation. You're asking why I fight for nothing. Are you asking obvious questions because you want to hear obvious answers? I slowly raised my middle finger and spoke. Bullshit. Did you get an Excalibur shoved in your head? Stop acting like you're so wise. Glub, glub. My vision grew darker. Haze-like energy began to rise and grow. It felt as if it were infiltrating me, gripping my brain and heart tight. Even then, the being above me spoke in that same dry voice. You will never reach the place where I am. You, who were born with nothing and were abandoned even by destiny, cannot stand before me. In the fourth singularity, your story ends. Is that a prophecy made with clairvoyance? Impressive. But if I set foot in the fifth singularity with these legs, it meant I had triumphed over damn destiny. It meant I was stronger than the counterforce. How incredible. A mediocre man like me being stronger than the counterforce that maintains the world, isn't that the ideal plot for a hot-blooded manga? Not bad. That kind of hype is better than plot consistency anyway. In that sense, you said the fourth singularity. Just you wait. I'll definitely win there, and I'll reach you after crossing the fifth and sixth singularities. The being slowly turned its head away from me and spoke. A fleeting, pitiful thing. Glub, glub. Water-like bubbles completely blocked my vision. My consciousness felt like it was sinking beneath those bubbles. I hate shots. Don't be such a child. You have to take your antibiotics. Da Vinci watched the back and forth between Rudolph and Romani. Romani was trying to force a needle into Rudolph, who was resisting with all his might. It was truly ironic to see a man who routinely returned with severed limbs and holes through his body being terrified of a simple shot. It had been 3 days since their return from North America, and Rudolph had woken up with record speed. His prosthetic arm and leg were completely destroyed and had to be remade. However, unlike the first time when they had to start from scratch, they now had experience and blueprints, so it wouldn't take long, and the difficulty was low. At least the prosthetic eye only needed minor adjustments. Rudolph's current prosthetics were emergency spares and didn't have the durability to withstand combat. They were just ordinary prosthetics made for daily life. Actually, I have a needle allergy. If you give me that, I might die. You said the same thing during your physical when you first joined Chaldea. TCH. In the end, Rudolph lost and quietly took the shot. The sight of him trembling while getting the injection was quite a spectacle. A stranger might see him and ask, that's the hope of humanity. But currently, no one in Chaldea looked down on him. Starting from Fuyuki, he had conquered Orleans, the Edo period, and now North America. Especially after the explosion caused by Mad King Siyu Chilin's noble phantasm clashing with Karna's and Arjuna's, everyone had been glued to the screen in silence. Watching Rudolph declare victory as he stepped in to save Olga Marie, everyone must have felt hope. They had come to trust that a boy who could do nothing could achieve a great feat that no one else could. The talent to make people believe, perhaps. Even Da Vinci had half given up at first. She thought she would help him as much as possible, but if it didn't work out, it couldn't be helped. But now that they had come this far, even thinking like that was a discourtesy and an insult to Rudolph. He was proving himself by risking his life. Therefore, Da Vinci had to support him with her life as well. She had to act with the belief that her every action would save his life and prevent a single wound from marking him. Man, I feel like my body's in better shape than last time. Does this mean my body is evolving as I clear these singularities? Well, since you didn't lose any limbs this time, I suppose you could call that growth. I'm starting to worry about what'll get cut off next. Well, let's save the gloomy talk for later. Doctor, I'm good now, right? Yeah. It's not life-threatening, so you can go. But your wounds haven't fully healed yet, so be careful. Kiyohi. Let's finish that game from last time. Sita, you join too. Since Sita's an archer, I recommend an FPS. Listen to me. Romani shouted, but Rudolph ran off with a laugh so loud it was almost pleasant. Come to think of it, Rudolph quite liked games and manga. One might call it subculture knowledge, he was very well versed in that area. He didn't just play games casually, he seemed to be quite a hardcore gamer. Once, when he was given a vacation, leaving Chaldea was a hassle, and since Rudolph was an orphan, he spent his vacation inside the base. It wasn't just Rudolph, leaving was very difficult, and for various reasons, many staff members spent their vacations living inside Chaldea. In Rudolph's case, if he was spotted playing a game at 7 p.m., he would be spotted in the exact same posture at 8 a.m. the next morning. His stamina and grit when it came to gaming were immense. His gaming skills weren't good for nothing. Have fun playing. Da Vinci smiled and waved at Rudolph. He needed to relieve stress somehow. Considering how much he suffered, she hoped and wanted him to at least be free of pain while in Chaldea. Even if the cheerful smile was a manufactured facade, Da Vinci decided to take comfort in the fact that he could still laugh. In terms of mental state, there was someone she was even more worried about than Rudolph. It was Romani, standing right next to her. Lowering her hand, Da Vinci took a sip of the coffee on the desk. Then she looked at Romani, who was clutching his head with trembling lips. So, what exactly is happening to Rudolph's body? You noticed. Rudolph is certainly showing a faster recovery rate than others. But even then, it's only at the level of a bit faster than most. If a wound would take 3 days for an ordinary person to heal, it would take about 2 for him. It could vary by individual, and since Rudolph was still young, it was even more plausible. That's why she hadn't thought much of it. But this time was different. For a puncture wound through the torso to already be closing up was beyond a normal level. No matter how superior Chaldea's technology was, there were limits. Although she hadn't personally seen Rudolph's health charts, Da Vinci had her doubts. His recovery speed was abnormal. For a moment, Rudolph's recovery ability had spiked to the point of being closer to regeneration. It couldn't be considered normal. His physical condition had never returned to normal before. If so, it was best to assume something special had happened in America. As she thought this, Romani handed a piece of paper to Da Vinci. This is Rudolph's mana readings. As always, they're surprisingly ordy, Nary. What is this? Da Vinci's eyes widened. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her due to fatigue. The readings had suddenly skyrocketed. There were ways to artificially increase mana levels. Reinforcement through incantations, magecraft-based enhancement, the use of mystic codes, there were many methods, but they all had limits. Yet, for a split second, Rudolph's mana had jumped by more than dozens of times. Now, it was back to its usual levels. It was common for a person to exert strength beyond their normal capacity through sheer grit right before death. However, looking at the timeline, this was after Rudolph had returned from the singularity. It was on the first day, around the time Rudolph was suffering from a high fever due to his wounds and they thought he might not make it through the night. Come to think of it, he had suddenly become fine the next day and opened his eyes. What on earth is this? No, it's impossible. No matter what means were used, mana levels shouldn't explode like this. It's higher than most servants. Is the equipment malfunctioning? I thought of that possibility too, so I re-examined it several times. And look at this as well. Romani then gave another sheet to Da Vinci. Da Vinci quickly scanned the contents of that paper as well. She stared for a moment, puzzled, then looked back and forth between it and Rudolph's mana readings from earlier. The numbers were eerily similar to Rudolph's spiked mana levels. When Da Vinci looked at Romani with a "this is" expression, Romani looked like he was about to burst into tears at any moment. Those are the mana readings for Halphas, the demon god pillar that appeared in the second singularity. Romani spoke with a voice thick with emotion, his fists clenched tight. This is just my speculation, but Rudolph fell into the interior of the demon god pillar after defeating Cu Chulayan, right? During that time, he likely inhaled a massive amount of the demon god's blood, and it's possible that remnants of the demon god seeped into him through his open wounds. So, Romani, are you trying to tell me that boy has assimilated with a demon god pillar? As if he didn't even want to imagine it, Romani lowered his head and gritted his teeth. This was shocking even for the so-called super genius Da Vinci. Certainly, if that were the case, both Rudolph's rapid recovery and the momentary spike in mana shown in the data would be explained. But could the ordinary Rudolph withstand the mana of a demon god pillar? She had absolutely no intention of belittling Rudolph, but he didn't seem to have the capacity for it. No, that wasn't the important part. Even if a miracle had occurred and Rudolph had undergone a momentary assimilation, that wasn't the problem right now. Ah, yes. It's only the second singularity. There are many singularities left. There are more hells to cross than those we've already passed. This isn't at a level where it can be handled with just a mindset like before. This is. Hardships will keep coming, choices will be forced upon him, and his body will be torn to shreds. As his body breaks, his mind will break too. It's quiet for now, but it's clear that the energy of a demon god pillar has seeped into Rudolph. The blood of a demon is flowing through him right now. It's impossible to remove it. Because they're practically one and the same now. There's no telling when it might flare up again and try to devour him. Even if he somehow overcomes that wall. Can we still call what's left of Rudolph a human? Romani felt like he was going insane with guilt. He had been ordinary. He might have been a bit flippant, but he was an ordinary man who knew how to be considerate of others. They had thrown such a man into hell, caused him to lose limbs, and made him despair time and time again. It didn't stop there, he had screamed in agony. He meets good servants and uses that as a catalyst to stand up and move forward again. Up until now, that had been fine. But there was no guarantee that the mana, blood, and flesh of the demon god pillar that had seeped into Rudolph would allow that to continue. Even if they wanted to do something for him, he was fine for now. There was nothing wrong with him. He had no disabilities, no current hardships. Nothing that could be called an anomaly had occurred. If it was just a temporary phenomenon that wouldn't appear again, if it was just Romani's foolish, usual anxiety, that would be for the best. However, the blood flowing through Rudolph was already no longer the blood of an ordinary human. Though Rudolph might not have noticed, he was already exceeding normal standards. When he enters the hell of a singularity again, when a crisis arrives, when he is forced to make a choice once more, and when anguish tries to torment him, the mana in the form of blood will assault him. And there was nothing they could do for him in that moment. First, report this to Director Olga Marie. It's a harsh reality, but it must be conveyed. Make sure to emphasize that it's still only at the stage of possibility. For now, it was just a phenomenon close to a momentary seizure. In the first place, Halphas had already been erased. Therefore, if they were lucky, there was a chance it had flared up once and then vanished completely. That was what they were hoping for. Da Vinci could more or less understand Romani's thoughts. It would be great if things went well, but Rudolph was barely holding on as it was. The assimilation with the demon god pillar that occurred when his emotions were heightened might make Rudolph say things he normally wouldn't, and it might make him naturally choose options he normally wouldn't. If it hadn't disappeared and remained assimilated within Rudolph, the situation was more serious than they thought. Should we tell the servants as well? Make sure to tell Marie. And while Director Olga Marie will make the final call, it might be good to tell Sita as well. This is just my recommendation, the choice should be the director's. But Marie must be told. Ironically, the most intellectual and calm among the current servants was the Avenger, Marie. Furthermore, since she was quite soft when it came to Rudolph, Marie was a suitable choice. It wasn't that she didn't trust Kyoheim or Okita. It was just that they weren't as good at acting as Marie, and there was no telling how they would take this truth. Especially Kyoheim, who hated lies so much that she had to be the first one excluded from this kind of thing. Sita was very affectionate toward Rudolph, but she was the most sensible member of the current group, and seeing her in America, she seemed like she could be the brake to stop Rudolph when he went too far. But the priority was Marie Antoinette. Beyond just her personality, she was a servant Rudolph relied on heavily right now. Since their bond went back to Orleans, he had a tendency to lean on her without putting on too much of a front. Marie seemed to find that side of Rudolph adorable, so it was perfect. The best-case scenario was that it was just a momentary seizure and that nothing remained inside Rudolph, but considering it was Romani of all people reacting like this, the chances of that were low. And this goes without saying, but you must not tell Rudolph. I know that much. It was for the same reason they hadn't told Rudolph his mental stability score last time. There was no need to push Rudolph's already complicated mind any further. They would tell him if it became necessary someday, but they wanted him to at least be peaceful and worry-free while he was in Chaldea. Someday, they would have to tell him. But that day was not today. VRRR, the automatic door opened, and Olga Marie, her dark circles even deeper than before, walked in. Romani, give me Rudolph's health check data. What's with this atmosphere? Olga Marie, instantly sensing the strange mood, frowned. In this regard, she was sharp, as expected of someone who had risen to the position of director and the head of a family. If she couldn't even read the room, she wouldn't be in that seat. Romani remained silent. At this rate, the conversation wouldn't progress. Director Olga Marie, this super genius will explain everything. Want a calming pill? Just what is it that you're trying to scare me like this? Even as she said that, she quietly accepted the pill. Perhaps for the current Olga Marie, these were words that would shake her soul. By now, it was no secret that Olga Marie was clearly attracted to Rudolph as a man. Especially after returning from America, the way she looked at him was filled with a gentleness that was almost sweet. Whether she realized it herself or not, it was a fact that she was quite attracted to him and relied on him significantly. Perhaps Rudolph was nothing short of hope for Olga Marie. Thinking that, Da Vinci felt a slight ache in her chest, but she still conveyed Rudolph's current state. After listening quietly, Olga Marie crossed her arms and spoke immediately. What needs to be done is clear. I'll handle informing Miss Marie and Miss Sita. Romani, you go take a shower and get some sleep. You're negative enough as it is, you don't need to be even more so. Consider it a reward for your hard work in Chaldea while I was away. Da Vinci, if such a seizure occurs, what should we do? There are two possibilities. One is a rampage like you often see in manga, where it bursts out regardless of Rudolph's will. The other, fitting the concept of assimilation, is that Rudolph remains Rudolph but is gradually encroached upon. Honestly, the former can be somewhat resolved by knocking him out, but the latter is difficult to even detect, and even if we do, we won't know what to do. Encroachment through assimilation means that form is also Rudolph himself. I see. You're surprisingly calm. Given how you were in America, I thought you'd be more flustered. Olga Marie, who never showed tears in front of others, had cried after saving Rudolph. She had sobbed while hugging him, feeling his warmth and pulse. That's why Da Vinci thought Olga Marie would be shaken, panicked, and in a bad state upon hearing this. But Olga Marie listened to the story calmly. She assessed the situation and was giving orders on the spot about what to do. He'll suffer. He'll suffer immensely. It'll be hard. It'll be painful beyond words. I wish I could take his place, but that's impossible, and thinking like that would be nothing but an insult to him after everything he's achieved. So, I will do what I can do now. I won't let him break. I won't let him disappear. I won't let him give up. I'll force him to stand up and restore the human order. And then I'll make him happy. So he can dismiss all this as nothing more than a thing of the past. Da Vinci stared with a surprised face for a moment, then smiled. The girl who was even more fragile than Rudolph when she depended on Lev Laner had, at some point, developed eyes befitting the position of director. She had thought Olga Marie had simply shifted her object of dependence from Lev Laner to Rudolph Hawkeye, but she was wrong. It wasn't dependence, they were forming a relationship where they relied on each other. What has already happened cannot be helped, she was thinking about what would happen in the future. She was saying she wouldn't let Rudolph be unhappy, whether it was a demon god pillar or anything else. She couldn't empathize with, understand, or share all the hard, agonizing, and painful things, but she could wait in front of the fallen Rudolph with her hand outstretched all day. Olga Marie had already made her resolve. The resolve to go to the very end of hell and take Rudolph's hand if that's where his path led. Beside her, Romani, who looked even more exhausted than Olga Marie, spoke with a blank face. Director. You're quite devoted to the men you've fallen for, aren't you? Fallen. Right, it seems your fatigue is making you lose your filter. Sigh, Da Vinci, take care of Romani. I need to get some rest too. You're not even denying it. What a pair of ill-mannered duo. Olga Marie cursed under her breath and left the room. Da Vinci waved at her with a chuckle. I'm worried, but I suppose there's nothing to do in our current state but believe he'll overcome it. May luck be with that boy. Chapter 90, North America After Story, 02. The time has finally come. In a sense, it's no exaggeration to say I conquer singularities just for this moment. I made a grand declaration in the summoning room. That's right, gotcha time was back once again. While I was busy being wounded and dazed, and later playing games, the Chaldea staff had recovered St. Quartz from the North American singularity. To be honest, I wanted to help look for them to ease their burden, but there simply wasn't time in America. Between running, moving, and fighting, the singularity was cleared before I knew it. Now that I've made it this far, I can say it, there really is no such thing as a useless servant. Everyone has a use once they're summoned. Besides, being weak in combat power doesn't necessarily mean being incompetent. Especially those in the caster or assassin classes, even if their direct frontal attack power is low, they often possess some extraordinary specialized strength. Take Charlotte, for example. Her stats are at the bottom tier for a servant, but her noble phantasm managed to crack the spirit core of the King of Knights. In the game, she even retired Odysseus with it. Yawn. Sure. The atmosphere feels weird. More importantly, where's the director? Why is the doctor here? The director finally fell asleep a little while ago. By the way, when I asked her when she last rested, she said she took a 5-minute break 20 hours ago. A hardcore workaholic. The highest-ranking person is in the most black company environment. Once things stabilize, she'll probably be joining the singularity investigations too. She really needs to learn how to take it easy. Just look at me. Lately, all I've been doing at Chaldea is playing around. I've been eating, playing, and having a blast without a single shred of guilt. Honestly, I was against the director participating in singularity conquests, but she's not the kind of good girl who listens just because I object. The fact that she's already prepared her body means she's fully intent on doing it. Since she's likely still in the adjustment phase, I'll be the one stepping out first, but if it looks like I'm about to collapse or if I start wavering, the director might ray-shift right in. It feels like I've gained another burden. So, is there a specific servant you're hoping for? A servant I want? Well, I'd welcome anyone, but honestly, I want a guy. No, think about it. The gender ratio right now is terrible, okay. A harem isn't bad. It's every man's dream. But how should I put it? You know. There's a certain comfort in being with the same sex. Starting from Marie, it's been nothing but female servants. Of course, they're all beauties and wonderful girls. But sometimes you just crave the peace of being one of the boys. In that sense, I'd be pretty happy if a male servant showed up. Being surrounded only by men would be a horrific sight, but being surrounded only by women wasn't exactly easy either. Basically, I try to get along with everyone regardless of gender, but there's still that gender difference, you know. Sometimes when we're playing games or just hanging out, we end up touching, and it's, how do I put it? It makes me feel all restless. I'm still a healthy guy in my early 20s, damn it. And Kiyohi somehow knows my passwords and breaks in even if I change them. If she ever catches me trying to have some me time, it won't end with just a scolding. It's not just for that reason, but we need to balance the ratio. Shouldn't balance be maintained? Kiyohi also recommends a male servant. Whoa. When did you get here? I have been with you since before you opened your eyes this morning, Lord Rudolph. That's creepy. Did you not say we would be together anytime, anywhere? I never said that. Anyway, personal preferences aside, I felt like I needed someone from the Saber class. The members capable of close-quarters combat were too limited. Okita was excellent, of course, and I trusted her, but there's a limit to what one person can do. And people might not realize it because she fights so naturally in frontal confrontations, but Okita is an assassin. She's a servant who shines even brighter in surprise attacks than in head-on battles. In fact, she's been a superstar, retiring Shutendoji in a single blow with a surprise attack and forcing Arjuna to retreat. In that sense, I wanted someone heavy this time, rather than someone speedy like Okita. A tank-like person. Maybe Gawain or Mordred from the Knights of the Round Table would be good. A berserker like Heracles wouldn't be bad either. I was already counting my chickens before they hatched, not even knowing if a servant would actually appear. Is this the summoning room? It's quite stylish. It explodes sometimes. That's because you blew it up, Marie. Oh, hush, when did I ever? It's the summoning room's fault for being so flimsy. Master. Shinsengumi. You must pull a Shinsengumi member this time. The servants had all gathered here. These guys. But maybe it's for the best. They are heroic spirits, incarnations of the past. If so, their presence might act as a catalyst to call forth other servants. All right, I prepared the Saint Quartz. Time for another 10 roll. I'm rolling today too. If you ask who I want most, it's definitely Castor Bro. But after fighting Cu Chula in Altar, I think he might be even scarier. Well, how should I put it? The Cu Chulayan altar I fought in America was a perfect Cu Chulayan, enhanced by the Holy Grail in every possible way. A version summoned here would likely be weaker than the one I met in America. Alright. Here goes. I threw in the Saint Quartz. Watching the rotating rings hum with power, I waved my hands. Commander. Nightingale. We had such a cool parting, so you can come now, right? Fergus is fine too. I'd be grateful for D. Armwood. I'd even take Kojiro in a heartbeat. Karna and Arjuna. I'd get on my knees and beg. Just someone, please come out. I'm counting on you. I believe the bonds we forged in America weren't just for show. Or is it finally Castor Bro or Charlotte? I'm starting to worry that the bonds from Fuyuki are finally running thin. Come out, come out. Master has started doing a strange dance. That's, you know, one of those things. A ritual. Oh Grand Berserker. Oh Counter Force. Please, grant me your blessing. 500-year obsession. Wait, what? This is definitely the craft essence that curses the enemy when the wearer is defeated, right? Rather than using it myself, it seemed better to leave it to a servant. In the worst-case scenario where they were forced to withdraw, they could inflict a demerit, even if small, on the one who took them down. It might suit Kiyohi well. It fit her image, and above all, it was perfect for Kiyohi, whose endurance wasn't that great. Come to think of it, if a craft essence was unusable for me, it was better to give it to a servant. It was a decent start. Necromancy. It's the gotcha guts. No, this isn't bad either, right? With this, a servant on the verge of withdrawal could be revived as if they had battle continuation. If a servant who was thought to have vanished suddenly reappeared for a surprise attack, most enemies would be caught off guard. In that sense, it might suit Okita. Even if she retired, if she revived by betting on that probability, she could naturally deal massive damage to an enemy, or in some cases, retire them completely. Good, the flow is good. Demonic Bodhisattva. This was for strengthening noble phantasms. To put it more simply, it could be described as a single-use command spell. Strengthening a noble phantasm is great, but its applications are limited. However, depending on the situation, it could pierce through a defensive barrier that normally couldn't be broken, or make an attack effective that normally wouldn't be. Oh. What's this? What? My craft essence luck is on fire. And those damn black keys haven't shown up yet. Maybe I'm in a state of incredibly high luck right now. Alright. Let's keep this going. Just like this. Curse of Love. This has a similar effect to Demonic Bodhisattva, right? As I carefully grabbed the card, I felt a BZZZT ring through my brain. Huh. What was that just now? I felt like a sharp pain just passed through. Whatever. My physical condition isn't exactly normal anyway. There are more than a few places still aching. Regardless, today was full of good craft essences without a single dud. I had a feeling the next one would be good too. Origin Bullet. I'm doing it. My favorite craft essence. You've saved my life so many times. Jesus Crisis. Master's tension really hits the roof whenever he comes here. The Caster Bully craft essence. With this, Gillista Rice, Mephistopheles, whoever, they're all one-shot material. Even as a craft essence, its effect doesn't fade, it's a literal natural enemy for those who use magecraft. Moreover, since it reacts to magic circuits even upon direct contact, any caster type who chooses any option other than evasion is going to have an oh, shit moment. Plus, if it hits the head, neck, or heart, even a servant can be one turn killed. I know because I've tested it myself. However, the timing of its use must be chosen carefully. First of all, it's not particularly helpful if the target isn't a caster type. Even if a saber's sword is made of mana, shooting it didn't seem to do much damage to the saber itself. Since there's only one shot, I had to choose wisely. Lion plushie. Ahem. Right. You can't be lucky forever. If I were only lucky, it would actually make me more anxious. Therefore, this was an unavoidable retreat. A strategic retreat. Expectation was building in my heart that something even more amazing would come next. Blue-black key. The game is rigging it. This is it. Green-black key. Don't cross the line. The next one won't be a blue-black key, right? Tell me it's not. The whole Shinji-kun. I'd rather have the blue-black key. Blue-black key. Seriously, stop giving them to me. Gah. No. It can't end like this. It was quiet. The summoning room was silent. What? There's still more, right? It can't end like this. Why aren't any more summoning rings appearing as if it's over? More should come out. Hey, don't mess with me. You have to follow the unwritten rule where the servant comes out at the very end. Right. As I stood there, Okita poked my shoulder and spoke. That was the 10th one, Master. Hey, hee. I knew. I knew. I actually knew that was the last one. What is this, the law of conservation of gacha failure? Is it like, since you brought Sita back from America, you don't get anything this time? Don't give me that. Don't screw with me. I don't want to wipe out. I pulled out a card-like object I had been preserving like a treasure in my inner pocket. You think it'll end like this? I'm summoning a servant. A servant. Wait. Everyone, grab that idiot. Are you kidding me? Are you really going to use the summon ticket you saved even against the Mad King right here? Gwa. Let go. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. In the end, I was caught by Sita and it ended without me being able to use the ticket. And Marie laughed until the very end. That damn Avenger. Yeah, that's just my luck. If anything, Marie, Kiyohi, and Okita coming out of the gacha in a row was what was weird. My luck has already run out. Maybe I've already used up a lifetime's worth of luck. It's over. It's truly over. No more servants will ever come to our Chaldea. I'll just have to make do with local servants somehow. Gah. Thinking about a story that's already ended only gives me a headache. I picked myself up again. No servant came. Not Nightingale. Not Cu Chulayan. Not Arjuna. Not Fergus. Not Diarmuid or Sasaki. And none of the bonds including Medusa came. But it's not their fault. It's the fault of my damn rotten luck. No, it's the counterforce's fault. I really thought it would work since my luck seemed good lately. Still, having no one show up is just too much. Was it because I set my dreams too high? A saber, or a male servant, was it because someone like me dared to consider such conditions? They're all heroes, heroic spirits, great people who left their own stories in history, and yet I had such foolish thoughts. I'm an idiot. What stupidity. No wonder they didn't show up when I rolled with that mindset. I should have done it with zero desire. The desire sensor struck again. Master is so fun to watch his expressions change so much. He has a talent for being a comedian. These guys. I cannot let that statement slide. Lord Rudolph is not a comedian, he is a thespian. Hey. Since a while ago, you haven't been shielding me, you've been hitting me with the shield. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? Because I, Kiyohi, hate lies. So you're saying what you just said is 100% pure truth. You're really going for the finishing blow, aren't you? I will be with you until the very end. I, Kiyohi, will carefully finish your funeral on the day your life ends and enter the grave with you. I'm going to be cremated. My, such a burning end together. Kiyohi thinks that is romantic. There's no need to remind me that you're a berserker in a place like this. Lately, I'd started thinking of her as just a slightly obsessive girl in love, but looking at this, I think I was wrong. A berserker is a berserker, and Kiyohi is Kiyohi. Still, considering she never calls me Anshin and insists on calling me Rudolph, and tries to protect me however she can, I suppose it's much better compared to our first meeting. While I was thinking that, Okita suddenly grabbed my sleeve. What is it? I'm busy thinking about what to do with this berserker. Can Okita-san go in too? Go in where? Why are you asking that with such a shy face? As I looked at her with a completely bewildered expression, Marie was behind me, face down on the floor, pounding the ground and laughing. She was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. That really is a damn Avenger. What do you mean, you're here as a good Avenger? You're just a person laughing like a maniac at your master's misfortune. Sita, after several fake coughs, gathered everyone's attention. Master, it is regrettable that no servant was summoned. However, what's done is done. Let us return to rest. You have been granted complete freedom, at least here in Chaldea, so it would be best to use it to rest well. Maybe I should try some training once in a while to build up my body. Stop. Don't look at me with eyes that say, what difference would it make if you trained? Don't insult me with your eyes. I had the same thought right after I said it. But it's still better than doing nothing. Though I can't say that with absolute certainty. Damn it. Against servants, whether it's 1.1 or 1.2, it's all the same low number. It's all a failing grade. Sita gave an awkward smile and avoided answering. Still, the fact that she didn't say it out loud and showed some consideration made her the oasis of my heart. She was the only one in this group with a normal way of thinking. Look at Marie. She's been laughing nonstop ever since I failed the gotcha. If I had lived in the same era as that woman, she wouldn't have gone to the execution block. She would have died laughing. Gah. Let's just go play games. Very well. Today is the day I, Sita, shall clear that game. I thought Sita's blood vessels might burst if she played FPS games, so I gave her a soul-like game since she seemed interested, and it surprisingly suited her taste. She had many meetings with You Died in the beginning. Actually, I wanted to help her, but that You Died constantly appearing on the screen put me in a bad mood. Is that thing mocking someone? Do you know how painful dying is? Are you mocking me? I felt overwhelmed by those thoughts. Come to think of it, I wonder where the third singularity is. The damn mastermind mentioned the fourth singularity. Does that mastermind know the order of the singularities I'll visit? Or is the fourth one special? I don't know. Thinking about things I can't help only gives me a headache. Judging by Sita's state, it looked like we'd be gaming until late tonight. People might not know, but basically, my servants live in my room, not their own. It felt like they only used their own rooms for sleeping, and spent the rest of their time in my room reading manga, novels, playing games, or taking naps. I even started wondering, what about my privacy? Master, you're good at games, but is there a genre you're bad at? I just play until I'm good at it, so it's not a problem. I wonder why God gave our master talent for games but no talent for magecraft or combat. Whatever, says the one who's 0 wins and 19 losses against me in games. Let's just go. Marie's expression momentarily soured as she walked ahead. Even for a servant, the provocation of, you're terrible at this seemed to work. The sound of whistling wind reaches my ears. Is this a dream? I recalled my last memory. My last memory was gathering with everyone to play games. At first, I played a fighting game 1-on-1 with Marie, and when I won unilaterally, we switched to a racing game the whole family could play, and I came in first in that too. In the end, even though everyone else teamed up to target only me, I still won. Hee, I've got years of gaming experience. I won't lose to beginners. I was restoring my self-esteem when I couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep first. Normally, they should have gone back to their rooms, but perhaps they couldn't stand the frustration because they were all noisy in front of the monitor, saying they'd play a bit more before leaving. Hush. Something is cold. Incredibly cold. It was a pain too realistic for a dream. Is that damn bastard talking to me again? No, it's not that hazy sensation. It's really cold. Too cold. It felt like my hands and feet were freezing solid. I even felt as if I were trapped in ice or buried in snow. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I opened my eyes and bolted upright. Wait. I really am buried. What? What is this? No joke, what is this? Huh? Where am I? Who am I? No, that's not it. Why was I just buried in snow? I shook my head and brushed the snow off. More importantly, it's cold. This is no joke. If I had opened my eyes even a little later, I would have frozen to death for sure. This cold. It definitely wasn't a dream. Reality was telling me so. It was so stiff and cold that my teeth were chattering. Where am I? It looked like some kind of forest. The snow was piled up so high it reached just below my knees. And judging by this blizzard, it looked like it would pile up even more. Hush, the wind is blowing. The cold wind felt like it was freezing my very brain. I definitely fell asleep in my room. Yes, I fell asleep in my room. I fell asleep in my room, but when I opened my eyes, I was here. Usually, in this kind of development, there should be someone acting as a navigator. I wanted to make that very sensible retort. I said I wouldn't do Gouda Gouda, so they just forcibly sent me. The feedback was fast only at times like this. I didn't know much, but I knew this much. I have now entered something like a singularity, similar to an event story. If there's a problem here, what is it? Naturally, it's that there's no one around. There were no servants from our side, and I couldn't even see anything that looked like a local servant. Snow in front, snow behind, snow to the left and right, and snow below. Even looking up, I could see snow pouring down as if there were a hole in the sky. No. If you're going to send me like this, at least attach one of our servants. There should be a servant who can explain the situation as soon as I arrive. What is this? Where am I? What? Why am I here? I wouldn't just become a lost child for no reason. Whether someone called me or some bond was reached, there must be a reason I'm here. Don't mess with me. At this rate, I'll freeze to death. Freeze to death. A slow death. Are you kidding? Rustle. I heard the sound of bushes shaking. What, you were there? I knew it. There has to be a navigator servant. Who is it? It must be someone like a welfare servant from an event story. Welfare servants all have good performance too. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to naturally bring them back to our Chaldea, so isn't this actually a chance to bolster our forces before the next singularity? Maybe my gotcha failure was actually a stepping stone for today. Hey! Don't be shy and come out quickly. First, let's talk somewhere warm. Whoosh! Boom! Snow erupted into the air. It was as if something heavy had landed there. An ominous aura spread. I felt a heat that could melt the chill of the snow right in front of me. Thump thump, my heart beat fast with fear. I had felt this sensation somewhere before. It was similar to the feeling when I saw that servant, that berserker, that Heracles, who charged at me while leaving Casterbro behind to fight Archer and Fuyuki. It was the sensation of seeing a massive beast with my own eyes. Ho-gejijijiji. Berserker Lu Bufongxian charged at me with a roar. Servant information. True name, Marie Antoinette. Class, Avenger, Alignment, Chaotic Evil, Gender, Female, Affection. Status. Strength D, Endurance C, Agility B+, Mana B, Luck D, Noble Phantasm A. Class Skills. Avenger B+, Oblivion Correction C, Self-Restoration, Mana A. Personal Skills. Innocent Monster, Transmutation A. If there is an aptitude, she can freely change her class and possess skills of the class suited to herself. Even her age can be changed if desired. Cursed Fate B, for some reason, enemy attacks easily hit Marie. Unless the enemy possesses unmistakable killing intent towards someone else, their attacks will unluckily reach Marie. Noble Phantasm. Curse of Guillotine, Curse the Broken Crown B, glass blades covered in pitch black, shaped like guillotine blades and launched like Gate of Babylon. Treating the wounds isn't difficult, but if left alone, the wounded area gradually tears further, causing intense pain even from small scratches. French servants in particular must treat even a graze quickly. If treatment is delayed or a vital spot is hit, they must be prepared for withdrawal. Blood Crystal Palace, Eternal Hatred Made of Blood A+, a reality marble created from her psyche. A noble phantasm suited to the saying, if you're going to curse, attack, dig 2 graves. As a prerequisite, she must be wounded by the opponent, and once the reality marble is activated, the opponent must destroy all the numerous guillotines existing within it. If Marie is attacked without destroying them, the attack itself is nullified and returned to the opponent. In exchange, 1 guillotine disappears. A counter-noble phantasm that is difficult to destroy in a short time unless one can fire anti-fortress or anti-army noble phantasms multiple times. Since there are no particular restrictions during use, Marie can attack while the opponent cannot attack her and must focus solely on destroying the widely spread guillotines. A difficult opponent for anyone without wide-range attacks. Bond dialogue. Rudolph Hawkeye. Marie, if this child weren't my master, if I didn't have those memories of Orleans, I would have acted as a bad avenger as much as I wanted. It's a shame, but not bad. Kyoheim. Marie, she sometimes sends me incredible glares. Is she jealous? It can't be helped. Since I am first. It's common for second to be jealous of first. What kind of ranking is it? Fufu, who knows? Okita Suji. Marie, she is excellent. And quite lovely. I'd like to have tea time with her. But how do you do that thrust? You just jump with a pat. So it's half-spirit dimensional leaping. Sita. Marie, didn't you hate the citizens who judged and condemned you based on suspicion as if it were fact, or the husband who accepted those ridiculous reasons and abandoned you? Perhaps you have a side similar to mine. Regardless, I leave that child to you. In this Chaldea where there's no one normal, including myself, you're the only one who can act as the brake. Stop if I know. If I had the reason to stop, I would have been a different class, not an avenger. Olga Marie assimilate animosphere. Marie, people are drawn to and admire what they don't have. That's probably why our master is drawn to her. And she's very fun to tease. Her reactions are so rich that I think if I had lived in the same era as our master, I might not have gone to the execution block. Because I would have died laughing before that. Servant scheduled for the near future. Marie, well, fine. I have a promise, and I'm a good avenger right now. Chapter 91, Who is the True Santa? War of the Seven Santas, 01. Director. I have a report. At the sound of a voice heard through her sleep, Olga Marie opened her heavy eyelids. Before identifying the owner of the voice, she checked the clock on the desk. It looked like she had slept for about 4 hours. It could be considered enough sleep, but perhaps because her fatigue hadn't fully lifted, a vague sense of irritation spread through her. A singularity hadn't been discovered yet, and since Olga Marie herself might have to go to a singularity in a worst-case scenario, she had intended to stabilize her body and mind a bit more. So, what on earth was happening to wake her up when she had finally managed to get a proper sleep for the first time in days? Most matters could be handled at the level of Romani or Da Vinci. However, the one who had ordered them to report even the smallest matter was none other than Olga Marie herself. Olga Marie was not a woman so small-minded as to take out her anger on an employee who was faithfully following her words. Though, she wasn't so great as to be the king of a country either. She sat up, running a hand through her disheveled hair. Had a singularity been discovered already? If not that, had a fluctuation occurred, even if it wasn't a singularity, like during the Edo period last time? Or was it an error? Or had they finally figured out why Rudolph always fell from the sky whenever he was sent to a singularity? With various thoughts in mind, she raised her head and sat up. It wasn't just a regular staff member, Romani himself had come. His eyes were red, as if he had been crying quite a bit. What a chicken. Unfortunately, Olga Marie did not cry. Because nothing had happened yet. And for some reason, the thought crossed her mind, wouldn't Rudolph handle it somehow? Perhaps it was blind faith. But Rudolph had always been like that. He moved forward even in situations that were truly difficult, painful, and could be called impossible. When Siyu Chulin targeted Olga Marie in America, Rudolph moved to save her. After that, he declared victory. And he won. In that image, he was bleeding, dying, and gasping for breath. It was more desperate than cool, more frantic than beautiful. Still, that back of his, that face painting a miracle, remained etched in her mind. Rudolph said he admired heroes, but to Olga Marie, Rudolph might not be much different from a hero. He saved Olga Marie when she couldn't even start, looked after her heart, and saved her life once again. It felt like he could cause any miracle and accomplish any brave feat. His grinning face, which had only been annoying in the past, had recently started to look cute to her. Rather, her heart ached with pity for his smile that had become a bit clouded. So, what is it? Keep it brief. If you explain it in a complicated way, I'm still half asleep, you see. If it were a singularity, it was a matter of rushing out immediately, but Romani was making a strange face for some reason. It was a face that said, what on earth is going on? In a way, it seemed like Romani, who was reporting, didn't fully understand the situation himself. It was true that Romani was a chicken comparable to Rudolph and was unreliable, but he had spent more time in Chaldea than the director, Olga Marie. So, there were very few instances where he couldn't grasp the situation. Was this one of those times? Or was it some truly trivial reason? If so, she could just throw the clock at Romani and go back to sleep. Rudolph has suddenly disappeared. Without a trace. We've been searching for 3 hours already. According to the servants who were with him, he vanished in the brief moment they looked away. Romani. Yes. Romani looked at Olga Marie, and she gave a hollow laugh before throwing the clock. Irk. Romani made a strange sound and fell backward. Why are you only reporting that now? Are you crazy? Hogagage. Hogagage. Hogagage edge. Boom. 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 He was charging so powerfully that the ground was visible beneath his feet. It was no joke. Unlike with Heracles, a normal servant, not in a shadow state, was charging to kill me. He lunged like a beast, letting out a war cry that sounded like an unintelligible scream. Fortunately, he was attacking barehanded without a weapon. Does this guy think he can handle someone like me without a weapon? What a wise fellow, how did he know? Swish. I fired the threads of the spider hand and ran through the trees. The snow was piled so high that it was difficult to run. If I were to leave the forest by any chance, I was as good as dead. Time out. You're a bit fast. Wait. Wait. Let's calm down and talk. Aya. Wasn't Berserker supposed to be a symbol of a cool-headed person who maintains their reason? K-boom. He smashed the tree I had tied my thread to. Damn it. Fine. I even beat Casterbro, who surpassed even divine spirits. I won't lose in a place like this to a guy whose character trait is being a Kyaru. I'm the man who will achieve the restoration of the human order, recognized by Siyu Chulian. Hogagage. I ran again. I decided to show my bravery later. He charged like some kind of beast. No, wait. Come to think of it, all this snow, isn't it a target for transmutation? It's not a living thing, either. It's not like it contains magical energy, either. I quickly passed by and placed my hand on the ground. Since everything was connected as one, it was very convenient in times like this. Just by touching it, it was as if all the snow in the vicinity was under my transmutation magecraft. Metamorphose on, commence transmutation. Whoosh. The snow moved rapidly and bound Lubu. Lubu let out a roar and broke through it all, lunging at me. Geez, aren't you energetic? Swish. I climbed up a tree and used it once more. This time, I pierced through the ground. I smiled at Lubu, who had fallen into the pit below. There's a good saying in the world. Those who rise by betrayal end by betrayal. Hey, how does it feel to be betrayed and killed by someone weaker than you? How does it feel? Lubu's expression, as he looked up at me blankly for a moment, began to contort. Hey, let's not make that kind of face. Life is a gamble anyway. It's not strange to live a bit dirtily. Rather, that might be why you were accepted as a hero. Your ambition was strong. You probably believed there was no general in the world superior to yourself. You know what? History is a story written by the winners. In other words, for you, who was betrayed in the middle and retired, what should I say? You just ended up as a general with a bad personality. The strongest general. A guy who died being betrayed while betraying others, that's what stuck in my mind more. The moment he tried to leap up in excitement, I moved the surrounding snow. And then I covered him just like that. Since he's a berserker, he falls for every single provocation. Fortunately, it seemed he understood what I was saying. Since it was just snow, he would break out soon anyway. I tied the thread around the tree several times and stepped back. One might be difficult, but if there were several, I might be able to at least trip him up. No, to begin with, it was as good as checkmate at this point if no one helped me. No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't win against a servant. It was a relief that I had craft essences, but I didn't feel like using them right now. There was the next singularity to consider, and most of the ones I pulled this time were for support. Come to think of it, Lubu Fengxian was a mutant naturally born with magic circuits. Then wouldn't the origin bullet work on him? But he's not a caster type, so it's too much of a gamble. I was also afraid of the aftermath if I failed. I fiddled with the summon ticket in my inner pocket. Even so, was it really okay to use it against just Lubu? Lubu wasn't a weak servant, but if you asked if he was a truly incredible servant, he wasn't exactly that either. I couldn't use a summon ticket here that I hadn't even used against Mad King Siyu Chulian. I had to escape this place somehow. Seeing as he didn't pull out a weapon against me, it seemed he had no intention of using the true name release of God Force, the 5 soldiers of the war god, in other words, the Sky Piercer. Alright, let's escape first. Whoosh. A cold wind blew strongly. Damn it, it felt like my hands and feet were freezing. White mist came out of my mouth, and my body shook. A significant amount of my body heat had been drained. If I stayed like this, I was guaranteed to freeze to death even if I was wearing the Chaldea mystic code. I had to find a place to warm my body somehow. I didn't necessarily need to defeat Lubu, surely there would be allies here under the name of local servants, so joining up with them was the priority. But where on earth is this? I understood it was a winter forest, but I knew nothing else. Was there an event like this? I thought for a moment but gave up immediately. The number of times the plot has twisted up to this point is 1 or 2. I just had to accept it. As I stepped back, boom. The snow rose up as if it were exploding. In the center of it, Lubu Fengxian was glaring at me. I swallowed hard as I looked at Lubu Fengxian. I was scared. A clear bloodlust was approaching me. The bloodlust, which felt like it was slowly strangling my neck, was too cold to be that of a berserker. My confused head didn't work properly, and only my mouth moved. Ah, the big-eared guy is the most trustworthy, he's damn trustworthy. I'm starting to be afraid of my own tongue. Words came out haphazardly from my head without any filtering, without any thought, as if I were forcing puzzle pieces together. As Lubu charged, I used the Chaldea instant enhancement and even rune magecraft to pull my arm. Crack! As the tree broke, Lubu fell forward at the same time. The mana consumption is no joke. Let's get out of here fast. I need a place to warm my body first. I immediately took out a smoke bomb and threw it. Puffed. The surroundings were completely covered by the smoke screen. Without hesitation, I turned my back on Lubu and ran. No, honestly speaking, that last will about the big-eared guy being the most untrustworthy person, isn't that just the pot calling the kettle black? Lubu, how should I put it, he was incredibly strong, but he didn't care about anything else. It was like he left half his mind in the next world, so I should probably send the other half there too. Still, I think he's an amazing person. It's just that the hero I burn for, the hero I admire, is someone more like, you know, someone noble like Jeanne d'Arc. Or something sorrowful. I like stories like that. Even if it ended badly in life, finishing with a happy ending after becoming a heroic spirit, that goes beyond just getting hyped. Karna and Arjuna must have fought, right? They must have fought properly and settled it, right? Damn it. I didn't get to see that sight. To think I wasn't there at the place where the great hero of India resolved his lingering regret after death. To think I set the stage and couldn't even watch the performance. What kind of loss is this? I'll have to ask him later, whether he's summoned or I meet him in another singularity. I hoped he would remember the events in America. It was a duel with his fated rival, so he'd remember, right? Let's save the summon ticket as much as possible. First, find a place to warm up, then a servant to cooperate with. Huh. I felt an unknown heat from behind. When I turned around instinctively, Lubu was standing still. It wouldn't have been strange for him to lung at me immediately, but he wasn't moving and was holding something. It was in a state as if he had drawn a bow. I wondered why a berserker was shooting a bow when archers don't, but I could understand as soon as I saw it. While I was suspended in the air, it felt as if time had stopped. Lubu's god force, the 5 soldiers of the war god, has 2 forms. Originally there are 6, but when summoned as a berserker, only 2 forms remain. The first is the method of using it normally as a spear, and the other was the method Lubu was trying to use now. Is it a beam again? Boom. As Lubu released the bowstring, a red light flew toward me in a straight line. What on earth is this Lubu beam that looks like a large-caliber wave motion cannon? Contrary to its appearance, it was a noble phantasm with surprisingly high strategic value, changing its form into anti-unit, anti-army, or anti-fortress depending on the situation. And now, he used it as a noble phantasm targeting only me as a bow. The sky piercer became an arrow, and that arrow became a beam, heading toward me. Ah, seriously. I'm sick and tired of beams now. Boom. The flame-like beam engulfed my entire body, and I died before I could even register the consciousness of death. Ha. I lived because it was instant death. Cough, cough. I lay face down on the snow and gnashed my teeth. There was almost no pain, but the sensation of my flesh burning remained clearly within me. And the sensation of death that came again tormented me. Still, compared to before, well, it might be okay. They say humans are creatures of adaptation. Won't this also become okay enough someday that I can move immediately after dying? Maybe not. I scratched my own arm without realizing it. I gripped my shoulder tightly until blood came, struggling to calm myself down somehow. A servant won't come. Even if I die, they won't come. I have to get out of this place before Lubu comes somehow. But my legs. Ah, damn it. I have to get up. Even so, dying twice in a short time is hard on my mind. It was hard to breathe, but I barely managed to raise my body. My chest hurt, tightening as if it were bound by something. It was at that moment. Thump. Something fell from the sky again. Damn it. The after effects of returning from death are still. Until now, the save point I returned to was in a safe state, so it didn't matter if I took some time to calm down the after effects. But not now. My body was freezing in real time due to the bitter cold, nearing death by freezing, and Lu Bu Fengxian was charging toward me. Lu Bu raised his fist. Swish. I tied the tree, cut through the snow, and moved that way. Thud. I hit the tree hard because I couldn't control my strength. As I grimaced in pain, my body began to shake. Ah, ugh. Cough. Calm down. Calm down. I'm alive. Because I'm alive. Yes, I'm alive. I haven't died yet. I didn't disappear after being hit by the beam, I'm alive here. Calm down. Lu Bu watched me blankly for a moment, then lunged with a thump. I also lunged forward in the same way. Boom. He smashed the tree just like that. As I gasped for breath, Lu Bu lunged again. Swish. Just as I was about to move again by tying the thread to a tree, thwack. Lu Bu's foot grazed the side of my thigh. Rip. It burst open, and blood flowed down. At the stinging pain, I couldn't even reach the tree and rolled on the snow. Ayakak. Damn it. The fresh blood soaked into the snow, staining it red. Lu Bu looked at me as if mocking me. That damn traitor bastard. I might screw over an enemy, but I don't betray an ally, you know. But a guy who only ever did Kiaro things and died by Kiaro things is mocking me. Sure, if you survived like that, someone might call you a hero. But a guy who eventually retired and died, where do you think you are? Huh. Whoosh. An unpleasant sensation spread inside me. I realized that my emotions were being stimulated by something. Something strange. I thought I was a more well-rounded person. How should I put it? It was a strange feeling. Chaldea instant enhancement, rune magecraft reinforcement. Boom. I took a punch that he threw haphazardly. Cough, the impact reached past my blocking arm and deep inside. It felt like my arm was going to break. I can't die. I can't die here. I mustn't die. If I die, I'll die again next time. If I died twice in such a short time, I couldn't even be sure what would happen to my mind. I can't die. I have to escape somehow. Boom. I flew away just like that, bouncing several times over the snow. Thud, something fell in front of me as I lay collapsed. Bleeding following the pain, this is dangerous. In my blurred vision, I looked at the object that had fallen on the ground. It was a summon ticket. You said that if there's a desperate heart, it responds to that heart. King of Heroes. I'm desperate right now. I have to get out of this death regression. If I die here, I'll surely writhe in pain again and be killed by Lu Bu, and I'll repeat that infinitely. I had to escape here and survive somehow. Honestly, it was a waste. It was such a waste. The fact that I had to use a summon ticket, which I hadn't even used when fighting the Mad King, in a place that wasn't even a regular singularity. But anyway, I have to survive for anything to happen, right? Is the director going to conquer the singularity? Even if she would, I won't let her. If someone who will walk into hell is absolutely necessary, it's best that I, who have already walked enough, go. Only one person needs to be in pain, and if that's me, I'll show a smile. Then no one will be unhappy, and it can end without anyone shedding tears. Everyone is smiling. And I am there among those smiles. That's enough. I quickly ran and picked up the summon ticket. Phil. Oh, whatever. It's not a regular summoning anyway, so omit the rest. Whoosh. As I poured in magical energy, the summon ticket was reacting. ZZZZT. It was a servant reaction. The light of the summon ticket that left my hand was surrounding the area. Lu Bu was also watching, whether he was curious or for some other reason, he wasn't attacking for now. Are you saying it doesn't matter what a small fry like me does? Then regret it. Ha ha ha. I'll kill you with this. I'm wishing for it this desperately. Someone with a special attack against you will come out. Ah, you know, something like a special attack against males. Maybe the very person who gave this to me will come out. Then I might be in danger too, but you're a guaranteed death. Ha ha ha. Wash your neck and wait. You Chinese Kiaro bastard. The light gradually grows smaller. The summoning of the servant was complete. The thought that it was a bit of a waste wasn't entirely absent, but now I have a desperate heart. Surely the universe will step in to help. Please. It would be best if a strong servant came out and defeated Lu Bu. But if that's not possible, a servant who has the capability to escape from Lu Bu would be good. Someone with high agility or luck would be great. Or at least someone who can use a special attack against that damn guy. Thus, someone revealed themselves. The large light gradually grew smaller, and a single woman revealed herself. She had neat brown hair, blue eyes, and held a dagger in her hand. Beside the woman in the white dress, a mysterious creature with a body reminiscent of an egg, a mouth, wings, and a ring was floating around. As I stared at her blankly, she established her consciousness and looked at me. And then, she made an "ah" sound, and with a face that looked very happy, she wore a smile filled with the shyness of a girl in love. And then she soon cleared her throat with a ahem. I have appeared in response to your summons, Assassin Charlotte Corday. It's been a long time. Master. You remember me, right? Why are you coming out from there, I screamed. No. You shouldn't be coming out from there. Why are you coming out? Hey. You counter-force bastard. No. It's not that guy's fault. To think I trusted the king of pleasure. Not the wise king. To think I trusted the Goldie Archer who isn't even a kid. Wah. As I shouted in a voice filled with despair, Charlotte said. No. I mean. You called me the goddess of fortune. I thought you'd rather be happy. That's because if you had come out from the Chaldea summoning I did before coming here, I would have welcomed you with open arms. I might have even turned into a believer standing before a god while worshipping. But why now, of all times? And to come out using my only summon ticket. What is this? What is this? Honor, king of heroes. You tricked me. Damn it. You, if you're like that, I'll get angry too. You. More importantly, it's cold. Master, is this Chaldea? It's more, how should I put it, wild than I thought. Does this look like Chaldea? No, wait, huh? A thumping sound was heard. Charlotte and I looked that way at the same time. The sound of a beast growling was heard. In a posture as if he were about to lunge at any moment, Lubu was glaring this way. Charlotte and I opened our mouths at the same time and broke into a cold sweat. Whether it was cold now or not didn't matter. We were looking in the same direction, completely frozen. I took one step back. Charlotte looked at the very excited Lubu and said. Ah, he has a very intense impression. Is he a friend of yours, master? Do you want to go and say hello? Hick. As Lubu took his stance, I turned my body and shouted. Runnin'. Lubu was lunging toward us as we ran. Ack. If we collide, it won't end with just a fracture. Charlotte ran with all her might beside me, going hawawawa. She was running with all her might, so desperately that it was hard to believe she was a woman in a dress. But she's faster than me. Master. I don't think this is right as soon as I'm summoned. I'll return to the throne. And please call me again when peace comes. Don't be ridiculous. Where do you think you're going after being summoned with a summon ticket? If you're going, spit the summon ticket back out before you go. And since you've been summoned, you're my servant. Where is a servant who abandons their master? Remember. We are the not-so-munchkin duo who bravely, well, we weren't brave, but anyway, we fought against even that king of knights. Ah. He's close. Lubu is right behind us. He's close. Aya. Run. Cha Charlotte. Don't you have the courage to say, leave this to me for the sake of the master? Haha, master is really your jokes are in bad taste. Please say it's a joke. Look over here. Don't try to whistle when you can't even do it. He's getting closer. I said, damn it, and took out a smoke bomb and threw it. And then I shouted. Operation name, Strategic Retreat. This is not running away, but a retreat. That's right. It's not because we can't win, but because there's a loss, so we're stepping back. Let's go. Right now. Hurry, even by a second. And so, Charlotte and I continued to run through the forest in the bitter cold. Chapter 92, Who is the True Santa? War of the Seven Santas, 02. Olga Marie held her head in her hands. Even after reviewing the surveillance footage, there was no sign of Rudolph leaving his room. Unfortunately, there were no cameras inside the private quarters themselves. Perhaps she should have placed one in Rudolph's room after all. It might have been an invasion of privacy, and she would have needed his permission, promising only to check it in case of an emergency, but still. No, that was only a thought she could have now that the incident had already occurred. Everyone had agreed to be as considerate as possible toward Rudolph while he was at Chaldea, letting him be free, so they hadn't paid much attention. In the first place, no one had even imagined that something could happen inside Chaldea. If he were in a singularity, being ambushed or attacked would be understandable, but disappearing from Chaldea. Did that even make sense? Though she had only just woken up, Olga Marie's mind was incredibly sharp. In fact, it was so clear that it was becoming a problem. If Rudolph really disappeared for good, it would be extremely problematic. No, it went beyond just being problematic. In the past, When Olga Marie had viewed Rudolph as nothing more than a slacking employee, she might have coldly thought, at least I'm still here, so it's fine. But she couldn't calm herself down with such thoughts anymore. The man named Rudolph had taken up far too large a place within her. Emotional issues aside, I can't do what Rudolph does. Who else would burn their own life force and use every ounce of their intellect while facing their own death? Could anyone else keep the will to fight in their heart while their limbs were being severed and their body was dying? Rudolph claimed he was ordinary, but his mental fortitude was nothing short of extraordinary. An ordinary person would have broken back in Fuyuki. And beyond that, the only reason these highly individualistic servants were united right now was because of Rudolph. If Olga Marie were to become the master, they might follow her for a time, but the fallout would be indescribable. Okita and Sita might be fine, but Marie and Kyoheim would almost certainly spiral out of control in the worst way possible. Kyoheim went without saying, and Marie went around openly stating that she only remained a kind Avenger because her master was there. Okita and Sita might be better than those two, but it was impossible to know if Okita, experiencing a clumsy first love, or Sita, who had sworn her loyalty, would ever accept another person as their master. No, what foolish thoughts was she having? Rudolph was alive. He had to be alive. Everyone. Begin the proof of existence process immediately. Trace back through time and find Rudolph's signature. Search all the way back to the BC era if you have to. And you servants. I need you to tell me exactly what happened when he disappeared. There's not much to say. He vanished the moment we took our eyes off him. None of us are casters, so we couldn't track any magical signatures, but it's not like someone broke into the room. It's better to assume he was taken by some non-physical means. Marie spoke nonchalantly, even in this situation. Assassin Okita Tsuji had been there. If someone had broken in, there was no way she wouldn't have noticed. Furthermore, there was Kyoheim, who was just as sensitive as Okita when it came to Rudolph. Was it even possible for someone to infiltrate Chaldea in the first place? If anyone had come to this era, they would have had to pass through the command center where Chaldea's was located. They couldn't have just been summoned in a hallway out of nowhere. It might be more accurate to say that Rudolph was summoned to the other side, rather than someone being summoned here. Perhaps displeased by Marie's relaxed attitude, Kyoheim spoke while covering her mouth with her fan. You seem quite composed. What will you do if something has happened to Lord Rudolph? Should I shed a tear and say how regrettable it is? You. Whoosh. Flames flickered around Kyoheim's body. Unlike Kyoheim, who looked ready to incinerate her on the spot, Marie remained calm. She opened a bag of snacks she had gotten from somewhere. Looking at Kyoheim amidst the tense atmosphere, Marie spoke. If something happens to him, it simply means the end of the human order. Director Olga Marie might be able to step in as a master, but to be honest, regardless of magical talent, I don't think you can do as well as that boy. We are merely ordinary mortals who have lost even to absolute destiny, and yet somehow we're winning, but that's just how I feel. Olga Marie didn't deny it. It was something she had thought about dozens of times herself. What would have happened if someone else had been in his place? When facing Artoria Pendragon in Fuyuki, who else could have won like he did? When Marie Antoinette bared her fangs of betrayal in Orleans, who else could have won? Amidst the relentless attacks of the Mad King in North America, who else could have won? Even if it were a master from Team A, would it have been possible? And regardless of anyone else, I have no intention of following anyone other than the current master. I am only here because I, who happen to have memories of Orleans, was summoned as his servant. I think you people are good. You haven't given up hope even after coming this far, and you're sacrificing yourselves for the human order. You are certainly good people. But unfortunately, I'm not the kind of person who cares about that. I am an Avenger, after all. A heavy tension filled the command center. Everyone understood what Marie was trying to say. Marie was here simply because she remembered how Rudolph, who had defeated her, had wept for her sake. He had shed tears as if he were truly saddened that he had to stop her revenge. And the journey in Orleans had been enjoyable in its own way. That was why she wanted Rudolph to remain a good boy until the very end. That was why she cooperated, why she stayed quiet, and why she pretended to be a good servant. In the tense atmosphere, Kyoheim, displeased that Marie was speaking as if Rudolph were already dead, let her flames flare even more violently. Olga Marie stepped between Marie and Kyoheim. Director Olga Marie, please step back. Kyoheim, you're the one who needs to calm down. I understand that you, who live and die for love, are anxious because Rudolph suddenly disappeared, but throwing a tantrum won't bring him back. Isn't that very anxiety born from the thought that Rudolph might be dead? What did you say? You too. Grr, ugh. Surprisingly, she didn't attack. Kyoheim was making a very strange expression. She wanted to lash out at Olga Marie for saying things that seemed to deny her trust, affection, and love for Rudolph, but Kyoheim knew that Olga Marie was quite special to him. It wasn't hard to tell that he treated her with a certain level of importance. Olga Marie, who should have been burned to death here originally, was spared because this was a Kyoheim who had been changed by Rudolph. In that sense, her life had been saved once again. Miss Marie, if Rudolph is gone, do you intend to become an enemy of Chaldea? An enemy? As an Avenger, I will simply move for the sake of my long-cherished wish. Why do I have to have these memories? Why do I remember that story, one that wasn't beautiful in the slightest, but was so desperate and pathetic that I couldn't look away? Fine, then there's no problem. Wait. Director? What do you mean there's no problem? When Romani asked in surprise, Olga Marie spoke as if he were asking something stupid. That's only if Rudolph is dead. Miss Marie is speaking based on that premise. This servant has no intention of going on a rampage. Because she believes there's no way he's dead. Right. Marie looked up at Olga Marie with a slightly surprised face. He won't die. Therefore, I won't betray. It's a simple conclusion. We've wasted enough time. What are you doing? Move. Even as we speak, it wouldn't be strange for that Rudolph idiot to lose another limb. I can already see the screen connecting and him bleeding everywhere, saying something unfunny like, "Hello, friends. It's your bloody uncle." In reality, Rudolph often said he was fine even when he clearly wasn't. In those cases, it was surely because he was thinking, what would change if I said I wasn't fine? He couldn't back down just because he wasn't fine, and saying so wouldn't change anything, so Rudolph chose to say he was okay. That phrase, which had slowly become his habit, sounded like a magical spell, but it was just a deception. One day, even that mask of being fine might disappear. It had been especially close in North America. Looking up at Olga Marie as she quickly mobilized the Chaldea staff, Marie spoke. How did you know I was certain he wouldn't die? I did think that he wouldn't be dead and would still be fighting. I consider him a man with no luck, but plenty of bad luck to keep him alive. But how did you know? I thought I was quite good at hiding my emotions and sincerity through my expression and tone. I even intentionally speak in ways where truth and lies are blurred. You caught on well. Because I'm thinking the same thing. Marie looked up at Olga Marie silently. Olga Marie met her gaze and said. I believe so too. That there's no way that foolish men would die. Perhaps it was blind faith. Rudolph was not a man of steel. He wavered countless times, almost collapsed countless times, and was forcing a body that should have already fallen to keep walking. That was why it wasn't good to just leave everything to him under the name of trust with such certainty. They had to mobilize every means possible and support Rudolph in every way they could. But for some reason, Olga Marie couldn't help but think that way. She thought so because she had seen Rudolph fight on the front lines and actually grasp victory. He sacrificed his own body to protect Olga Marie and said nothing about it. He never asked for a reward or anything of the sort. He simply rejoiced in the fact that they had won and survived. Rudolph looked at noble heroes and said they were amazing because he couldn't be like them, but Olga Marie found it hard to understand how what he did was any different. If you do something noble without any ulterior motives, is it noble, but if you do it while trembling in fear, is it not? She thought it was a question even a sage would hesitate to answer. Kyoheim, don't glare at me like that. I said those things earlier, but Rudolph trusts you quite a bit. Could it be that he spoke of Kyohai? Ah, well. Yes. Suddenly, she approached with sparkling eyes. There were no flames, but she looked dangerous in a different way. He had talked about her. Rudolph was a man with a loose tongue to begin with. Unless you directly told him, keep this a secret, a rumor could easily spread by the next day. Conversely, if you did ask him to keep a secret, he wouldn't say a word even if it killed him. In fact, once when Olga Marie had dozed off while working overtime, she had called Rudolph, who was standing nearby, Dad. Rudolph had been working overtime with her at the time, and when she begged him to keep it a secret, he had laughed his head off and said, yeah, I'm gonna tell everyone, but the next day, and the day after that, it never became a topic of conversation. He was a man who was strangely sincere in odd places. In that sense, servants, please stand by. Your role comes after we find Rudolph. We have to make that guy rest, even if we have to beat him up for overexerting himself again. What was more worrying than his life was his synchronization with the demon god pillar. She was worried that the synchronization might affect Rudolph now that he was at his limit, wounded, and cornered. Olga Marie said, all right, and sat down. If he wasn't in Chaldea, the only places he could have gone were the singularities. Or perhaps he had been blown into history itself, not a singularity. If they were lucky, there was a possibility that Rudolph would contact them through a ley line, but she doubted if Rudolph even knew that his communicator had a ley line connection function. To Olga Marie, he was a man no different from a hero, but honestly, he was a clumsy man. I'm sorry, but there's no rest until we find Rudolph. Save your complaints and stress for when you talk to Romani later. Understood. Wait. Director. No matter how I think about it, I think Master did something wrong. Let's apologize together right now. I'll apologize with you. He's charging at us in such a rage, you must have done something, right? Master is someone who could become a servant based on his degenerate power alone. I didn't raise Master to be that kind of person. Now, hurry up and apologize. I have no memory of being raised by you. In fact, we just met here for the first time. I have no memory of meeting you before. And what is degenerate power? I wouldn't be happy at all even if I could become a servant with that. And I guarantee you, even if something did happen, it wouldn't explain that state. There's a simple and clear explanation. That's just his personality. He's a piece of trash with a rotten personality who only thinks about killing you the moment you show your back. This was going nowhere. Compared to a berserker, an assassin and a master didn't have much stamina. In a long-term battle, they were clearly at a disadvantage. For a moment, I thought of a plan using Charlotte's noble phantasm, but no matter how I looked at it, I only saw an ending where Charlotte's upper body got blown away in one hit. Frontal attacks only work if the opponent has reason. They only work if the opponent lets their guard down, and if the opponent doesn't recognize you as an enemy. Using it against a berserker who smashes everything regardless of enemies or openings was no different from saying, "Excuse me, but could you please die here?" Static flickered, and my vision wavered for a moment. What was that? My body was wounded, but not enough to die. It hurt, though. Was it accumulated fatigue? Damn it. I kicked Charlotte to push her aside. Boom. Snow erupted as Lu Bu's hand grabbed my body. Gah. As he squeezed tighter and tighter, I felt like I was going to lose consciousness. Static flickered again, and my vision wavered once more. What the hell has been going on? Did I get hit in the head? Master. Charlotte lunged forward and stabbed the arm holding me with her dagger. Lu Bu frowned and let go of me. At the same time, his other arm aimed for Charlotte. I grabbed Charlotte's leg midair and pulled. Whoa. As she stumbled backward, thump. The attack hit the snow. As the snow erupted, Charlotte was blown away by the wind pressure and hit a tree. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I can't die here. I absolutely cannot die here. I felt a cold wind blowing from the side. I could see it. Faintly, the star of victory shone. Damn it. No, let me rephrase that. The star of survival shone. You damn Chinese Kyaru. I lunged forward and reached out my hand. Gander. When the gander hit, Lu Bu frowned. It worked on the Mad King, so why wouldn't it work on you? It'll only be for a very short time, but I'll make good use of it. Swish. I tied a thread around Lu Bu's neck and immediately circled behind him. I strengthened my body as much as possible with rune magecraft. Then I tripped him. I placed my hand on the ground. With a humming sound, the snow, reshaped by transmutation magecraft, acted like a slide and sent Lu Bu falling. Go straight to the cliff. Yeah, goodbye. It was shitty meeting you. Let's never meet again. Huh. At the edge of the cliff, he stopped himself by slamming his hand into a rock buried in the snow. Heroic spirits were all so persistent. I ran. Charlotte. Run. You know what to do, right? Let's go. Ah, yes. Charlotte and I lunged toward Lu Bu, who was half hanging off the cliff. And at the same time, we kicked him. This is Sparta. Get out, Aya. Thud. With a kick, Lu Bu let out a scream-like roar and plummeted down the cliff. It was quite deep, but he wouldn't die from just this. On the contrary, he might climb back up this cliff quickly. Last time, Heracles climbed back up in less than a minute even after being shoved to the bottom of a lake while in a shadow state. All right, let's bolt. Understood. We ran for our lives for about 10 minutes. I was so out of breath I felt like I was going to throw up everything I had eaten. And it was cold. Incredibly cold. Once we left the forest, there was no sign of Lu Bu following us. It seemed we had successfully lost him. Even if we were to take down Lu Bu, securing our strength was the priority. No, I needed to find a cave or something. At this rate, I'd freeze to death first. For a while, Charlotte and I caught our breath and took in oxygen. Master, what kind of journey are you on? First you fight the King of Knights as soon as you're summoned, and now you're fighting that man who's like a running tank. Ugh, I feel sick, so I'll be heading back to the throne. No you can't, I'm doomed, without you I'll really die. Would I really be able to stop you from dying? What are you saying? You just saved me from Lu Bu. And you helped me push him off the cliff. How can someone whose name is etched in history have such low self-esteem? Like I said in Fuyuki. There's no way a servant who's with me isn't the best. I see. Charlotte Corday will do her best. Ah, but the King of Knights is still too much. It's a trauma. What a coincidence, me too. During the Guda Guda incident, I had fainted just by making eye contact with the normal version, not even the alter one. Honestly, if it were the alter version with memories of Fuyuki, I was ready to collapse right then and there. With a feeling of future me. I'm counting on you. Anyway, what was important right now wasn't the King of Knights, who gave me chills just thinking about her, but the current situation. We had managed to lose Lubu for now, but we didn't know when he might come charging back making weird noises, we didn't know the way, and the cold was slowly killing me. I had no servants other than Charlotte. The situation was closer to bad than good. Though if you asked when I ever had a good situation, I wouldn't have an answer. Master. Yeah, right. First, let's find a cave or something and start a fire. We'll warm up and think slowly. Master. What? Huh. I couldn't see far because of the heavy snow, but as I walked, something came into view. Charlotte and I watched it silently. We looked at each other and slowly approached. It was massive. It was more of a castle than a house. A castle, an oddly elegant-looking castle. What is this? What on earth is this? Charlotte and I tilted our heads in front of the large gate. Then, there was a nameplate-like thing on the side. Let's see. Castle of Terror. Are you prepared to face your fears? It says. That sounds incredibly scary. Ha ha ha. Right. Ahahaha. I covered my face with both hands and said. We have to go in, right? Yeah. Yeah, my foot. You might be fine, but I'm guaranteed to freeze to death at this rate. Do you really want to see me turn into an icicle? But I feel like if we go in, freezing to death might actually be a happier way to go. No, it's all about spirit. Let's open it. Master. Wait. My heart isn't ready yet. Bang. I pushed the door open forcefully. There was a hallway as beautiful as the exterior suggested. How should I put it? It wasn't incredibly flashy, but it was a castle with a modest charm. It felt like a castle where care had been taken in the decor, but not to an excessive degree. I felt like it would have been less scary if the inside had been decorated like a haunted house. Don't people say it's scarier when a good person suddenly becomes bad? Isn't this the same thing? I stared at the inner hallway for a moment. There was another door at the end. I guess I have to open that. All right, Charlotte. You go first. Ladies first. What? No, no. I don't need that kind of consideration. Master goes first. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of servant sends their master into such a dangerous-looking place first? That's a dereliction of duty. I might have lower endurance than you, master. Aside from that leg, where did you get that arm cut off? You've replaced it with something sturdier than me. Don't underestimate me. My eye is artificial too. That's nothing to brag about. At this rate, aren't you going to have more machine parts than flesh? I won't deny it. I sometimes think about that future too. Anyway, go in first. You're a servant. You have to protect your master. Charlotte and I were pushing each other in front of the door, resisting. The warm air from inside spread outward, and my body felt like it was melting just a little bit. Charlotte and I continued to confront each other in front of the door. I'm an assassin, so I'm rear support. I'll stay in the back with the angel to watch for ambushes. Master goes first. Honestly, you fight better than me, don't you? You can't call that fighting. Do you call a human struggling to survive against a lion fighting? It's one-sided violence. Don't be ridiculous. Fine, I'll use my master authority here. Dirtily. Let's just go with total selfishness. I order you with a command spell. Aya. What are you trying to order me with a command spell when you only have 3? Then go in first. This command spell is precious, right? Then go in first. Now. Hurry. What kind of person threatens their servant with their own command spell? Right here. More importantly, my instincts are telling me this place is scary. I've had goosebumps for a while now. It's warm, but still. The castle's name is literally Castle of Terror. We held out in front of the door for about 10 minutes. We were trying to push each other inside. Basically, I was losing in terms of physical strength. Damn it, so even a weak servant is still a servant. Even though I'm using my prosthetic arm, I'm being pushed. At this rate, I'll be the one going in first. I have to think of another way. Fine, then let's go in together. Holding hands like good friends. How about that? That's fair, right? Holding hands. Would you rather I hold your foot? No. Fine. Let's do that. Charlotte took my hand with a slightly nervous face. We slowly took a step forward. Warm air enveloped my entire body, and my frozen body completely thawed. This is nice, it feels like the heating is working perfectly, which is great. I don't know who the owner of this house is, but they sure know how to receive guests. Charlotte looked around and said. The inside is cleaner than I thought. Stop. That's the spell that'll screw us over. That's something you should never say. A terror that isn't even a servant will come. When I spoke in a rapid-fire outburst, Charlotte nodded awkwardly. We almost set off a massive horror game flag. We have to open that door, right? If it's dangerous, we'll turn around and go back out immediately. Slam. Charlotte and I both froze at the same time. As we slowly turned around while frozen, the door that had been open until just now was closed. It was an iron door, too heavy for the wind to blow shut. It was the kind that scraped against the floor and needed to be pulled open. There was no way the wind could have closed it. All right, Charlotte. Yes. Bang. 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 We quickly knocked on the door, pushed it, pulled it, and even licked it, but there was no response. It seemed it was already over. Ah, crazy. Fine. Let's do this. Since you want it so bad, let's see your face. I'll lead the way. Let's go, Charlotte. Yes. As expected of Master. Maybe they'll even become our ally. Let's think positively. If they're an enemy, we'll die together and go to the same place, right? It hasn't even been a second since you said the word positively. Where did the positivity go? We walked down the hallway. True, if I thought about it, there was no terrifying atmosphere at all. There was nothing to fear. And Charlotte was with me. No matter how weak a servant was still a servant. She could even defeat enemies if she used her noble phantasm correctly. She was the woman who had cracked the spirit core of that king of knights. She was someone far more amazing than someone like me. Therefore, I decided to trust Charlotte. I felt like I had suddenly gained a little courage. How should I put it? It felt like the liquid courage you get after drinking. When we reached the second door, something was written next to it. Charlotte peered at the paper. To the one who has overcome fear, I shall permit you to face me, it says. It feels like a blatant trial. And overcome fear? Ha! I've never overcome it. In the first place, there are too many things I'm afraid of. I don't know what you're trying to do, but making me choose just one scary thing. There's no way that's possible. Or is what's behind this door something with a visual suitable for a room of terror? Is that it? Hey, don't underestimate me. Even against the king of knights with the greater grail. Even against the dragon witch with a swarm of wyverns. Even in front of a queen who suddenly backstabbed me. Even against the mad king who used cheat codes. I was always in a state of terror. Now. Can you give me any more fear than this? You can't, right? It's impossible. Even if the mastermind of this whole situation appeared, I have the confidence to think, this is nothing compared to what I've experienced so far. Bang. I opened the door and quickly hid behind Charlotte. Charlotte looked at me with expressionless eyes. Master, your words and actions are beautifully contradictory. I only took this action for the sake of efficiency, as the probability of you surviving an attack is higher. It's not because I'm particularly scared. But what is this? It's not much different from the hallway. That's true. It was a fairly large place. I could even see stairs leading to the second floor. It was almost the size of a playground. I wondered if there was a need to make it this large. Should we go up the stairs first? Usually, important people are in high places. If we keep going up, we'll meet the owner of this castle, right? But no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure out who the owner of the castle was. I wasn't even sure what kind of event this was. A Santa event or something like that was the first thing that came to mind, but this kind of situation hadn't happened. I didn't know. As I walked with the thought of just facing whatever came, boom. The door we had entered through closed behind us just like before. Even without this, I had no intention of backing down now. You said it was terror, but it's nothing special. You're doing this on purpose, right? Saying flag-like lines since earlier. Huh. Whoosh. A black wind blew. Suddenly my heart began to race, and for some reason, a cold sweat broke out. Black energy gathered in front of the stairs, and a shadow was forming. It was a black energy I had seen somewhere before. It felt like a shadow servant. It was very similar to what I had seen in Fuyuki. Searching the visitor's memories. Searching the visitor's memories, target confirmed. Installing. It searched the visitor's memories twice. It probably meant Charlotte and me. Even if it said memory search, it wouldn't have searched our entire lives. It wouldn't have such a high-density function. It probably searched for memories that stood out particularly, in other words, terrifying memories. The black energy soon revealed its form. Charlotte and I just watched it happen. The figure that appeared from the black shadow was truly fitting of the word terror. Jet black armor, a visor that made it unclear whether they wanted to hide or reveal their identity. Gasp, I momentarily forgot to breathe. Ah. I was speechless. Ah, crazy. My body trembled automatically. Trembling. 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 My brain was stimulated by fear, and my whole body automatically tensed up. Just looking at that figure made my breathing shallow and my mind go distant. I gathered my mind, which felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. The black wind blowing was certainly intense in its pressure. Still, it was much lower than the pressure I had felt back then. That didn't mean it wasn't scary. I gasped for air. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. My gathered mind was being shattered again, causing confusion. My reason was about to crumble. Artoria Pendragon Altar. This damn castle had created our shared fear as a shadow servant. Looking to my side, Charlotte also seemed to be having a flashback, staring blankly at the King of Knights, her face pale as a sheet. Charlotte and I immediately looked at each other, turned around, ran to the door, and clung to it. Bang. Bang. We pounded on it. Brother. No. This isn't right. Ah, you crazy bastard. This is too much. This is insane. 3 strikes and you're out, this is insane. This isn't right. Agagagaga. Agagaga. Agagagaga. What am I supposed to do about that holy sword again? We don't even have Mr. Caster. A shadow servant. What do you want us to do? Even if the King of Knights has weakened a bit, the holy sword hasn't. Even if a beam doesn't come out, she'll still throw slashes. Even if she doesn't do that, if you get hit by a swing, it's instant death. It's assassination, physical. This is real terror. I lose. I lose. Help. Help. Hey. I don't know who the owner of this castle is, but this isn't right. You fight me. You come out. I'd rather fight you. I don't know who you are, but I'll fight you. Even if it's a shadow servant, I'd rather fight you, whoever you are, than the King of Knights. Does that King of Knights get any weaker just because she doesn't fire Excalibur? You crazy bastard. Come out right now. Or open the door. I'll leave now. I'm leaving. Yeah. I'd rather freeze to death. No. I'll go back to fight that berserker, Mr. Lubu. Let us out. At the sound of a click, Charlotte and I both flinched. We turned around with our backs against the door. I said in a trembling voice. We agreed to meet with a smile if we ever met again, didn't we, big sister? Magical energy began to gather in the holy sword, forming a light. Holy shit, are you the type of shadow servant that has no reason? As she took another step forward with a face already in combat mode, all sorts of painful situations I had experienced in Fuyuki flashed through my mind. I felt like I was going to hyperventilate. My will to fight vanished, and my whole body trembled. I simply recognized the King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon, in front of me. Feeling like I was going to vomit, I finally grabbed hold of my reason. Get down, Aya. Kong. A slash of mana burst flew toward us. This is a shadow. You've really got no conscience, do you? Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Who is the True Santa? War of the Seven Santas, 03. Ajklastlkjaslj. Master. Your language has collapsed. Tears flowed involuntarily. My body trembled as I stared blankly at the path where the slash had passed. To be sure, compared to the King of Knights I met in Fuyuki, this was nothing. Every attack from the King of Knights in Fuyuki was a certain kill, a strike that carried an instant death prop. With her overwhelming mana burst, the sheer force of her slashes was enough to nullify low-level noble phantasms. The slashes from the King of Knights here weren't quite at that level. But the fact that they were the exact same slashes threw me into a state of chaos. The terror of that time carved itself into my chest, and the mask of awkward cheerfulness I had worn to try and forget it began to shatter. I still haven't overcome the trauma of Fuyuki. Even though I fought the Mad King, who might have been even stronger, and faced far more enemies since then, my fear was still frozen at the King of Knights. Defeat the King of Knights. Me. When Caster Bro isn't even here. When I don't have the support of the Holy Grail. How am I supposed to win this? Memories flashed through my mind. Every single movement of the King of Knights crushed my senses. Fear pierced my head until I could barely breathe. Negative emotions swirled around me, enough to melt my brain. As the King of Knights gripped her sword again and unleashed a slash, I just watched. I thought for a split second that I had to dodge, but my entire body seemed to refuse to fight. A sense of defeat, the feeling that I cannot win, seemed to grab my ankles. Thud. Charlotte threw herself at me, pushing me out of the way. Blood sprayed as her shoulder was grazed. Char, latte. Master, please regain your composure. I am the weakest assassin, I am not strong enough to grant your wish on my own. But you are different, Master. You are a strong person. You are an incredible person. That is why you are the one who can fulfill my wish. I want to survive this and go to the Chaldea where you are. Please, help me fulfill my wish. That King of Knights is scary, so very scary, but does she really look like the same person you saw in Fuyuki? Look closely. I slowly turned my head to look at the King of Knights. She was a shadow servant, devoid of reason. Her fighting style made me wonder if she ever had reason to begin with, but while she was aggressive, she wasn't just linear. She displayed combat sense and reflexes worthy of the title King of Knights. The charisma and overwhelming pressure radiating from that magical energy still made her an object of terror within me. It was the same pressure I felt even when I met the stronger Mad King, Siyu Chulian. But this felt filthy and crude. They looked the same, but they were different. My hands were still shaking uncontrollably, but I looked at Charlotte for a moment. She was shaking just as much. And yet, she stood up for me. She moved for me. Right. I have to do this now. I have no choice. That thing is not the King of Knights. I refuse to acknowledge a thing like that as the King of Knights. The King of Knights I know didn't exude such a petty, crude, and filthy aura. Even when blackened, she was a person who chose her path and never wavered. She had convictions, pride, and her own brand of justice. And above all, when she was defeated in that overwhelmingly advantageous fight, she didn't throw a tantrum, she coolly accepted her defeat and withdrew. That was magnificent. But does this shadow servant before my eyes have any of that? Yeah, you're right. I clenched my trembling hands into fists. It only has the appearance, it's just mimicking the techniques. That's all it is. Ah, how foolish was I? Was I really gripped by terror just looking at a piece of junk like that? It showed just how deep my trauma from the King of Knights went. Still, even so, I was able to open my eyes thanks to Charlotte. That is not the King of Knights. Even if it has the same appearance, the same techniques, and the same class, that's where it ends. That's the only thing they have in common. You are not the King of Knights I feared, the one I challenged, the one I defeated, and the one I respected. Exhaling a tense breath, I spoke. Yeah, our Chaldea is great. Even if it's a bit of a black company. That, no matter how I think about it, that doesn't sound like a good thing. But it sounds fine to me, since it's a place that can use even someone like me. What are you talking about? You've always been my goddess of fortune. Let's go. We beat the real one. We can't lose to a replica. That's such an insult to her that calling it a fake is too generous. I'm still scared, though. Where did the girl who was comforting me go? What are you doing? Get your dagger ready. The King of Knights lunged. Whoosh. I tied a thread to a pillar and moved quickly toward it. She lunged at me, not Charlotte. Is that it? Thinking, let's see, this guy looks easier to catch than that girl. Even without reason, did you still retain the King of Knights' ability to gauge strength? Somehow, I felt like the real King of Knights would have picked me too. I pulled a craft essence from my inner pocket and activated it. Clang. I drew a black key and parried. One of the 3 black keys cracked. Just from one clash. No matter how much the opponent's rank has dropped, the strength of the noble phantasm they hold doesn't vanish. The fact that it's the holy sword Excalibur doesn't change, even if it can't release its true name or use its full abilities. And even if she can't use the true name released to fire an Excali blast, she can still fire slashes through mana burst. Compared to the King of Knights in Fuyuki, she was far weaker, but for Charlotte and me, both of us being fragile, a direct hit was a one-way ticket to instant death. In fact, just a graze had caused blood to burst from Charlotte's shoulder. Because I was stupidly intimidated by a fake, I made Charlotte bleed unnecessarily and feel pain she didn't need to feel. First, I had to do everything in my power. The movements were the same, but the pressure and physical abilities were very different. Since Caster Bro wasn't here, the only thing that could deal damage to the King of Knights was Charlotte's noble phantasm. We needed a proper front stab, but how do you pull that off against a shadow servant who's basically a mindless berserker? Man, it's a shame our reunion turned out like this. Unfortunately, I can't exactly talk your ear off this time. Back then, she glared at me so hard I thought my heart would explode. If I racked up 2 stacks of King of Knights trauma, it really wouldn't be a laughing matter. Since the opponent was a shadow servant with no reason left, provocation didn't mean much. Swoosh. As she tried to slice through the pillar, I moved toward another one. And then I threw a black key. Clang. 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 She deflected them without even looking. So those insane reflexes don't disappear just because you're a shadow servant. I smiled as I watched the sliced pillar fall. SSSSSS, the King of Knights quickly moved back at the strange sound. Why does that crazy instinct still work as a shadow servant? Boom. The bomb I had pre-attached exploded. A powerful gust blew, and the King of Knights was sent flying through the air. Whoosh. I snagged her arm with a thread and pulled. I caught the hand holding Excalibur. The King of Knights frowned and snapped the thread. But the direction of force was already set. Thud. I landed on top of the mid-air King of Knights and raised my hand. Gander. She scowled for a moment, but immediately punched me in the ribs, sending me flying. Gah. Between her damn magic resistance and the fact that I used it before the cooldown was fully up, I couldn't completely stop her movements. I had to be satisfied with the fact that I slowed her down, even if only by a fraction. I grabbed the ground as soon as I fell. My heart was pounding like crazy, as if something was waking up inside me. I frowned at the terrible sensation, as if someone was watching me from behind. Focus. I have to focus only on the King of Knights right now. Even if she's a fake, she's still the King of Knights, and just because she's weakened doesn't mean I've suddenly become strong. One hit still means instant death. Metamorphose on. Start transmutation. Rumble. 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 The ground rose up and literally charged toward the ceiling. Thud. Thud. The King of Knights, who had dodged a few times, was hit due to the lingering effect of Gander and slammed straight into the ceiling. I approached the rock she was pinned against and grabbed it. I activated Transmutation Magecraft once more. I encased the King of Knights inside the rock, created a single hole, and dropped her back down to the floor. Sizzle, my magical energy was draining rapidly. As expected, trying to manipulate things from too far away wasn't efficient. Crash. Whether she read my intent while falling or not, she shattered everything with a mana burst and escaped. And the moment she glared at me, Charlotte lunged. Even the real King of Knights didn't notice her until she was right in front of her. A shadow servant like you won't be any different. If anything, it would work even better. I didn't have to worry about her noticing quickly. I activated another black key and charged in. Saber looked at me for a moment before finally perceiving Charlotte. The King of Knights here didn't know why she only noticed Charlotte when she was almost directly behind her. It's because it's a noble phantasm specialized for front stabbing. Crack. The King of Knights' kick landed squarely in my abdomen. I felt my flesh tear. I felt my insides rupture. I was sent flying, coughing up blood. Then, she raised her sword toward Charlotte. Master. TSK. Laar and Cirque, VE Insolile and Equt, love for my homeland, a falling dream. That's right. You shouldn't be worrying about me right now. Even if I'm spitting up blood and my organs are about to go on display. But even while flying through the air, I could tell. The King of Knights' sword would reach Charlotte first. If that happened, Charlotte would be retired. Retired. Withdrawn. If Charlotte dies, I'll inevitably die too. I'd die again, so pathetically. I cursed and cursed my helpless self. If only I had played the role of bait a little better. I'll just do better next time. I was having the kind of thought that would make anyone else horrified. I grit my teeth and shook off that self-cursing thought. Damn it all. Whoosh. I fired a thread and grabbed the hand holding Excalibur. Vroom. The King of Knights' arm was pulled back. She looked surprised. Well, of course. Normally, I wouldn't be able to pull back the arm of even a shadow servant with my own strength. Maybe if I layered on rune magecraft and momentary reinforcement and pulled with my prosthetic arm, it might have some effect. But even then, it shouldn't work. The reason it works is because I'm using your strength. You're the one who kicked me and sent me flying. I used the momentum of being blown away to pull your arm. As I smiled at the King of Knights, she quickly grabbed the thread and yanked. Damn, is this it? Sizzle, what? Instead of snapping the thread in one go, she barely managed to tear it apart. Even for a shadow servant, with the King of Knights' strength, she should have snapped it instantly. Schlick. Thud. Almost at the same moment she was stabbed, the King of Knights struck Charlotte and sent her flying. Blood erupted from her chest, and the King of Knights staggered. Boom. I slammed into the wall and spat out blood. Right after, thud. Charlotte hit the wall too. The King of Knights immediately ran toward Charlotte. She seemed to have judged that Charlotte was the priority since she was the one who dealt damage. It was a very simple, berserker-like way of thinking. I wondered why she hadn't disappeared yet despite bleeding so much. A monster is a monster, even as a shadow. You. Char Charlotte. I lunged forward, trailing blood. Charlotte opened her eyes at my shout and rolled to the side. Clang. The attack sliced a straight line into the wall. Is that crazy bastard really a shadow? Is that really the output of a shadow servant? Why is a shadow servant even using mana burst? Are you crazy? Are you insane? As she tried to slash again following Charlotte, I fiddled with my prosthetic arm. Sorry, Da Vinci-chan. Get ready to make another one. Clang. I dove in and blocked it. Since it was before she could fully swing with all her strength, it didn't cut all the way through, but it dug deep into the arm. Even if it was a prosthetic, it was connected to my nerves, so I felt the sensation of being cut. It wasn't a pleasant sensation. Even in that situation, the King of Knights calmly punched me in the face. Crack. I was sent flying, and Charlotte caught me. My vision felt like it was spinning, but I'm still alive. You bastard. Yeah. You fake. If you were the real thing, that punch would have gone right through my head. I'm alive because you're a fake. I'm alive. It just proves you're not the King of Knights I was afraid of. I saw her eyes through the visor. Okay, that's scary. I spat out bloody saliva and lunged at the King of Knights again. I threw my black keys, and she lunged forward, deflecting them all. And then she was right in front of me. Didn't she just get here in one step? Hey, you're not a shadow, are you? You're the real one pretending to be a shadow to trick us, aren't you? You're starting to get serious because you're feeling pressured, right? Huh. Whoosh. I activated the mana boost in my prosthetic leg. Thud. Once again, before she could put full strength into Excalibur, I shoved the arm holding it. As her arm was awkwardly pushed back and she frowned, I stabbed the one black key I had left in my hand. Grab. She caught it and snapped it. Are you really a shadow? Whoosh. As I created more threads, the King of Knights immediately sliced them all with Excalibur. Hey, you don't need to get that worked up to cut them. I dropped to the ground and pressed my hands against it. Rumble. As I sent the ground upward, she shattered the rock as if she wouldn't fall for the same trick twice and lunged at me. Watching the King of Knights dive from the air, I smirked. I reached out and shouted. By my command spell, I order you. Kill her. Stab her from behind. The King of Knights looked back in surprise. And there was nothing in the air. Sensing an ominous premonition, the King of Knights turned back around. She must have seen Charlotte, who was now right in front of her. As she tried to swing Excalibur, snap. Threads caught the hand holding it. Using both hands was your downfall. By using the pillars, I was getting help from the environment, not just my own strength. As I pulled, the pillars started to crack. But it's fine. I don't need to hold out until the end. My servant will definitely pull it off. Laar and Isurk, ve insolile and equt, love for my homeland, a falling dream. Schlick. This time it went deep, and the dagger was visible from the back. Having been pierced through, the King of Knights let out a short groan and collapsed backward. She began to bubble and boil, then dissolved into a burst of light and vanished. We won. I ran forward and caught the falling Charlotte. Whoa. Ma master. Well, rather than catching her, it was more like I cushioned her with my body. I was pinned under Charlotte. She quickly got off and apologized, but I waved my hand as if to say it was fine. I was the idiot for catching her with my body instead of my hands. I was a mess, and cold air was leaking in from the outside. I really couldn't believe a mere shadow servant did all this. That last slash was at a level where I'd believe it if the real body had fired it. What was that? Terrifying. We're alive because it was a shadow servant. Tell me about it. There were several moments during the fight where I thought, if this were the real one, it'd be over right here. To begin with, if she could use her noble phantasm, one true name release would have been game over. Since Caster Bro wasn't here, no matter what we did, getting hit by Excalibur would have meant instant defeat. It was truly a no-win game scenario. I was glad it was just a shadow servant. I slumped down as the tension left my body. Phew. We cleared it in one try. Miracles do exist. I actually have the concept of luck. Master, life is always a one-try deal. Hey, don't be so hard on my gamer brain. I had actually been prepared to die a few times. But I was alive. I hadn't died. Even considering the opponent was a shadow servant, I was in pretty good shape. Hee hee, I beat the King of Knights, even if it was just a shadow. I feel like I've overcome my fear a little. How pleasant. That's right. Master. Your wound. You were hit directly in the abdomen earlier. Oh, right. I forgot. During battle, adrenaline is secreted to the point of addiction, so it doesn't hurt much, but soon the pain. Huh. It hurt quite a bit when I was hit, but I lifted my shirt to check my abdomen and saw a bruise. But compared to the pain I felt at the time, the wound was surprisingly minor. What? I was worried for nothing. If it had been bleeding profusely with organs or bones visible, I would have seen a retry coming even if we won. What a relief. As I sighed in relief, Charlotte quickly approached and carefully placed her hand on my wound. It tickled a bit. It hurt too, though. Assuming she had a reason, I watched quietly as Charlotte spoke with a frown. Just a bruise. Charlotte. This is a bit embarrassing. I'm sorry. This isn't. I mean, it's not sexual harassment. I know my body isn't attractive enough to trigger desire, so I know you're just worried misunderstanding stuff like that is for experienced socialites. A disciplined virgin like me doesn't react to every little thing and fall into the delusion that, this girl must be into me. I can't just let that slide. Master, you are plenty attractive. I can tell you've trained your body, and I think scars are a mark of honor for working so hard to restore the human order. They're not ugly at all, in fact, they're quite exciting. An angel of assassination who finds a man's body exciting, what should I say to that? Yeah, I've got nothing. I decided not to say anything for the sake of Charlotte, whose face was now beet red. I decided to let this one slide. This is what you call consideration. If I pressed her on it, Charlotte might throw herself into that hole over there. I wasn't dead, and there were no immediate fatal wounds, but it wasn't like I was unhurt. It felt expensive for a shadow servant but cheap for the King of Knights, which made it a bit of a mixed bag. All right, let's head up first. Yes. Master, are you really all right? I'm fine. I'm a professional when it comes to injuries. I can tell this isn't enough to kill me. Is that so? That's strange. You coughed up blood and I heard a dull thud, but just a bruise. Did you say something? No. More importantly, wait a moment. Charlotte approached me and checked my eyes. When I looked at her questioningly, she tilted her head. It was as if she saw something strange in my pupils. I tilted my head in response to her sudden behavior. Then Charlotte spoke. I thought I saw some kind of pattern in your eyes earlier, Master. Was it just my imagination? Is it finally time for me to awaken the Sharingan? Is that a mystic eye? In a sense, yes. But don't take it seriously. There's no way someone like me could handle a mystic eye. I know someone named Ophelia, and in terms of pure combat power, she was top class even among the elite Team A. Even she couldn't handle hers properly and had to wear an eye patch all the time. Me. It would be strange if my brain didn't explode and kill me the moment I got one. I clutched my abdomen and winced. Just because it wasn't as bad as I thought didn't mean it wasn't bad at all. That damn King of Knights, kicking me with all her might. Should I be grateful my insides didn't burst? And my face hurts too, damn it. I don't know who the owner of this place is, but I want to punch them once when I meet them. How dare they summon a King of Knights ripoff? That's true. Honestly, I was shocked when she first appeared at the stairs. It's a vulgar way to put it, but I almost felt like vomiting. I can relate. But still. She definitely lacked pressure compared to the real thing. No, wait, maybe my guts have just grown while clearing singularities. Ha 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 ha. Don't laugh. Charlotte laughed soullessly. Yeah, that's just how I am. Come to think of it, I don't know what kind of nonsense I'm spouting when I almost lost my will to fight because I was scared of a fake. The stairs were quite high as we climbed them slowly. My injuries already hurt, and now the stairs were bothering me too. If Okita were here, I would have asked her to carry me and run. Unfortunately, at this point, Charlotte wasn't much different from me, so I had to climb up on my own strength somehow. Still, it was good that her noble phantasm could retire a servant. There were a lot of things to consider, but whether it was due to Charlotte's skills or just luck, if we planned to pierce the spirit core and activated the noble phantasm, it always pierced the spirit core. Phew, this is tough. These stairs are long. They are. Oh, there's a railing here. Wouldn't it be easier if we held onto this? It's my legs that hurt well, better than nothing. Click. As soon as I grabbed the railing, a sound echoed. Charlotte and I both felt a sense of foreboding and looked up at the same time. Since it was a spiral staircase, we couldn't see what was happening above. Rumble, we could only tell that something was approaching. I shouted before Charlotte could. Run. The boulders rollin' in. Aya. What is with this castle? It's not even an amusement park castle. Do boulders roll in amusement park castles? I've never been, so I didn't know. I've never been either. It just feels like that. What exactly does a rolling boulder feeling feel like? TSK. At this rate, We'll be crushed by a rock before we reach the bottom. Don't make me laugh. I just beat the King of Knights, I'm not dying to some rock. I grabbed Charlotte, attached a thread to the wall, and moved toward it. Rumble. The boulder quickly reached the floor and slammed into the wall. Hey, crazy. This isn't a Halloween event, is it? I can strongly feel Bathory's aura. If it's Bathory, I should be allowed to give her a knuckle sandwich for all this, right? And this is already the third time. Isn't it about time you came to Chaldea too? Alright, let's run. Let's go fast. Let's see the owner's face. Right. I suspect it's a very mischievous child. Feeling the fear that something else might roll down or happen, we climbed to the top floor without hesitation. I wasn't without curiosity about the rooms we saw along the way, but I judged it would be better to just go up rather than risk dying, so we reached the top floor. My legs hurt since it was as high as it looked from the outside. Seriously, with this height, how about installing an elevator? Even if servants are fine, Charlotte looks exhausted too. I wonder what kind of servant it is. It'll be a problem if they're hostile. We have to pray they aren't. Depending on the situation, it's another fight. If we're lucky, they might be weaker than the shadow servant we fought below. Right. We beat the King of Knights without Caster Sand's help. She was a shadow, but she was still the King of Knights. It'll definitely be fine. As we walked down the hallway, a large door appeared at the end. Anyone could tell it was the final room. Charlotte and I looked at each other with tense faces. This time, I decided to be the one to open the door. I slowly approached and grabbed the doorknob. Right, let's relax. It's just a servant. As long as it's not some super rank servant suddenly appearing, our win rate isn't 0. We just beat the King of Knights shadow servant, of all people. There was a high possibility that the owner was weak themselves and had just set up a good system. Besides, there was no guarantee it would lead to a fight. If we were lucky, they could become an ally. Considering the possibility of it being Bathory, it was better to keep that path open. Alright, I'm opening it. Yes. Krieg. I slowly opened the heavy iron door. I peeked my head in to look inside. And I found her immediately. Someone was sitting in a chair in the empty room. She was sitting in a somewhat large chair. Eh? I froze on the spot. Vroom, an ominously powerful magical energy spread out, making my heart feel like it was going to stop. I forgot how to breathe, that pressure was so familiar it felt like my brain was melting. It's a lie, I thought, unconsciously denying what I saw. I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again. Then, the woman who had been looking down raised her head, her golden eyes shining. It was a jet black dress I had seen somewhere before. It was the clothing she wore at the very end, when she had cast aside even her armor and accepted her defeat. The jet black sword resting against the throne-like chair was all too familiar. It looked very similar to the one I had seen below just moments ago. In fact, it was exactly the same. It looked like the real thing. The pressure radiating from her was beyond imagination. A heavy magical energy, compared to which what I felt below was child's play, crushed me. And she perceived me. Why? Artoria Pendragon Altar. She was there. Having recognized me, she grabbed her holy sword and approached. My heart felt like it would burst. My body shook. I couldn't breathe. I had to move, but I couldn't. I had to tell Charlotte to run, but my voice wouldn't come out. In the midst of that, the Real King of Knights thought for a moment and then smiled. You've come. Is this the first time since Fuyuki? Kaioa. Ayak. Thud. My consciousness finally couldn't take it anymore, and I collapsed backward. Seeing me fall, Artoria also looked surprised. And Charlotte was also shocked to see me suddenly collapse, foaming at the mouth. Ma master. What's wrong? Huh. Charlotte also looked inside the open door. She locked eyes with Alter's characteristic golden pupils. The pressure from the mana burst, which flowed out like a passive ability, overwhelmed Charlotte just the same. Charlotte must have felt the same emotion I did. The moment she saw her, she realized, what I saw below was just a toy. Artoria, having confirmed Charlotte's face as well, spoke as she approached with a somewhat interested look. So you're the woman who pierced my spirit core. Have you formed a contract? Ah. Thud. Charlotte also let out a scream and collapsed sideways. You realize it the moment you see her. Pressure. Weight from magical energy. All that stuff from below was nothing but an illusion. Nandesican. I've thought about it, and I think it's true that a fake can't beat the real thing. Losing to a guy like the King of Heroes is really something to be teased about for a lifetime. Starting from the atmosphere to the feeling of the mana burst, it was hard to even compare her to the Shadow Servant. The aura, which was identical to that time, replayed the trauma in my head over and over again. It was as if my mind was forcibly cutting off consciousness to stabilize itself. Looking at Charlotte and me, who had collapsed simultaneously, Artoria let out a sigh. To think the ones who defeated me while I held the Greater Grail would faint as soon as we reunite. They still have a long way to go. My consciousness was completely cut off as I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Who is the True Santa? War of the Seven Santas, 04. I'm so glad to see you're in good health today. It's been a really long time since Fuyuki, but you're still as beautiful and powerful as ever. Wow, I can really feel that indescribable charisma. Please forgive this chicken-hearted bastard for fainting because of a presence that can't even be compared to a fake. This loop. I never intended to be disrespectful, but because I'm so weak-willed, just facing you triggered a flashback of being blasted by Excalibur, and I fainted with foam at my mouth. I'm sorry that the damn bastard who beat you, even if by chance, is such a weakling. So please, at least spare my life. Nunim. Be big. Nunim. Entering this castle was an accident. I, Charlotte Corday, never intended to trespass. It was purely a survival instinct to thaw out my frozen body. I might have caused a bit of a ruckus downstairs, but that was strictly self-defense. No. I'm not making excuses, I just wanted to convey our situation. We don't have money for repairs, but we'll fix the hole downstairs before we leave. So please, at least our lives. King of Knights. As soon as Charlotte and I regained consciousness, we slammed our heads against the floor and screamed loud enough to fall through it. Sweating cold, shedding tears, and trembling, we moved our mouths with the rhythm of our shaking, driven by the single-minded desire to live. Currently, the King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon Altar, did not have the Greater Grail. But that wasn't the main problem. She wasn't an enemy we could beat just because she lacked the Greater Grail. The two of us had just risked our lives, using up command spells and craft essences, to fight a fake that couldn't even reach the real one's toes. We weren't in the best condition, and our command spells and craft essences were depleted. Not to mention our physical strength and mana. There was no way we could fight the real deal in this state. Even if we had come up here in peak condition without fighting, a single slash would have turned Charlotte and me into something equivalent to world dust. We would have vanished from the world without even a scrap of meat left. Physically. Raise your heads. And stop with the nunim. Being called that by you, of all people, makes my stomach turn. My mistake. Nunim, no, the King of Knights' charm is so dazzling, and your appearance is so youthful I couldn't believe you're in your 30s, so my mouth just moved on its own. Please let me correct myself. Ajumma. Master. Please put a filter in your head. The words are just coming out because of fear. Even if she really is an Ajumma in her 30s, that's something you should never say. It's not good to make a woman so blatantly aware of her age. No, it's really not. Let's at least call her madam. Did you come here to pick a fight? Fine. Are you challenging me as the one who defeated me in Fuyuki? Thud. With only my head touching the ground, I stood my whole body up like a handstand. This was the best I could do. This master performs the grand bow. Please spare me. I don't quite understand, but I can feel your sincerity. As expected, the grand bow has a certain something that works in any country, any era, and on any person. The King of Knights looked annoyed as she walked back and sat in her chair. Even if I wanted to run away right now, the back door was already closed, and even if we somehow escaped this spot, I didn't think we could do anything about a King of Knights running at full speed. If you could outrun a living rocket, why would you run? You'd stand and fight. But since that was absolutely impossible, staying quiet was the best course of action. Charlotte and I glanced at each other for a moment, then crawled forward and sat in a formal kneeling position before the King of Knights. Let's maintain etiquette. It's definitely not because I'm scared, but you know, even acquaintances have to be polite. It's not that I'm afraid of ruining the mood by being rude, it's just. Hey. When you're in society, you have to follow etiquette. You can't just not do it because you don't want to. Exactly. Your posture looks uncomfortable. Sit at ease. No. This posture is incredibly comfortable. I can stay like this for hours. It's just as the master says. Please don't mind us and continue. Tap, tap. The King of Knights tapped the armrest of her chair and said, sit at ease. Charlotte and I immediately broke our formal posture and sat freely. Well, you know, maybe etiquette isn't necessary between acquaintances after all. Besides, who are we? Didn't we forge a bond in the first singularity? If we just added Casterbro here, it would be the same as having all the servants with normal spirit origins from Fuyuki gathered, wouldn't it? Hey. We're practically family. It feels like it's more normal for us to be on worse terms than strangers. Especially from my side. But honestly, could I say it? Could I complain? My leg was blown off and my whole body is a mess because of you. It's scary. I'm not interested in being oxidized by Excalibur again. No, in this situation, she could twist my neck with her bare hands even without Excalibur. Don't be so guarded. I have no intention of fighting you. In fact, I was hoping for your cooperation. See cooperation. That depends on the details. My voice trembled automatically. Where are our servants? Are they doing well in Chaldea? I don't know if they're monitoring my vitals, including my heart rate, right now, but they'd surely be shocked. When I said it depended on the details, she looked at me with an interested "Oh. Stop it, don't look at me like that. I feel like my heart's going to burst. Physically. It felt like I even forgot how to breathe. Then I shall ask, if what I intend to do goes against the human order, what do you plan to do here? Without Castor, and with that body in such poor condition, what can you do? What kind of question is that? I have to stop you. If you appear before Chaldea, before me, as an enemy of the human order once again, I'll just strike you down again. Literally by putting everything I have on the line. Those are brave words coming from someone who fainted the moment he saw my face. The King of Knights smiled as if she liked my answer. Somehow, she felt much more relaxed than the King of Knights I met in Fuyuki. How should I describe the King of Knights I saw in Fuyuki? She felt like a giant wall. That feeling hadn't changed, but the atmosphere had softened somewhat. That doesn't mean she's easy to deal with. Seeing how her mana burst has weakened significantly since I woke up, it seems she's intentionally reducing it to a minimum to be considerate of us. Just her presence alone made Charlotte and me feel like we were going to faint. But what if she really is an enemy? How can Charlotte and I win? Can I win even if I use my life as a tool? It's the kind of probability where you'd need a miracle like pulling 10 5 stars in a single 10 roll. Rest assured, it's not something that will stand in your way this time. Yes, an explanation of the situation is in order. Currently, 7 servants have been summoned to this frigid space. You know why those servants were summoned, don't you? 7 servants. No way. That's right. It's the Santa War. Ugh, as expected, a Holy Grail war is, What? It's the Santa War. Nothing but question marks popped up in my head. What war? The Santa War. It is a life and death struggle between 7 servants. A war to select just one Santa. The winner is given the right to become Santa and wear that spirit origin, while the losers simply become nourishment for the winner. Participants in the Santa War enter as a duo, one servant who aspires to be Santa, and one being who plays the role of Rudolph. It was an event-like war where the Santa aspirant would receive the Santa spirit origin, and the Rudolph aspirant would receive the Holy Grail that created this situation. However, a struggle is a struggle. Blood flying, exploiting weaknesses, and trying to kill each other by any means, that was the Santa War. You could call it the Santa version of the Holy Grail War. No, considering it also gives a Holy Grail, it might even be called an upgraded version of the Holy Grail War. Conversely, the Holy Grail War wouldn't be out of place if called a downgraded version of this Santa War. King of Knights-san, I used to have a dog at home, you know. What of it? I think that story would be a perfect fit for that dog. To summarize, this load of bullsh. My shoulder. My shoulder. My shoulder. It hurts. King of Knights-san. King of Knights. Nunim. Don't call me Nunim. Just use my true name. Same goes for the assassin over there. Ah, yes. I'd also appreciate it if you called me Charlotte. Good grief, said the king, ahem. Artoria, as she sat back down, looking exasperated. More importantly, I think I heard a sound from my shoulder that shouldn't happen. What do you think about that? Anyway, after running a rough, bullshit translator, in my head, the story started to make sense. If this really was a Christmas event, there was the question, why is she Salter instead of Santa Alter? The answer was very simple. In her current state, Artoria is not Santa. Therefore, she was still a saber. That was why she had a saber spirit origin instead of a rider one. Santa, Are all the past Santas showing up? No. There aren't 7 servants who have appeared as Santas yet. In other words, there was a possibility of servants I didn't know. No, to begin with, there was no guarantee that the ones who appeared as Santa servants would definitely show up. Even considering there are servants in the Rudolph role, excluding this camp, there are at most 12 servants. We're screwed, aren't we? No matter how I look at it, I don't see a future where we clear this in one try. The lucky part is that this war is still in its early stages. There are few dropouts, but quite a few have already found their Rudolphs. Does that mean it varies from person to person? That they aren't necessarily summoned by one's side, but just form pairs with servants who have become stray servants? If that's the case, some servants might be alone, and in some cases, there might be camps where several people have joined together. Anyway, in the current situation, we shouldn't move too aggressively and should try to make contact with other camps somehow. Depending on the case, we might even be able to cooperate. Especially since I have personal ties with Nightingale or Karna, who have appeared as Santas. If they have their memories, they might even cooperate with us. Since it's a joke event, they might be out of their minds and fight, but we could try to push that back as much as possible and deal with other enemies first. Then would the Lu Busan we met earlier have been a stray servant? Most likely. He'll probably remain a stray until the end. Given his personality, he'd never serve under anyone. Even if he did, he'd just stab them in the back, so he's worse than having no one. He was a man who rose to success in that manner, after all. Anyway, let's make contact with the other Santas first. Just as I thought that was the top priority, Artoria stood up. Hick. I trembled involuntarily. Because the fear was etched into me, I reacted to every single movement. Come to think of it, this person is on our side now, right? I'd be truly grateful if she came to Chaldea, but that's probably too greedy. Still, at least he or she's on our side, so how could there be a more reliable moment? Right. Isn't it? Excalibur is on our side. No problem. If I just plan the strategy well, we might really finish this in one try. I already died once, but the real start is from here. Yeah, no problem. Oh, a stray servant, and a traitor who must not serve under anyone. Where was he? He was in the forest over there. I don't know if he's still there. And for now, I think we should focus more on replenishing our forces. That's right. Honestly, leaving everything to Artoria-sama alone is. Charlotte's and my body suddenly floated into the air. Artoria had grabbed the back of our collars. Charlotte and I couldn't grasp the situation. But Artoria shouted with a very pleasant and joyful expression. To have found the enemy's location. Splendid. In life, the first to strike wins. Now, let us go sound the first victory of this battlefield. Wait. Artoria-san. Gasp. Let go of this. No. My neck. Oxygen. Setting Artoria-sama aside, please treat us as non-combatants. Gasp. Wait a second. I'm gonna demanifest. I'm gonna vanish. Wheeze. Boom. Artoria smashed through the castle wall and ran outside. Go through the door. Or at least use the window right next to it. Why do you have to break the wall to go out? As soon as we hit the frigid cold, my body tensed up automatically. If I relaxed, it felt like General Winter would cut my throat. Thump. As soon as she stepped on the snow, she ran. Whoosh. Before I knew it, we were dashing at an incredible speed. What the? How can a human's legs be this fast? If this is how a human moved back then, what on earth were the people of that era? How could they even think of rebelling against a person like this? If it were me, I would have immediately bowed my head and said this person can't do it. Then who the hell can? I would have been loyal for life. This person failed. A running rocket holding Excalibur failed. That was a situation where anything would have failed. In fact, Britain was destined to fall no matter what. Wah. Wait. I know you're strong. I know because I've experienced it firsthand. Come to think of it, I'm getting pissed. What are you gonna do about my leg? Did I cut it? You cut it yourself. Your conscience. If I hadn't cut my leg then, the only future was being oxidized by Excalibur. It's because you were so damn persistent. How is it that you could fire Excalibur while demanifesting after taking so many noble phantasms? Are you even human? Master's courage has suddenly surged. It's that, isn't it? He's the type whose guts increase when pushed to the limit. Among the Knights of the Round Table, there is a man named Bedivere. He also has a fragile impression and usually seems to have low self-esteem, but he was a man who did what needed to be done. It would be fine if you could be at least that much. Hey. I'm truly grateful for the comparison to a hero. But do you have to do it in this situation? Besides, there's no guarantee he's still there. He tumbled down a cliff, so it's more likely he's gone. But you're insisting on going to catch him. Wouldn't it be better to look for other servants nearby first? No, he is definitely there. Artoria spoke with absolute certainty. Maybe I just thought she was charging in like a fool, and perhaps she had some plan. She was the King of Knights, after all. The King of Knights who protected Britain for years during an era that was no different from a mad demonic realm, and who was respected by so many knights. Yeah, it's a prejudice. How should I put it, the Artoria I saw in Fuyuki was more about charging than strategy. Charge and then do something. Charge again and break it. Strategy. That's for weaklings. And such things are for setting the stage before I step in. That was the feeling. Strategy is creating the situation, and she is the one who overcomes it. Absolute confidence was visible. This was my guess, but since Artoria had Avalon during her life, she probably would have recovered even if she got hurt a bit, so maybe her grit was stronger than others. As I stared at Artoria, she smiled and said, "My instinct tells me so." "So you weren't thinking at all? Don't be ridiculous. You're just sprinting through this frigid cold on a whim. What a noisy master. We've arrived. Already." Thud. She set Charlotte and me down at the same time. "Seriously, we're really here." We arrived in less than 5 minutes at the distance Charlotte and I had run until we felt like puking. And she did it while carrying both of us. Not only that, her breathing wasn't even disturbed. She had a face that said it was nothing, not even worth a morning jog. "Hey, past me. How did you win?" I'm genuinely curious now. Even then, Artoria was much stronger than now because she was receiving support from the Greater Grail. We only won after seizing the Greater Grail and mashing the Noble Phantasm button. Even then, if Artoria's Excalibur hadn't missed at the end, we would have lost. In many ways. Ouch, we really arrived. Artoria-sama is truly strong. It's hard for someone like me to even compare. Do not be so harsh on yourself. Your blade definitely reached my spirit core. I, myself, acknowledge you. Charlotte Corday, Angel of Assassination. Together with this fragile master, you caught me off guard while I was receiving support from the Greater Grail. And eventually, you reached a miracle and defeated me. If you are so pessimistic, what does that make me, who was defeated by you? Well, you know, it was mostly Casterbro's hard carry. In war, it is not only the one who takes the enemy general's head who is a hero. The one who provides supplies, the one who stands guard against intrusion, the one who holds out believing reinforcements will come, all are knights, soldiers, and heroes. And that victory is everyone's victory. Castor did not defeat me. You all, including Castor, defeated me. Do not forget that. Artoria-sama. By any chance, were you actually a good person? Oh. Those words just now. They really seem to be spreading inside me. A hero. A true hero. As expected of the King of Knights. It's just that I have trauma. Even before I got my memories back, I used to dream about the King of Knights being summoned to Chaldea, you know. I mean, you'd want to meet her. She's the King of Knights. King Arthur. You'd want to meet her and hear her stories. You'd get to hear the story of the Garden of Avalon directly. I might die of frustration while listening, but I still want to hear it. I can hear stories that didn't come out due to adult circumstances right now. Thinking about it, it's a huge opportunity. She was one of the top 2 servants I wanted to meet along with Jeanne d'Arc when I came to Chaldea. Sob. Come to think of it, I did fulfill that wish in Fuyuki. I just didn't think she'd show up as the final boss and display such overwhelming power. Is that so? Artoria stared at me blankly for a moment, then slowly approached me. And then she reached out her hand. Hick. When I trembled, Artoria's eyes widened, and she lowered her hand awkwardly. Wait, what was that? Suddenly, the image of the original Artoria I met in Guda Guda came to mind. She also approached me and reached out her hand just before vanishing. And, she stroked my head. The Artoria I met in Fuyuki tried to do the same thing, and it was the same now. Could it be that even the alter Artoria was trying to stroke my head? The question, why, came to mind first. Maybe, like with Medusa, she has experience meeting the future me. If so, did you fire Excalibur at full power even though you'd met the future me? Whoosh, the sound of wind was heard. Get down. Boom. Artoria kicked me away and blocked a red laser-like beam with her holy sword. Boom. Artoria, pushed back into the air, flew far away while still in a defensive stance. Watching Artoria fly beyond the cliff, Charlotte and I both dropped our jaws. Artoria-san. Where are you going? Where are you going? No, you dragged us here, so where are you going? Hold out until I return. Loop. It felt like such a voice echoed from afar. Pardon. What? No, she blocked an attack meant for me, so I couldn't even curse her in peace. Thud. A shadow formed behind Charlotte and me, who were frozen in place. It was an incredibly large person. A face I'd seen somewhere. A face full of rage. Are you perhaps holding a bit of a grudge? No, how should I put it, earlier, you see. That was, like, a struggle for survival. You know, what wouldn't you do to live? I have this habit where my words come out wrong. You know, right? You seem to speak very beautifully too. I think we can understand each other. Hey. Would a person who was at the peak of China really get angry over just that? No way, I believe you're not a man with such a small heart. Damn King of Knights. Boom. A fist slammed into the ground. Barely dodging, I looked at the furious Lu Bu. I had to buy time somehow until Artoria returned. But did that guy hide and snipe us with his noble phantasm? He aimed accurately at me. If Artoria hadn't blocked it, I would have died again just like that. Compared to dying, could Artoria being temporarily retired be considered a small price to pay? She's the King of Knights. She wouldn't have demanifested. She definitely blocked it with her sword while flying away, so she'll surely be back soon as if it were natural. I just needed to buy time until then. Ha. You'd better back off. Lu Bu Fengxian. Why? Because there are two of us. They say there's no business against a gank. I've won against many strong individuals through ganking. No matter how strong the enemy, a gank creates a win rate. How about it? If we both just back off now. Hey. You just sneered, didn't you? You actually have your reason, don't you? You damn Chinese Kiaru. Are you mocking us, saying two ants can't beat a bear? Good for you. Being a bear. Charlotte. You know what to do, right? We have to buy time somehow. Once Artoria returns, a guy like this is a one-shot kill. One shot. I don't think it'll be one shot, but somehow I think I understand. Buying time. Yeah, time. Hello. I'm the Chi in this chicken duo. My apologies. How are we supposed to buy time? He's glaring at us like he's going to kill us right now. Or is it just me? I think I spoke a bit too harshly. Right. I spoke a bit too, come to think of it, did I say anything wrong? What's a crazy, pathetic bastard who died from being betrayed after being a traitor acting so proud for? Hey. If you started with betrayal and died by betrayal, you should think of it as karma. Where do you get off being angry and turning the tables? Did your parents teach you that? Ah, I thought, what kind of crazy things am I saying? My brain is moving into words without filtering. The director once said that even if I fell into water and drowned, only my mouth would float. At the time, I just thought that was too much. But coming this far, I had no choice but to admit it. It seemed this mouth would keep moving even if I died. Actually, it did move. This, you see. I don't know why. Surely another me is screaming in my mouth. If I'm going to lose the fight anyway. Lose after pissing off the opponent. You stabbed your parents with those hands, didn't you? How does it feel to stab your parents to death for your own greed and personal feelings? I heard you even cut down the people who mourned when those parents died. Is that true? Answer me, oh, right. You can't talk because you're a berserker. Master, you're really going to die because of that mouth someday. Charlotte, when that time comes, I will give my life to protect you. Even if it's only once. No. Let's dream of a future where we both survive. And every day, every time this happens, I can hear the sound of karma stacks building up in my ears, right? Master. Lu Bu charged at me without a sound. Perhaps he was so enraged that he didn't even make a noise. He harbored murderous intent only toward me. I tried to use Gander, but he was faster than expected. In that case, I'll use threads to move between the trees first. If I draw aggro like this, the probability of Charlotte, who is inferior to me in mobility, being targeted will go down significantly. If I don't unilaterally draw aggro, he might try to kill Charlotte first if she's close, but at this point, he'll definitely aim for me. Boom. Just as I was about to escape, something suddenly cut in between me and Lu Bu. What? Artoria. You're back already. As I thought that, a pleasant laugh, and somehow familiar laugh, was heard. Ha 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 ha. You still don't distinguish between what should and shouldn't be said. I could say it's quite brave that you don't do it, rather than being unable to. If you're prepared for those words, I suppose I could see it as a strategic provocation. This voice. He was blocking Lu Bu's fist with a spear. I remembered that figure smiling leisurely. And there was the blue bodysuit. Charlotte and I both dropped our jaws. Really? True. Is this fate? It must be fate, right? Seeing Charlotte's and my expressions, the man who suddenly appeared from the sky said. Long time. I don't know if it's right to say that. Anyway, we meet again. Kid. Ha ha, are you moved? We're on the same side this time. Even look at this. There must be something that comes to mind when you see this appearance and weapon. With a half-sobbing voice, I shouted as if screaming. Why Lancer? You should have come as caster. Hey. I'm stronger as a Lancer than a caster. Lancer, see you Chulayan. No. But why Lancer? Why Lancer? Chapter 95, Who is the True Santa? War of the Seven Santas, 05. C.U. Chulian. The great hero of Ireland who appeared in the Ulster cycle, he was a demigod born between Luff, the god of light, and Deichtin, the younger sister of King Conchobar of Ulster. His childhood name was Setanta, and he was a true hero prophesied to live as one from a young age. The name C.U. Chulian means Kielan's hound, originating from an incident where he accidentally killed the guard dog of a wealthy merchant named Kielan. He swore, if this dog has a pup, I will raise it to be just as strong and faithful. Until then, I shall protect you myself. This second name, C.U. Chulian, was often praised as a testament to both his strength in killing the hound barehanded and his character in considering the owner who had lost his pet despite being a mere child. Well, eventually, he went on to form bonds with various people, saved Meb only for her to take it as an insult and begin her revenge, and even had his life targeted after rejecting the protection of Morrigan, the goddess of death and destruction. His words to me about having no luck with good women were certainly no lie. At best, Scathack, that damn old hag, could be considered the most normal of the lot. Though I heard that by the time C.U. Chulian met her, Scathack was already a superhuman who had transcended humanity. Don't make such a pathetic face. You're the one who defeated a version of C.U. Chulian where all possibilities converged. You shouldn't lose to a guy like this. No, you shouldn't lose to anyone. You have to win, survive, and become the hero who properly completes the restoration of the human order. Isn't that right? Lancer bro. It would have been so much better if you weren't a Lancer. I've been hearing that for a while now. Hey, you saw for yourself in North America how strong I am when I hold a spear. Of course, I don't have a holy grail now, so I don't have that kind of output, but even at a guess, aren't I stronger than when I was a caster? Gibalg, the barbed spear that pierces with death is good. Its cost performance is excellent, and its ability is brilliant. Furthermore, considering the bro's preference for close quarters combat, he was technically stronger as a Lancer, even if his utility dropped slightly. But, however, even so, the only things popping into my head were the phrases Lancer died, and you're not human. I could only see a future where he dies abruptly from a surprise attack out of nowhere. The demonic spear held by a berserker and the demonic spear held by a Lancer. The meaning is completely different. And above all, I wanted to ride the Wicker Man. Sometimes you're as brave as the heroes I knew in life, but other times you're just pathetic. Mr. Caster. I mean, Mr. Lancer. It's the opposite. Master is usually pathetic but occasionally becomes brave. Ha ha ha. Come to think of it, you're right. It was the other way around. Why are you ganging up on me? Why are you hitting me? Sorry for being a pathetic man, alright. Clang. With a strike that forced Lubu back, C.U. Chulian smiled leisurely. Lubu was glaring at me with a face full of rage. Even though a powerful enemy like C.U. Chulian had appeared, he wouldn't take his eyes off me. It seemed insults about one's parents were a universal trigger across the world. Being the recipient of such a passionate gaze from a man didn't make me happy in the slightest. Should I go with, how many fathers did you have again, next time? No, in FGO terms, they might actually be mothers. Either way, the tone was what mattered. If you speak with maximum mockery and ridicule, the opponent will feel vaguely unpleasant regardless of the content. If the content is also clear, they'll instinctively think, is this bastard for real? Alright. Let's take him down before Artoria gets back so we can tease her. To think I'd get a chance to mock the King of Knights. Where else would an opportunity like this come from? You're really putting your life on the line for this. Fine, let's do this. I'm a Lancer, and the opponent is weaker than the saber from back then. We can do this, right? Charlotte and I nodded. But was being a Lancer really an advantage? Or a disadvantage? That was a question I felt I should ask a sage. Hush. As the wind blew, it felt like my fingertips were going to freeze. Ah, damn it. I was the type who preferred winter over summer, but feeling this level of extreme cold made me reconsider. Bam. Simultaneously, Charlotte, the bro, and I bolted. Lubu quickly perceived the three of us but ignored everyone else to charge straight at me. Figures. Even if the bro jumped in, the aggro I'd drawn wasn't going to vanish instantly. As I tied a thread to a tree to pull myself back quickly, he chased after me even faster. This crazy bastard. He's really intent on following me. He was following me at a speed just barely faster than I was flying toward the tree. The berserker's hand was about to reach my face. If he closed his fist, my head would explode. Boom. The sound of the bro jumping in and his spear clashing with Lubu's weapon rang out several times in midair. Honestly, I couldn't see a thing. What's happening? Only the metallic screech of steel against steel reached my ears. I immediately snapped back to my senses and placed my hand on the ground. Metamorphose on, commence transmutation. I really didn't want to use property alteration. The mana consumption is insane, you know. I altered the snow, turning it into water first to soak Lu Bu's feet. Then, I immediately altered it again to flash freeze it. Crackle. Lu Bu frowned as he looked down at his frozen feet. I hadn't stopped his movement entirely, I'd just frozen them. Normally, people say there are more complex ways to use this, but a novice like me can only use it this way. First of all, to use property alteration, a simple image has to be burned into my head, or I can't use it instantly. Simply put, I have to understand the structure, the original properties, and the target properties of what I'm changing. Science is hard. I'm not even a liberal arts major, but if I had to say, am I an arts and sports student? Mr. Angel. As Charlotte shouted, a beam-like attack shot out from the mouth of that strange creature. Mr. Angel. Boom. Lu Bu swatted it away with his arm, his expression souring. Why? Did that hurt more than you expected? No matter how low the stats are, a servant is a servant. He's not at a level where he can ignore any attack. Well, Artoria just ignored everything and charged in through sheer grit, but that's what's actually weird. I met a final boss who was far too strong right from the prologue. In a sense, Marie was the weakest final boss, but she utilized the situation perfectly. Combined with the fact that it was France, she showed a truly insane difficulty level compared to her actual strength. Above all, unlike other bosses, the fact that I knew nothing about Marie's abilities was a major cause of the difficulty spike. And that was the catalyst for me realizing that game knowledge is just for show. I decided to treat it like knowing the pre-release info before the actual game. It was easier on the mind to assume some things would be wrong or different. Sigh, no matter how much I think about it, this isn't my style. But so many people are counting on me, and there's no one else to do it, so I can't just say I won't. If only Mash were awake and standing by my side as a Grand Kohai, it would be so reassuring. Maybe then I could have played the role of a master like Fujimaru Ritsuka. No, unlike the protagonist, it probably would have been impossible for someone as unrefined as me to awaken Mash as a heroic spirit anyway. Alright. You muscle brain. You're retiring right here. The CU Chulian here is going to take you down. That's right. You must have bullied us a low T last time. We're not afraid of someone like you anymore. Because Mr. Lancer is here. Charlotte and I shouted from a distance, quickly hiding behind a tree. The bro let out a long sigh and shook his head, while Lu Bu just stared at me, speechless. What? What? Do you think I'm going to step out when Lu Bu is clearly waiting to catch and kill me? Besides, people should fight those in their own league. Am I in Lu Bu's league? From weight class to everything else, nothing matches. The only thing I can beat Lu Bu in is personality. At least I don't betray an ally first until they betray me. Of course, it depends on the situation. In an alliance based on, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, where betrayal is expected, well, the one who strikes first at the right timing is the wise one. I'll handle the support, so I'm counting on you, bro. I'll cheer from the back. No, come out and fight. Humph, fine. I'll make sure to report this to Saber when she gets back. I'll tell her that you two were apparently more afraid of the berserker than her. That unlike the time you stood tall and fought her, you were shivering and hiding behind a tree this time. I immediately jumped out and screamed. Hey! You muscle brain. How many fathers did you have again? Must be nice having so many fathers. Master. No, you expect me to just let Artoria receive that report? Are you crazy? Are you? Even the original Blue Saber's pride was sky high. She was a strong and noble hero who lived up to that pride. Regardless, since she had absolute confidence in her skills, she was also incredibly stubborn. Even if I hit in the back and we somehow defeated Lu Bu, if that report reached Artoria, she'd pressure me, saying, "Oh, so you felt that Berserker was stronger than me? That's a guaranteed gruesome death." Blue Saber was like that, but if it salted her, she might not be able to hold back and come at me swinging her holy sword, saying, "Then let's go another round." I might actually die of a heart attack, you know. My heart pounds like it's going to explode just from having one conversation with Artoria. Zip. Suddenly, threads erupted through the snow and bound Lu Bu's feet. Nice. Charlotte. Pull me. What? Oh, okay. My eyes widened. To pull me back, Charlotte hugged me from behind. This sensation. Memories of Orland suddenly flashed back. To move around, I had sat in front, and Jean had sat behind me, trying to hold onto me. The dream I couldn't fulfill back then. The dream that was blocked by the director. Is it being fulfilled in this way? But now that I think about it, I won't say it out loud because it's sexual harassment, but they're big. Really big. This is no joke. Wow, do normies just touch things like this? That's incredible. How do they maintain their sanity? I'm probably not in my right mind for thinking this in this situation. But I can't help it. As a man, I can't help but think it. Puyuyuyul. Yes. Suppressing the emotions felt by instinct, I pulled with all my might. Thud. Lu Bu's feet sank into the snow. The bro, being quick on the uptake, immediately lunged in. Lu Bu swung his spear from an unstable posture, but he was naturally pushed back. Boom. Even if he was a giant, his opponent was a great hero who was originally stronger than Lu Bu. Unless he received a fame boost in a place like China, Siyu Chulayan would normally win. But since he's a lancer, I wasn't certain. Regardless, even though Lu Bu blocked with his spear, he was sent rolling across the ground. Serves you right. Kid. Something's coming. What do you mean, something? What is it? Actually, I realized it immediately too. Lu Bu pulled out a bow and aimed this way. It was God Force, the 5 overlords of war. I'd been retired once before by getting hit by that. Even for the bro, a direct hit would be dangerous. Honestly, I didn't want to use it. But if I had to, now was the time. The only thing I could think of was using Gi Balg as a projectile to clash with it. It can't be helped, I thought. At the same time Lu Bu drew his bowstring, I reached out. The bro seemed to understand as he immediately gripped his spear. It was a pure firepower moment. Honestly, God Force wasn't a weak noble phantasm, so Gi Balg probably wouldn't result in an overwhelming victory. Still, if I reinforced it with a command spell, we might be able to break through and take Lu Bu down. Just as I thought that, kaboom. A sudden black slash flew in and sent Lu Bu flying. Everyone there froze. It was a black slash I'd seen somewhere before. As I slowly turned my head to look in that direction, there stood Artoria, clad in her armor. Even though he'd been sent flying by a noble phantasm, Lu Bu didn't look that injured. As expected of a divine construct, it seemed to have endured without even a crack. It might have been dangerous if he'd taken it with his body, but blocking the attack with his holy sword while simultaneously saving me was a wise choice. A seemingly irritated Artoria spoke as she walked across the snow. You sent me quite a distance, Berserker. I let out a hiccuping shiver. Instinctively, I tried to hide behind Charlotte, but Charlotte must have had the same idea because our hands met awkwardly. Ah, so this is why we're called the chicken duo. It was the moment I understood. Wanting someone's warmth regardless, I gripped Charlotte's hand tightly. Charlotte didn't reject it, likely because she was scared too. Her armored appearance was exactly as I had seen it back in Fuyuki. They say she's weaker than back then, but honestly, from my perspective, they're all monsters, so I can't tell the difference. The pressure in the air from her charisma and mana burst was no joke. I felt like I was going to throw up any second. Lu Bu must have felt it too, as he frowned and lunged at Artoria. Hey Artoria. First, let's cooperate with us to form a front. Thud. Pardon. Matching Lu Bu's charge, Artoria lunged forward, grabbed Lu Bu's face with her hand, and slammed him directly into the ground. Huh? What? Is my vision hallucinating? Did she just pin down Lu Bu, a berserker, with one hand? I knew well that Artoria's strength, bolstered by mana, didn't match that small frame. But even so, is this right? Is this how it's supposed to be? Stomp. She crushed Lu Bu's head under her foot. As the loud sound echoed, Lu Bu grabbed Artoria's foot that was stomping him and lifted it up. AR. Bro. Well, just watch. You know the difference between a stray servant and a servant with a master better than anyone. No, I wonder if it would have changed much even in an equal situation. Of course, if the master had incredible talent and strategy, the story might be different. But if a third-rate like me is just supplying mana, wouldn't it be pretty much the same as now? She moved her sword to meet Lu Bu's charging spear. Clang. They clashed, and normally it should have turned into a contest of strength. Boom. A follow-up slash erupted, pushing Lu Bu back. That's insane. Even if she's pushed back slightly in terms of raw power, if she fires off slashes with mana burst, Artoria wins unless there's a truly massive difference in strength. And the Artoria over there has strength A. It's hard to find anyone stronger than that. She lunged directly at the pushed-back Lu Bu. Crash. A sound rang out. I questioned if that was the sound of a human leaping, but I decided not to think about it for now. Lu Bu thrust his spear to meet her charge. Whoosh. She dove underneath and swung her sword. Rip. She slashed both his legs and circled behind him. Looking at the blood flowing from his legs, Lu Bu let out a war cry that sounded like a scream. He pulled out his bow again. Is he planning to use his noble phantasm at this range? Lu Bu would take damage too, but a direct hit would be dangerous. Thud. Flash. Artoria kicked Lu Bu's arm, forcing the bow's aim upward. In that split-second opening, VROOOOM. Mana gathered in Artoria's sword as if it were exploding. For the record, that wasn't Excalibur, it was just a normal attack. Lu Bu also grit his teeth and personally grabbed the Houtenjiki he was using as an arrow. Is he planning to throw the thing he was going to use as an arrow by hand? Truly, even a graze would be a fatal wound for both. If Lu Bu had thrown that arrow, he would have taken significant damage, but Artoria might have been retired. However, it was a truly unfortunate story for Lu Bu, but Artoria wasn't just any servant. She was an exceptional servant even among the top-class saber class. Slayanash. Before Lu Bu could fire his noble phantasm, he was slashed deeply from bottom to top. Cough. Lu Bu spat out blood. As he was about to fall forward, he immediately turned around and lunged at Artoria with his bare body. Tenacity that never tires, I see. Slash. She cut off the arm trying to grab her and, without stopping, this time slashed deeply from left to right. Only then did Lu Bu collapse, vomiting a large amount of blood. Honestly, the situation was just too bad. Lu Bu was a stray servant, and a berserker at that, so he had no reason. Since his noble phantasm was quite restricted, he had to rely on raw stats, but there was no way he could win against someone who could suppress those raw stats. Furthermore, Artoria technically had a master named me. Although she had immense combat power, her mana consumption was poor, making her existence something like a minor version of Excalibur. As Lu Bu began to vanish into motes of light, I slowly approached him. Lu Bu's fingers twitched for a moment. Honestly, you, who betrayed out of selfishness and died by betrayal, how should I put it? You weren't noble, so I didn't feel any admiration. Still, what can I say? Your story was selfish, foolish, and practically nothing but a tale where strength was everything. But it must have been a desperate story, right? I think I was a bit harsh earlier. I'll probably keep talking like this in the future, and if we meet as enemies again, I'll say similar things. But the story of a desperate person will surely be remembered by many. Whether the reviews are good or bad, I don't know. Next time, I hope you show up in a class other than Berserker. I'd like to have a proper conversation with you. I don't know if you really have the physiognomy of a traitor or whatever, but you did have people you trusted. I'd hate for the back of my head to be very sore, but there's no guarantee I won't become that kind of person myself. Ah. If you're going to show up, come as an ally, okay. If you come as an enemy, I'll have insults even worse than must be nice having so many fathers loaded and ready. Chuckle. For a moment, Lu Bu Fengxian looked at me and laughed as if he found me ridiculous. Are you mocking me? Fine. Let's see each other as enemies again. The me of that time will handle it somehow. Lu Bu Fengxian's fingers twitched for a moment, making me think he might attack me, but surprisingly, he vanished without doing anything. Or was Artoria's attack so severe that his body simply couldn't move? I stared at the spot where Lu Bu had vanished for a moment, then let out a short breath and stood up. All right. Shall we get going too? With this lineup, honestly, I don't feel any fear. Nice. Clearing the singularity is going to be EASY. Kid, you should probably rest for now. Huh? Why? The bro approached me and placed a hand on my face. Your eyelids are trembling. In Fuyuki, time was gold, so we had no choice but to push ourselves, but right now, there's no need to move that recklessly. I questioned his words. What are you talking about? On the contrary, we should move quickly while we have this leeway. Identifying enemies, recruiting potential allies, finding the one who caused this mess, it's all important. If someone's about to join the enemy and they're still alone, we take them out. If they can be an ally, we recruit them fast. That's how it should be. My body being a little tired isn't a big deal. And even after Fuyuki, I moved around just fine in worse states than this. Still, Master, you look exhausted. No need to worry, I'm still fine as long as I don't die. Well, it did feel like I'd been living a very busy life lately, but it was fine. It wasn't like I was injured fighting Lu Bu, so it was better to move. The sun had set and it was night, but wasting time wasn't good. It would be troublesome if things became irreversible while we were resting. The faster we move, the less blood is shed. I could also reduce the number of times I'd have to die. I was grateful for their concern, but there was no need to worry that much. Artoria suddenly approached me and spoke. If that's the case, it can't be helped, Lancer. This child is still our master. He decides the policy. Well, that's not wrong, but... Then the discussion is over. Master, state your objective. A servant must follow their master. Artoria. Thank you. All right, my plan is very simple. Move quickly before things get worse. Artoria suddenly grabbed my shoulder. Huh? What is it? GUH. She punched me hard in the stomach. I couldn't even make a sound as I collapsed, leaning against Artoria's arm. My consciousness began to fade. I saw the shocked faces of the bro and Charlotte, their mouths agape. Artoria-san. What did I do? I have no memory of. Artoria spoke with a somewhat refreshed expression. Master has fainted. It can't be helped. There was a cave in the direction I was sent flying. We shall rest there until sunrise. It's not he fainted, it's you knocked him out, right? My body trembling, I lost consciousness just like that. Chapter 96, Who is the True Santa? War of the Seven Santas, 06. Charlotte Corday thinks to herself. Her master, Rudolph Hawkeye, was currently unconscious with his head in her lap. To anyone watching, it was clear he had been pushing himself far beyond his limits. His dark circles were so deep it looked like he hadn't slept in days, and just as Siyu Chulin had pointed out, both of his eyelids were twitching. Even his pupils seemed slightly unfocused. It wasn't just his wounds, the sheer accumulation of fatigue was causing his body and mind to lose their balance entirely. Charlotte's own hardship had ended back in Fuyuki. But Rudolph's loop of suffering hadn't ended there. If anything, that had only been the beginning. Since then, he must have conquered singularities and walked through hell itself. He was a man who had once cut off his own leg. His resolve was beyond words. That was why, even after losing an arm and an eye, he was still trying to fight. However, she could tell that his eyes were cloudier than they had been when they fought together. While the shadow servant Artoria was fighting, Charlotte had felt an indescribable sense of foreboding emanating from Rudolph. Despite having no connection to magecraft herself, something about him made her feel that way. He still possessed a clear, transparent courage. That courage was sublime, and his bravery in stepping forward despite being weak was not something Charlotte felt qualified to judge. He was trying to achieve the impossible with the body of an ordinary mortal. Though the scale was different, he walked the same path Charlotte once had. Charlotte had succeeded in her mission but failed to protect her life. She desperately hoped the same failure wouldn't befall Rudolph. All right, the fires are all lit. As servants, Charlotte, Siyu Chulin, and Artoria weren't exactly in danger of freezing to death. They felt the cold normally, but for it to degrade their physical performance, the temperature would have to be so extreme that even their breath froze instantly, or they would have to be hit by a servant's elemental attack. Even Charlotte, who was among the weakest of servants, had gained this resilience upon her summoning. While she felt a bit chilly now, she didn't feel any discomfort in moving her body. It served as a reminder that she was now something other than human. Having finished lighting the fires, Siyu Chulin slowly approached the sleeping Rudolph and pulled back his upper garment. Siyu Chulin-san. What are you doing? She had been calling him Lancer, but since his class changed depending on the summoning, she decided it was easier to just use his true name. Relax, I've just got a suspicion. Don't worry, I'm not gonna steal him. You should be more worried about the other guys back at Chaldea. Especially that Avenger-class servant, they seem to have built up quite a bit of trust. Ugh. I see. No, thinking about it, it was only natural. To the servants, who were shadows of the human order, it was impossible not to find Rudolph endearing, a man who burned his own life away to save that very order despite the terror he felt. Wait. Charlotte looked at Rudolph's abdomen and felt a pang of confusion. She was certain she had seen dark bruises there after the fight with the shadow servant. But looking at it now, the wounds were gone. While she was wondering, Siyu Chulin placed a hand on Rudolph's stomach. She couldn't tell exactly what he was doing, but she could sense some kind of magical process at work. Artoria, who was standing guard, leaned against the entrance and watched them. It's mixed in. This is bad, it's as good as assimilated. What is this? A demon. No, wait. How bizarre. Siyu Chulin-san. What exactly is happening to Master? I'm not certain yet. I felt a strangely eerie mana from him since we first met. At the very least, it wasn't like this when I was desummoned in North America. He should have come straight here from there. What on earth happened in that short interval? No, wait. Siyu Chulin seemed lost in thought for a moment. Charlotte fidgeted nervously, then decided it was best to speak up. At first, she thought it was just a coincidence or her imagination, but checking again, it was definitely strange. This might be irrelevant, but... Speak. It wasn't Siyu Chulin who answered, but Artoria from the entrance. Charlotte was momentarily surprised, but since it wasn't particularly odd, she laid out her observations. She explained how Rudolph had been sent flying, vomiting blood after a direct hit to the stomach from the shadow servant, and how when she checked later, there were only bruises, and now, those bruises had vanished entirely. No matter how much treatment a Chaldea mystic code provided, such a complete recovery should have been impossible. As she listened, Artoria's expression hardened. Was this matter more serious than she had thought? Siyu Chulin hummed in thought for a moment before speaking. He's contaminated. Contaminated. I wasn't there at the time, so I can't say for sure. But there's a type of demon called the demon god pillar halfas. Somehow, the kid must have ingested a massive amount of its blood. Or maybe more than just blood. If it were just a tiny bit, it wouldn't be a big deal. He's got a strong sense of self, after all. But based on this, it's like he was practically drowned in the stuff. Anyway, he's been contaminated by that blood. Contaminated? You're saying he's contaminated by a demon god pillar? Artoria asked back with a frown. Cu Chulin nodded. It's not at a level we need to worry about yet. If he were living a normal life, it might even be beneficial. He'd gain rapid regeneration, just like Charlotte said. But, the kid's path isn't a peaceful one. There's no telling when that assimilated mana might try to devour the human known as Rudolph Hawkeye. If he gets consumed, there are two possibilities. First is the obvious one, he goes on a rampage like a berserker. Like he's under mad enhancement, trying to destroy everything from A to Z. Honestly, that's easy to deal with. We could just beat him back to his senses. Well, it's not a fundamental solution, but still. Tap, tap. Artoria, her arms crossed, tapped her shoulder irritably with her finger. And the second, she asked sharply. Charlotte flinched at the edge in her voice. Even though they were on the same side now and she knew Artoria wasn't a bad person, the events in Fuyuki remained a trauma for Charlotte. To be honest, the tension she felt when fighting Artoria was greater than the tension she had felt right before her assassination in her previous life. The second is that he maintains his sense of self while gradually being assimilated. Honestly, that's far more troublesome. In the first case, he'd realize it himself. He'd easily know he was losing control. But in the second case, that's impossible. Slowly, very slowly, his way of thinking will twist. He'll remain himself, yet he won't be himself anymore. It was a difficult concept for Charlotte to grasp. For example, if someone who could have easily subdued an enemy jumping to attack an ally instead chose to decapitate and kill them without hesitation. There seems to be a big difference, but to the person themselves, there is none. Because both were the act of saving an ally. He would begin to choose methods that were effective but cruel, far too cold-blooded to be considered normal. Such heartless choices would eventually devour his humanity entirely. Well, like I said, it's not something to worry about right this second. He's already assimilated, anyway. It's not like we can do anything about it. Even my teacher couldn't strip this away. They're practically one and the same now. We just have to hope he manages it well, or that it fades away naturally. Though, hearing Charlotte's story, I doubt it's going to just disappear. Master. In this line of work, cruel choices were surely necessary. If someone had to do it, Rudolph was the type to step up. Even if it was a choice he didn't want, if it paved the way to victory, he would take it. If he thought he could win by hurting himself, he would also think he could win by tainting himself. One day, Rudolph might try to kill someone innocent, someone who didn't even have the will to fight. The thought was so sad it made her heart ache. The Rudolph that Charlotte had fallen for was not that kind of person. She believed in him. She would always believe in him. She believed Rudolph would never walk such a path. And if he ever did, she would use her very life to force him to take even a single step back. And Saber, I've got something I want to ask you, too. What is it? Artoria, looking somewhat displeased, answered dismissively. Charlotte slowly toyed with Rudolph's hair. In truth, Charlotte was more worried about what would happen after the restoration of the human order than the restoration itself. Just doing the job was worrying enough, but she began to doubt if any fragments of humanity would remain at the end of this task, given his assimilation with a demon god pillar. No matter how much those around him guided or stopped him, how long could he hold out? Such ominous thoughts plagued her. Rudolph was far stronger than Charlotte, a mere servant. He always pushed his body to the limit. That strength came from grit and mental fortitude rather than talent. He was the crystallization of a will that shouted, "It doesn't end here." And if the current Rudolph continued like this, an obsession might form around that very spirit. That was what Cu Chulin was implying. Well, how should I put it? Is it a question or a confirmation? I noticed you've grown strangely fond of the kid. Your actions have become subtly soft. At first, I thought you just liked him. He's a decent guy, after all, a good man who understands romance. But it's strange. Yeah, strange. It's hard to put into words, but rather than a romantic feeling, should I call it devotion? I can't think of the perfect word, but have you met this guy before? Even in Fuyuki, you reacted the moment you saw him, didn't you? I didn't think much of it then, but you shouldn't have had any connection to him until that point, right? I am under no obligation to answer. However, if I must say something, it was not I who formed a bond with that child. It must have been a version of me that is not me. It is closer to destiny than what you call a bond. You're saying you met him in the future. And you remembered that the moment you saw him. Artoria had indeed reacted upon seeing Rudolph. It was as if she hadn't known until she saw him, and then she realized. Usually, if a heroic spirit is summoned with memories, they have them from the moment of summoning. If they don't remember until the end. While some might feel a faint sense of familiarity, completely reviving memories was difficult. At Cu Chulin's words, Artoria let out a weary sigh. It seemed to be a topic she wasn't fond of. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, but rather that she seemed to be choosing what she could and couldn't say. At least, that was how Charlotte felt. I did not recall the future. I simply noticed. That is all. He will find out eventually as he walks forward, whether he wants to or not. If he doesn't, that is fine too. One must choose their own path in life. Fine, whatever. Just don't show up as an enemy again. Our kid will faint if he sees you. Fuyuki was a special case. Unless my spirit origin is completely distorted to the level of a shadow servant or changed entirely, there is no way I, of all people, would become that child's enemy. Especially if it is a version of me that is not an alter. If the non-alter Artoria Pendragon were summoned, she would never side with the enemy. She would be at the very forefront of the battle to protect the human order. Even the Artoria here had intended to at least save Fuyuki from the incineration of the human order. It was a struggle to preserve even a tiny, tiny fragment of humanity. There was no need to argue over whose method was more correct. The defeated Artoria was wrong, and the victorious Rudolph was right. If he continued to win like that until he defeated the mastermind, then the mastermind would be wrong and Rudolph would be right. That was just how it worked. Oh dear. Charlotte broke into a cold sweat as the atmosphere grew heavy. It felt like they were discussing incredibly weighty topics, but she barely understood any of it. To Charlotte, the details didn't matter. But the atmosphere was too much for her to bear. She hated heavy moods and terrifying situations. Thus, she wanted to lighten the air, if only a little. With a forced smile, she spoke up. By the way, Artoria-san, what was that castle? You're an amazing person, but I don't think you had a noble phantasm that was a castle. I seized it from the master servant who originally occupied it. Such an altar-like way of thinking. In other words, the castle hadn't belonged to Artoria, someone else had created it, and Artoria had moved in and physically taken it. Apparently, the original owner had already been desummoned. Charlotte offered a silent prayer for that unknown person. They just had bad luck. The moment they crossed paths with Artoria, especially an altar version, their departure was already decided. If they had bowed their head like Rudolph or Charlotte, they might have extended their life, but most servants valued pride over life, or were simply self-centered. It was a miracle that Charlotte, despite her trauma, had immediately bowed her head. Ugh. Master. Rubbing his face, Rudolph opened his eyes. Charlotte thought his half-asleep expression was quite cute. He sat there dazed for a moment, like a computer loading. Then he suddenly snapped to his senses, his eyes widening as he shouted. Hey! Look at me. Does a servant knock out their own master? Am I the kind of person who won't listen to reason? You don't. You really don't. That's right. Why are you people, who are different in every single way, speaking in such perfect harmony? It was in the realm of common sense, like how the sky is blue, you get wet in water, and rain falls. Even Charlotte, who only had memories of Fuyuki, knew that. That was why she judged that knocking Rudolph out, even if it was a bit violent, had been the right call. However, Rudolph had woken up sooner than expected. That seemed to surprise Artoria as well. She had probably adjusted her strength based on the calculation that Rudolph was a normal human. Well, it can't be helped, Artoria thought as she approached him. Very well, master. Do not worry. This time, when you open your eyes, it will be dawn. Whoa, stay back. Stay back. I said don't come any closer. Caster bro. Bro. Gibalg. Get Gibalg out. Gwa. The reason he woke up early was likely due to the demon god pillar. Rudolph's recovery rate was currently exceeding normal levels. That was why he had woken up so soon despite Artoria's calculated strike. In that case, she just had to hit him again, factoring in that recovery rate. A slight increase in healing speed couldn't bridge the overwhelming gap in combat power. But as she approached, Artoria suddenly frowned. She quickly dashed out of the cave. Seeing this, Cu Chulain grabbed his magic spear and stood up. Though Rudolph and Charlotte couldn't immediately grasp the situation, they sensed the shift in atmosphere and took up combat stances. Artoria. Someone is coming. And they're heading straight for us. Likely an enemy. Tell me the direction. Artoria's super instinct seemed to have reacted instantly. I closed one eye and looked in the direction she pointed. Vroom. My vision extended further and further like a telescope. I couldn't see anything. Do I need to go further? Still nothing. Further. Ah, there. I finally saw them. They weren't sprinting full tilt, but they were approaching at a considerable speed. They'd probably be here in a few minutes. That aside, she detected them at this distance. The other side hasn't even shown any hostility yet. Are they there? My intuition is just a feeling, so I might be wrong. No, they're there. That instinct of yours is a total cheat. Master, do not be mistaken. I am the cheat. Right. You're so great. I checked the servant's appearance again. It was a servant I knew. No, I don't mean I'd met her before. I just knew of her. It was a woman. A truly terrifying physique, no, I mean, I felt a terrifying battle aura. Long black hair and a pale purple bodysuit, practically a skin-tight outfit. She had a slender and soft impression, but her eyes seemed to have noticed my gaze from afar thanks to my mystic eye. Gasp. I involuntarily took a deep breath and deactivated the mystic eye's function. Her complexion was so pale it was almost white, but a flame fitting of her skill burned clearly in her eyes. Reiku. Minamoto no Reiku. Born as the eldest son of the Genji, she was the ancestor of the Setsu Genji and a figure who contributed to the development of the entire Seiwa Genji line. She was the strongest mystery slayer of the Heian period, having exterminated numerous monstrosities like Shutendoji, Tsuchigumo, and Gyuki. She was also the person whom Kintoki-san, the golden Sakata Kintoki, admitted was stronger than himself. Can I make her an ally? But she's coming here with blatant battle aura. Wait, why are you even appearing in a Christmas event? Isn't that weird? No, I guess there's no point in questioning that now. Besides, the opponent has Mad Enhancement EX. The same rank as our Kiyohi. In that sense, if she's made up her mind, there's no helping it. We have to fight. I already risked my life to persuade Kiyohi, I don't want to lose it here too. Fortunately, I don't feel like dying just yet. Plus, I have Cu Chulain, Artoria, and, front stab, Charlotte on my side. Reiku is by no means a weak servant, in fact, she's someone you'd be grateful to summon. Still, with this lineup, we should be able to handle it somehow. If all else fails, blasting her with 3 noble phantasms in a row is an option. I wanted to try talking to her, but Mad Enhancement B means communication is impossible, and Mad Enhancement EX proves that just because you can talk doesn't mean you're communicating. Our Kiyohi is normally cute now, but back in Orleans, she showed me something so terrifying it made it into my trauma rankings. You're the first person to give me trauma without even killing me. She's here. Boom. It felt like a bomb had dropped in front of us. The night was still deep. Yet, even through the falling snow, the glow in her eyes shone brilliantly. The woman who slowly revealed herself, Minamoto no Reiku, slowly turned her gaze to identify her enemies. This is really going to be a fight, isn't it? She's not a bad servant, and considering Kintoki, I wanted to at least try talking, but is even that going to be hard? Come to think of it, in the game, she treated the protagonist, Fujimaru Ritsuka, like her own child. For a brief moment, I recalled the incident with Kiyohi, but there's no way that would happen this time. I mean, even Fujimaru Ritsuka only got called her child after reaching bond level 5. Besides, look at that hostile gaze. There's no way. It was just a pointless delusion. It seems I've started having delusions that I might be the protagonist lately. I'm just an extra playing the role of a protagonist. Truly, this kind of self-consciousness will be the death of me in a situation where I don't need to die. She looked at Artoria, then Cu Chulain, then Charlotte, and finally fixed her gaze on me. Excuse me, do you happen to need a mother? She suddenly locked her eyes on me and spoke. Me. Me. You mean me? Not me, right? It's not me. Hey, come on. Even Fujimaru Ritsuka. He only got called her child after bond level 5. No. This isn't it. No way. That's not right. Cold sweat began to pour down my face. I felt like I was about to gain the trait, men loved by berserkers. Come to think of it, the vice commander also took a liking to me. Is there some hormone coming out of me that makes Mad Enhancement EX rank servants feel fond of me? Seeing my distress, Artoria stepped in front of me. Oh, yes. She's terrifying as an enemy, but so reliable as an ally. What's Mad Enhancement EX? I've got the holy sword on my side. Thinking calmly, it might be better to make Reiku an ally, but my potentially useless intuition was screaming that if I agreed here, the aftermath would be disastrous. You could call it an ominous feeling. Artoria looked at me for a moment with a face that said, "Leave it to me," and then declared as if making a proclamation. I am this child's mother. Artoria. The solution is all wrong. When did you become my mother? What is this? Am I finally going to take damage from the "you must be happy to have 2 mothers" joke? Casterbro, who was laughing in the back, took a step forward and spoke. And I am the kid's brother. Bro decided to go with the flow. Then, I'll be the wife. The way she expressed her desires without hiding them was truly beautiful, in a sense. What is this? Why is the atmosphere suddenly becoming so gouda-gouda? And why are they even making these jokes? What is this, a skit? Did someone give them a script? Maybe I'm the one who can't keep up with the generation. If everyone's going with the flow and I'm the only one who can't, I'll look like, a loser. It's not technically wrong, but it feels bad, right? So, I should show the power of a socialite, normie. I am not your son. Crackle. Lightning scorched the air. Wait, what? Then you are my enemy. Huh? Her logic is weird. What's with that black and white thinking? No, you're not that insane of a person, are you? Even for Mad Enhancement EX, you were, how should I put it? You were someone people could talk to. You're a more righteous person, aren't you? Wait, this is strange. What's with that thought process that looks like a brain blue screening? It feels like 2 or 3 steps of logic were skipped. Crackle. Her mana turned into lightning, seemingly electrocuting the surrounding air. I realized instantly, this person is a monster too. The pressure of the mana I felt weighed down on my chest. Artoria stood before me. Just her standing there made my heart feel at ease. Hee, mommy. If I said that, Excalibur would probably fly my way, right? The heart of a mother betrayed by her child. To think it would be this painful. No. I'm not your son. Me. Where do I look Japanese to you? Where? I'm a Westerner. My hair turned white so you might not know, but I was a blonde. To be precise, it was a bright blonde. You don't have to correct me. There is the possibility of being mixed race. So you did know I was a Westerner. Mixed race my foot. Let's say I was born between an Easterner and a Westerner. How does that lead to me being your son? What, is your thought process that of a berserker? I am a berserker, though. Right, I know. This is why berserkers are. Suddenly asking if I need a mother, then saying she's been betrayed when I say no. You skipped the whole process. The development and climax are gone from the introduction, development, climax, conclusion, structure, and only the conclusion remains. There's no proper build-up. Only the conclusion is clearly visible. The progression, I mean. While I was flabbergasted, Reiku's eyes grew moist. Why? What is it now? What did I do? Who are you, really? Seriously? Am I cursed to be targeted by berserkers related to affection? A child's betrayal is a sad thing. You are clearly walking the wrong path. This mother will save you from that wrong path. That thought process. As I stood there completely stunned, Artoria stepped between me and Reiku and smiled. She smiled while holding the holy sword in one hand. Why is she so reliable? No joke, can I call you mommy? If you were a true mother, shouldn't you rejoice in the child's growth and support their independence? Berserker. A child must grow safely under their parents' care. It's you, isn't it? The wicked person who put strange ideas into my son's head. I'm not your son. I felt like I was having a flashback to my memories of Orleans. Chapter 97, Who is the True Santa? War of the Seven Santas, 07. When summoned as a heroic spirit, Reiku possesses a distinct advantage. It was due to one of her innate characteristics, Mystery Slayer. In this world, mystery refers to supernatural phenomena that transcend human common sense, a catch-all term for all intangible forces associated with non-human races. This includes magecraft, psychic powers, mixed bloods, and even spiritual entities like true ancestors, heroic spirits, divine spirits, and phantasmal species. If this were living years, ordinary humans might not have been an issue, but the problem was being summoned as a heroic spirit. The moment one is summoned as a heroic spirit, they fall within the range of Minamoto no Reiku's specialized slayer skill. This meant almost every servant was a target. Among the current members, excluding Charlotte, Artoria, and Cu Chulian were prime examples. One carried the blood of a dragon and was a king who witnessed the end of the Age of Mystery with a heart made of a mana reactor, while the other was a demigod born between a god and a king. Even Charlotte, who wouldn't have been a target in life, fell under the Mystery Slayer umbrella once she became a heroic spirit. Reiku was the ultimate hard counter to the greatest anomalies of the Heian period, and that role had been perfected into the highly versatile Mystery Slayer skill. She was a combatant who surpassed even Kentoki and possessed incredible instincts. Combined with Mystery Slayer, she was a nightmare of an opponent. Honestly, she was the last person I ever wanted to face as an enemy. Now then. Thud. Artoria flicked a pebble off the ground with her foot and kicked it toward Reiku. Reiku swatted it away with her sword as if it were a joke. Then, watching Artoria lunge, she met her blade. Screech. Amidst the crackling of lightning, black mana was pouring out as if it were about to explode. Hey! That's my mana. You seem to think you're getting support from the Holy Grail right now, but I'd appreciate it if you realized you're being supported by a third-rate master. That's my mana. I don't have that much. You're draining me dry by using it so recklessly. It's being sucked out like an iced Americano filled to the brim with ice where you go. I finished it already, after 2 sips. Let us see your skill, you who dare try to steal my son away. How long are you going to keep up that bit? Indeed, as this fellow's older brother, I object. The wife objects as well. Quit while you're ahead. Reiku clicked her tongue, shoved Artoria back, and lunged first. Artoria gripped her sword with both hands, and their weapons clashed. Ah, how many times did they hit? Clang. 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 The sounds overlapped so quickly I couldn't tell. My eyes certainly couldn't keep up with that speed. It sounded like 3 hits, but they definitely clashed more than that. Reiku shifted her stance and thrust her sword at Artoria. When Artoria narrowly dodged, Reiku reversed her grip and swung the blade from the thrusting position. Whoosh! Thud! Artoria forcibly raised her foot and stomped the ground to stop the incoming slash. Just as Artoria was about to cut Reiku down, lightning roared intensely around Reiku's sword. Boom! The lightning exploded, electrocuting the surroundings. Faced with the chaining attacks, Artoria retreated, took a stance, and glared at Reiku. Reiku also corrected her posture and stared back. It seemed both were stronger than the other had anticipated. As I mentioned, even without Mystery Slayer, Reiku was an A-rank servant based on martial skill alone. And Artoria was Artoria. This is Artoria we're talking about, she kills servants with a holy sword. You are a much more skilled bad girl than I thought. No wonder you were able to lead my son astray. I'm not your son. But regardless of that, it was impossible to tell who would win at this rate. It might be better to authorize Artoria's noble phantasm and just wipe out the whole area. No matter how great Reiku was, she'd be caught off guard if a beam suddenly fired. Especially at close range, no one could dodge that. In that sense, it might be time to intervene. Whoosh! A strong wind blew through the blizzard. Almost simultaneously, Artoria and Reiku scanned their surroundings. Ah, what now? Again. I looked back and saw Casterbro looking around too. Only Charlotte and I were standing there blankly. Excuse me, you superhumans. Could you let the normal person duo in on the secret instead of keeping it to yourselves? I see, so you brought reinforcements. A wise choice for buying time, Berserker. Was all that stuff about being her son just a ploy to buy time? No, my companions are not nearby. Are they not yours? Wait, so she was serious about the son thing. That's even scarier. Why are you serious? I'd rather you told me it was a tactic to buy time. Then I could at least lament my own stupidity and say, gah. I was tricked. Usually, in these situations, servants keep their memories the next time they're summoned or met. Just imagining meeting you again and having you run at me yelling, my son, gives me the creeps. When a woman you've never met or had a connection with calls herself your mother, it's more horrifying than pleasant. Even if she is a beauty. I'd honestly prefer Kyoheim, who says she loves me blindly and lives for love. They're both berserkers, so they're almost the same. But at least her love is the normal, romantic kind between man and woman. Your love for your son doesn't feel like a gape. Kid. Casterbro jumped in and parried an attack flying toward me. Hey, who starts by aiming for the head? Was that an arrow? An archer? I looked in the direction it came from, and there was Rudolph. Beep. An error sound rang in my brain. Yes, it was a Rudolph. No, not me. I mean, my name is Rudolph, but I'm talking about the species. It had an impressive red nose. And it was incredibly muscular. I don't know if I should call it a Rudolph, but it had a red nose, antlers, and a Santa hat, so it must be. No. Is this allowed? Is this okay, for an event? Can you just spawn things like that? Wait, come to think of it, I feel like I've seen something like this in the game. There's a hell of a lot of them. It wasn't just 1 or 2. There were enough to surround us completely. I racked my brain as the wind howled. There were too many. It wasn't 20 or 30, it looked like well over 100. No matter how strong a servant is, the opponents clearly weren't civilians. Were they on par with shadow servants, or slightly below? Even at that level, if there are over 100, we might get overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Then, shadows appeared in the sky as well. Master, something appeared in the sky too. Is that a Rudolph? It was a Rudolph that looked like a dragon. No, not me. Everyone there was staring blankly at the dragon Rudolph in the sky. Sorry to interrupt the fight, but is that a wyvern? I see Wyvern Rudolphs too. Haha, should I be laughing? If I don't laugh now, when will I? Right. My mind was going blank. This is just wrong. I don't think even the game had these. Who is it? Who is the mastermind behind this event? What kind of crazy person came up with this? They're truly insane, aren't they? Completely lost it. If I meet the mastermind, I want to ask them. Did they take some weird drugs and lose their mind, or is there some medicine they're supposed to take but didn't? Is this the time for that? Get ready, kid. Ah, damn it. You said it was an event. An event. You tricked me again. Damn you, counterforce. The surrounding Rudolphs charged at us. Judging by how they targeted me from the start, am I the goal? Rip. Tear. They were charging without any sense of order, it was pure chaos. They had no brains. They were closer to mindless berserkers, and in a one-on-one, I could probably win by using every trick in the book. So, individually, they were weak. The problem was the numbers. The quantity was violent. There were so many that it was hard to maintain a front line. Normally, Casterbro or Charlotte would have blocked anything coming from me, but they didn't even have the luxury. There were so many that there was no empty space left. With them jumping down from the sky constantly, it was pure madness. In the midst of it all, I had a thought. Minamoto no Reiku. If you use your noble phantasm, you can use multiple weapons at once, right? Like a clone concept. How did you? As expected of my son, such incredible insight. I'm not your son. Ugh. There was no point in denying it now. I might end up with another clingy stalker after Kyoheim, but for the sake of restoring the human order, I have no choice. I've already sacrificed my arm, leg, and even an eye. My vessel isn't large enough to accept everything individually, but I can stack things on top. My job was to make sure everything stacked on top didn't collapse until the very end. So, adding one more thing won't make me crumble. Throw away the pride, throw it all away. Isn't the path too treacherous to walk while holding on to such things? There's no need to fight battles that don't need to be fought. If the opponent were someone I truly hated, like Meb, it would be different, but I didn't feel that way about Reika right now. Therefore, here. I decided to throw everything away. Aya. Wah, mama. Save us. I spoke in a tearful voice, using the most pleading tone possible. Thinking about someone potentially recording this makes it a total dark history. Whatever, the singularity itself is a dark history for human history, right? So I'm fine. Reika looked at me with a face as if she'd been struck by lightning. Suddenly, a muscular Rudolph behind her swung a club at her. Crack. Without even looking back, she crushed the club with her fist. Holy crap, she's crazy. Ah. Leave it to mother. Hee hee, if they are my son's friends, then saving them is only natural. That is what one calls virtue and duty. What happened to the woman who was just swinging a sword and calling Artoria a bad girl? More importantly, are you just acting like that never happened? Did you already erase it from your mind? Is it possible to completely reset the atmosphere where you were about to unleash noble phantasms on each other? I can't do that. How does this work? Is this what Mad Enhancement EX is? Artoria was looking at me with a look of extreme disapproval. Are you trying to criticize me, the one who threw away his pride, as a noble king of knights? Even as an altar, that part of you remains the same. It can't be helped. Let's not fight enemies we don't have to. I just have to endure a little. From your perspective, this pathetic method might be offensive, but it is not that. Well, fine. If it's not that, why are you pouting? Regardless, the priority was to get out of here. We needed to regroup. Most importantly, no one really knew Reiku, who had seemingly become an ally, so there was no trust. Besides, even if we defeated all these mass-produced soldiers, the mastermind wouldn't suffer much. If you asked who was losing out, it was us, consuming massive amounts of stamina, mental energy, and mana. Everyone. We're pulling out now. Reiku-san. Please. You may call me mother. Calling you that normally is. Oh my, you're shy. How cute. Charlotte was looking this way with a very uncomfortable expression. Don't look at me like that. That's not what's important right now. We have to survive. If I can secure a unique powerhouse like Reiku by just throwing away my pride and dignity, isn't that the best deal? I don't think I have any purity left to be tarnished, but even for me, this was a bit humiliating. Since I don't even have parents, a mother is like a fictional concept to me. Even if one suddenly appeared, there's no way I could accept it. Actually, even if I did have one, I don't think I could accept this. First, let us resolve this situation. Come. My loyal subjects, my limbs, my armor, This is what the 4 heavenly kings represent. Multiple copies of Reiku appeared. Each held a different weapon. Among them was a single-edged axe like the one Kentoki carried. Crackle. Lightning surged. Vajra Allah, heavenly field of thunder. Swinging swords, firing bows, and striking with axes, she unleashed all sorts of attacks simultaneously. Since we hadn't formed a contract yet, I was glad it wasn't draining my mana. The use of the noble phantasm slowed the enemy's movements slightly. Seizing the gap as they fell one by one, I shouted. Now. Artoria quickly grabbed me, and Casterbro grabbed Charlotte. Then we ran without looking back. Reiku finished her attack and continued to use her summoned clones to parry incoming strikes. That's really convenient. The things I make are just simple dolls that don't move. I might be able to manage simple motions, but the mana consumption would be absurd. Stay still. Because the numbers were so high, Artoria held me with one arm while parrying a Rudolph's attack with a clang. And cutting its throat as she passed. Being held in a princess carry made me feel like the heroine of some story. Yeah. This is how a master is supposed to be. There's nothing I can do even if I get down right now anyway. I materialized my mystic code to create black keys and threw them at the ones targeting Casterbro and Charlotte. Thwack. The Rudolphs I hit tumbled to the ground. Saying it like that makes it feel like I'm the one tumbling, which is a bit odd. Good. Reiku. Get over here quickly. Pardon. Understood. Reiku was momentarily confused but ran quickly. Does she understand that I'm the master? Even though we haven't contracted yet, Reiku kept striking down Rudolphs while quickly rejoining us. Good, I thought, pulling a bomb from my inner pocket and closing one eye. My prosthetic eye wouldn't be affected by this anyway. It wasn't a real eye. I pulled the pin on the bomb and shouted to everyone. Everyone, look straight ahead. The bomb I threw exploded. Flash. A light that could be called a miniature sun spread around us. Without stopping, I pulled out another one and threw it. Puff. A smoke screen that seemed to cover everything shrouded the area. No matter how many there were, unless they were named servants, they wouldn't be able to escape this combo. We didn't miss the chance and ran at full power. I had been knocked out by Artoria earlier, but after a short nap, I felt better. Since that rest led to Reiku joining us, it was a good decision in a way. Usually, the judgment of someone who's been through hell and back is the right one. I should probably suppress this restless personality of mine. Hey, you've got surprisingly good instincts, don't you, kid? Chaldea's technology is just that good. What kind of flashbang blows like a miniature sun, blinding servants and wyverns alike? What kind of smoke bomb creates a screen the size of a stadium? Since Da Vinci-chan made them, they naturally contained a bit of mana. Because they weren't just made by mundane science without mystery, unless the enemies had high magic resistance or a skill like Eye of the Mind, their movements were bound to slow down. We only stopped after running until the Rudolphs were no longer in sight. Let's organize the situation here first. Reiku, do you know anything about what's going on? I had heard the general gist from Artoria about why things turned out like this, but even Artoria didn't know the details of the current situation. I didn't even know why I was here. Was I summoned by someone, just caught up in an event story, or was it for some other reason? Reiku's story wouldn't solve all my questions, but information was vital. Yes. Besides the officially summoned Santa candidate servants, many other servants are currently present here. For your information, I am also one of the Santa candidates. Jingle. Reiku showed us something like a bell. Huh. Casterbro, Charlotte, and I tilted our heads simultaneously. At our questioning looks, Reiku also looked puzzled and turned to Artoria. Ah, Artoria said, as if it were nothing, pulling a bell from her pocket. I forgot to explain this. Those who possess this are Santa candidate servants. That's the most important part of the explanation. How do you just casually leave that out? If we defeat everyone anyway, the victory is ours. That's such an altar way of thinking. Damn it, this is why altars are. More importantly, if this bell is proof, does that mean we have to collect them? That is correct. The Santa candidate who collects all 7 bells becomes the winner. In other words, they're dragon balls. If you collect 7, does a divine dragon appear to grant a wish? Regardless, it was a good start. Artoria and Reiku were both Santa candidates, which meant we essentially already had 2 out of the 7. If the condition was to collect all 7 rather than being the last one standing, it meant we could just seize them without necessarily defeating the others. If they didn't like it, they should have established the rules better. Whether the person who made this predicted this or was just an idiot who didn't set the rules properly, I'll use everything I can. Rules are established so you can use what isn't written in them. You don't know anything about those Rudolphs, do you? Calling them Rudolphs makes them sound like master. I think it's a cute name. I'm just grateful you didn't laugh when you heard the name. Some damn blonde brat at the clock tower fell over laughing the moment he heard it, saying, "How can a person be named Rudolph?" I wanted to deck him, but I stopped because I was afraid of the fallout. Master was a chicken even before the restoration of the human order, I see. Look who's talking. Weren't you one too in your past life? I was a well-known coward even in the convent. Is that something to be proud of? It's nice that we have something in common. I don't need that kind of commonality. Anyway, so you don't know much about those Rudolphs? No, it is my first time seeing them as well. To be honest, it hasn't been long since I manifested here. True, her reaction earlier seemed like it was her first time seeing them. I don't know who's running this ridiculous farce, but I doubted their sanity. What were they thinking, summoning so many servants? Did they not consider the possibility of them uniting around a master like me? That left two possibilities: either the culprit was a hopeless idiot, or my appearance here was an unexpected factor for them. Or perhaps they expected me to come but didn't think I'd arrive this early. If things had progressed normally, the servants would have been fired up and tried to fight even if I tried to mediate. All right. First, Reiku, you said you had a companion. Yes. I am sure you will get along. They are a good person who treated me kindly when I was confused after arriving. Oh, a lawful good servant. It was best to cooperate if possible. Though, since she spoke as if she'd met them for the first time here, it probably wasn't Kentucky. I wanted to fight alongside Golden again, so it was a bit of a shame. Oh well. I guess it just wasn't destiny this time. I'll probably meet him again during one of the many singularity captures. More importantly, since this was originally the fourth singularity, we're bound to meet. Though things have changed so much from the game that we might not. As I was lost in thought, a carriage was racing toward us. It was a strangely familiar carriage. Castor Bro's face and mine froze instantly. Oh shit. The carriage stopped in front of us, and someone stepped out. Long pink hair, brown eyes, a silver crown, and a white fur coat were striking. Gasp. Castor Bro and I just stared at her with our mouths open. You're late. To think you'd make me wait. See you, Chan. And you are. Hey, truly. You truly survived. It's so shocking it's almost terrifying. Since I promised, I suppose I could call you a hero. Seeing the woman's face smiling with a mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, I suppressed the emotions burning inside me and reached out my hand. Be by my command spell, I order you. Artoria. Unleash your noble phantasm. Aakak. Master. Stop. I don't know what's happening, but stop. Charlotte lunged and grabbed me as I tried to use the command spell. Let go. This isn't right. You son of a. Change. Change it. I'd rather cooperate with Gillis de Rice. This is crazy. Are you insane? Queen Medb. Seeing her smiling face, knowing she still had her memories, made me want to shove Excalibur right into her. //